Listen, we can all be Arrow if we really put our minds to it. I can be Arrow. Actually, no, I don't think you can be Arrow. I take that back. This is a completely terrible analogy. Don't you humps of me? Well, no, so you can't be Arrow. You can be Arrow. You could be Arrow, but not Arrow. You feel? Okay, B, that is hilarious. The idea that because I am Arrow writes, not Arrow reads, I should expect my audience to be the same. I assumed Arrow writes would get an audience of Arrow reads. I assumed my audience would be the ones reading. However, it's much funnier if the actual outcome of this is that none of us are reading. We're only writing. So it's a series of people who are trying to communicate without actually communicating. We're all just guessing what each other said in response to our writing because none of us are literate. That is my ideal world, and that is canon to the Arrow Kissers. Hiya, welcome to stream. This is, you know, I was gonna go on this one because I thought it'd be fun, but not only is the book The King in Yellow, actually I can just move this out of the way. What am I talking about? I can do boo womp. What? What? Why is this? Huh? Oh, boo womp. And also boo womp. Yay. Hi. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing. What is my life? I was gonna play a game. I was gonna open by playing a game. I was gonna play it for an hour, 2 hours, and then I was gonna spend the next like 3 hours yapping. I should take off my bracelet because every time I move my bracelet around, it's ASMR, and I don't want to be an ASMR channel. So how about that Dodgers game? How you feeling? Hello, let's go back up. Coid and Red Glove and Colon and Gray and Car and Hydra and B and DP and Cantus and Midmush. Oh gosh, so many people are saying hello. You're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, I can't read. Reading the card explains the card. I understand you don't know that because you never went to the Tolarian Community College. However, he speaks Yu-Gi-Oh. You can finally view a stream on your lunch break. Oh, awesome. I'm doing well. How about yourself? Bone apple tea there. No, do not. It's bone apple tea. The point of bone apple tea was that bone apple tea was a funny mispronunciation of bon appetit. However, bone apple teeth just pushes it too far. It's one step too far. Listen, the line, busting out the MS Paint. Look what you make me do. Look at how much of a mongrel you are. Look at how absurd your stylizations have become. The line is right here. Bone apple tea is here. Bone the teeth is here. You said bone apple teeth. That's right here, Buster. That is right here on the line. You better recognize that you are not up against the line. You are straddling the line. You should not go on this side of the line. I hope you know that. I hope you know you're going to stay firmly on this side of the line. This is the good line. This is the line that gets you called good. This is the line that gets you called bad. Naughty chatters go on the bad side of the line. Please take the keys away. All right. I want to know what I need. I need a redeem that is summon the keys and banish the keys. Like, if you want, I can turn off the visual and instead I can just have audio keys. Real ASMR hours. Hey, Apple! Annoying orange with realistic teeth. Okay. Annoying Apple was a hallmark of the late 2000s, early 2010s. To the extent, I don't know if you know this, it got a TV show where Tobuscus, Toby Turner, was like an actual character on it. I just got hearing we're jingling keys already. Listen, hey Erdrick, hey Waffle, hey Till, hey Kali. People need attention. And they don't have attention. Oh wait, don't point and laugh at your streamer anymore. Don't. Oh, I just removed my message. Wow. I just pinned a message redacted. I didn't know I could do that. Whoa. Okay, so question. Genuine question. Is soup bone tea? Because what is soup other than like with a stock? What is that other than just not marinating, but steeping a bone? You steep bone in liquid, make soup. Soup is tea. Okay, what if it's a bone stock soup? What if it's a chicken soup? Stock is bone. Okay, so stock is bone tea. So it's not necessarily all soup, but it's stock. Where would a vegetable bouillon be bone tea? Or no, that's not bone. Never mind. My apologies. But would that be a tea? We're talking about drinking people? Listen, I did just make a video about cannibalism. I have been on repeat listening to Butcher's Vanity featuring Yishi, not Yeezy. I was corrected. As well as Milgram Cat. Because obviously, like, if I get really into one song, I'm gonna like start looking it up, right? And I saw a small like interview or words by the team that made it, which I recognize one of the names, which is really cool. One of the people that made it was Jamie P, who also made like Bird Brain and has been making a bunch of TTRPG stuff. But the team that made it, they were talking about their inspirations. And at one point in the bridge, there's a series of images where Yishi is like doing various like consumption related things, like different famous reference poses. Like one of them was to Dungeon Meshi, one of them was to Saturn Eats Its Son, one of them was to the meme where like the dog creature just on the baby, and then one of them was to Milgram Cat, and I was like, what is this? So I look it up, and I don't know if you've seen Milgram Cat or listened to Milgram Cat. It is, I don't know, it's just, have you ever had a part of a music video where, independent of how it sounds, there's that one section that you just watch repeatedly? Does anyone have music videos, whether anime or Western or whatever genre it is, where the music video, there's a part of it where it doesn't matter what the song is at that point, it's just the visual hits your brain, right? Hey, Prudek. Hey, Darkin. Yes, I've had that. Yeah, so if I look up, I wonder, methinks. Any Eve music video? I'm unfamiliar, although I am concerned with a name like that because I can make assumptions. Cat Milgram. If I just look this up and I go to images. Oh! Yep, here it is. Wait, this is alternate art. If I go GIF. No, I'm so surprised. I can't find it. Okay, well, what I could do is I could just go on YouTube. I could mute it so I don't get copyright struck. And then I can use the power of God and anime in order to... My apologies. Yeah, so the part I'm thinking about is... Okay, just you shouldn't be able to hear this because I turned it off for copyright. Just watch this visual real quick, okay? Knowing nothing about that, this was my introduction to this MV. Just, and it's just... What? He eated the burb. Dead dove do not eat. And I don't know what it is. This just like sticks in my brain. And like I watched the whole music video and like I started listening to lore about it. Apparent raw bird eating. Just dove in hand ripping out its insides with his teeth. This whole MV is amazing quality. It is Cat from Milgram. And apparently Milgram, I did not know this, is this whole, like, I believe it is its whole series of stories told via music videos of people who are like psychic prisoners, I think, who the music videos tell their stories. And then I think the community votes on whether or not they're innocent. That's my understanding of it based purely on the comments. So this was the guy Kazui, his second trial, so to speak, like the second trial music video. So this is the second part of Kazui's story, which culminates in him eating a bird, which I watched an analysis video. Apparently he doesn't actually eat the bird. Apparently it's not actually consuming a live bird. It is more so like symbolic of the dove throughout the entire MV is representative of his relationship with his wife. And then like him eating the bird is him destroying his relationship with his wife. But still, it's like, look at how expressive yet subtle the wife's reaction is. Uh-oh, what did you open up to? Sorry, Sam. Hey Humble. Hey, Ice. Hey, background. Oh, this is Milgram. Shoot, I need to catch up. Okay, anyone here who knows about Milgram, please tell me. I have literally only listened to Cat. I wanted to listen to Half, which is the first trial of Kazui. I haven't had time. Is there an order? Is there lore? Is there like a progression to it? Because looking on the actual channel, like there's a bunch and it's been going on for like 5 years. And apparently if you know anything about Vocaloid, Deco27 is on it. This whole time, Deco27 has been working on this side project where where they're telling stories via music videos. Yeah, Deco, which is why the music's so good. 6 seasons in a movie, please. It's animated, of course. No animals. Oh yeah. So like what? So literally right before this, it's a pretty another good. This is, if you see, arrows into gore. No, I'm not into gore. It just hits my brain right. I like the animation. Although I did just say I started watching this after Butcher Vanity, so maybe I've learned something about myself. I hope not. That sounds like it would be pretty problematic to say the least. So yeah, like this shot at 17 seconds is literally the exact same shot at 2:53, except now it's red instead of blue. Hey, Camp Sparks. Mewin Bird. I can't believe I've never heard. I hadn't heard of it. I literally didn't know about this until I watched Butcher Vanity, and then I looked into like an interview that the producers made, where one of them mentioned that this was an inspiration. And like, I don't know, it's so cool. Another one is, at this point, I'm literally just talking animation. I'm not even talking music. I enjoy these songs as songs, right? But there's this section in Die 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 where I don't think I need to tell anyone about this if you've seen this before, but let it load. Like, look at this animation. Just the what they did, I presume, is they did the same. They did a template drawing of the same art, and then they put Miku and then they put Teto on it, right? So they could swap back and forth. And then what they do later in the song, when they come back to the chorus, they swap the order. So now it starts with Miku and then goes into Teto. So you get the full animation from both sides. And there have been people who have cut it in such a way that it's only Teto doing it or only Miku doing it, because you have the full animation of both sides. So this is just another really good one. Milgram and Alien Stage, I know, are the two popular ones. Got it. Listen, Goro is a complete... That's gore, right? No, thank you. I'm not... Let's not make that a joke. So many thingies. Exactly. I've never heard of this until today, so now I have new music to listen to. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know why. I really got in. I suppose I kind of know why. Like, I made an effort to get into Vocaloid recently, and then I did, and then here I am now. So I think Milgram is not Vocaloid. I think Milgram is actual vocals, but like Yishi is a Mandarin Vocaloid that sounds, I would say, like human minus, right? Like Miku does not sound human, right? Synth 5 is pretty good at making almost human, and not uncanny valley badness, but like actually pretty good, like actually pretty close. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't think of it at first. Okay, so a Vocaloid. Are you familiar with the queen Hatsune Miku? Listen, I'm not even a huge fan of Miku. I can respect her work. This is her world. I'm living in it. I understand that. I kneel to our Miku overlords. However, a Vocaloid is a brand or a specific... I don't know if it's considered a brand, but because I think Sony is the brand, right? Because I think Sony is the one that has Miku. Vocaloid is a specific type of instrument where you will have someone who, let's say me, I will go through and I will record myself making every single syllable in the English language at various pitches. And then you'll put that all in a voice bank and you'll package that up and you'll say, this is like cool guy, the voice pack. And like Arrow was the one that provided the vocals, but cool guy is its own instrument that you can use as synthetic or artificial vocals. You can provide vocals to a track without actually using a singer. You can use an instrument to like synthesize vocals. And the whole thing with Vocaloid is that there's this big culture surrounding it where the actual Vocaloid instruments are considered artists. So for instance, if you watch or if you listen to a music video that says featuring Hatsune Miku, so if this was produced by Arrow featuring Hatsune Miku, that means Arrow is the one that did all of the work. Hatsune Miku is an instrument that was utilized in the song. However, Miku has such a brand recognizability that one, I would probably get way more views if I said this was using Hatsune Miku, right? Because people want to listen to Miku. Two, there's this culture of like, no, you have to respect Hatsune Miku as you would an artist. You have to respect Kasane Teto as you would an artist. You have to respect Yishi as you would an artist. Not quite to the same extent, obviously, of like paying royalties and everything, but you basically pay a lump sum to get access to Vocaloid, or to get access to Synth 5, or to get access to any of these other voice banks. And then you can utilize real people that provided voice banks to become characters that you can use as instruments substituting vocals. Featuring piano. I mean, basically. So instead of featuring piano, I think it would be closer to featuring Yamaha. Right? So, because it's not like, oh, I'm just playing any piano. It is, I'm playing specifically the grand piano at like Grand Central Theater, or like some like, I'm featuring the organ of Notre Dame, right? Miku is not just quote unquote an instrument. Miku is a specific instrument. In the same way that like I'm gonna play guitar using like who's a famous guitarist that a lot of people would recognize in today's day and age. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna use like Ed Sheeran's guitar, right? Because my first thought was like going older, like classic rock. Then I'm like, I think my age demographic is a bit too young for that. Dropped a supplementary link and cool stuff. Awesome. Yeah, no, it's super cool. And I do think that there's a little bit of a where, at least like, because remember, Miku was like early 2000s. Or mid 2000s, sorry. I think Miku was like Miku, Vocaloid, that all started mid 2000s. That was way before AI. It was way before AI. Now we're at a point where if anyone wants you to sell them your vocal bank so that they can make something off of it, you should say no always. Because it doesn't matter what they pay you. They're getting your rights forever, presumably. And you won't really have any leverage to go against that. Because with something like AI, if they use your voice to train their data and like you sell them the rights or whatever, they can just say, oh, sorry, we can't remove this from the AI. If you like manage to fight it in court or whatever. If you give them the rights to your voice, you can say, oh, it was an accident that your voice got added to this AI. It was an accident that your likeness got added to this AI replication base. Now when people make Sora videos, your face shows up. And you're suing us because you never gave us the rights to that. We can say, we didn't intentionally do that. You gave us the rights to use this other thing, and it just happened to be cross-contaminated. We're not liable for that because we didn't choose to do that. Your voice, your face already was in there from publicly accessible documents. This just made your face more common and show up more frequently in greater clarity because it had a greater, I don't know, like training data. That's the kind of stuff that you got to worry about. So Vocaloids are patrons and the producers are warlocks. Yeah. And why do you think it's so common that you'll get some like it's something that you need to know? I didn't know this for the longest time. I did not know this for the longest time. I have only recently started getting into Vocaloid. Miku is not produced by a single studio. The Miku brand is run by like a studio. But the music of Miku is actually mostly indie from what I'm aware. There are popular, and generally in the way all indie things go, there are going to be people who have like 500,000 subscribers. There are going to be people that have 100,000 subscribers. There's going to be people that have 50 subscribers making Miku songs. Because as long as you buy it, you license the instrument that is Miku, you can do it. Which means most of your favorite Miku songs, or most of the famous Miku songs, like Popipo, Triple Baka, most of the 2000s was just random people. Nyan Cat is Miku. Hey Ignis, all you VTubers don't even know of your origins. Shut up. Krypton is the Miku specific brand, but the songs are made. Yeah, exactly. So like I believe I can't go around making Miku merch because the Miku brand is owned by chat as Krypton. However, I can license the Miku instrument, make a Miku song, and then make merch off of the song that Miku is in. I don't think I can make Miku's likeness. I can basically change how she looks, and I'm not an expert on this, so don't follow my advice because I'm not telling you what to do or how to get rich. But I believe what I can do is that if I make, like, I don't know, monitoring, if I'm Deco27 and I make monitoring, I can make, which is a song featuring Miku, is a song where Miku is the quote-unquote singer as the lead instrument. I can make merch off of monitoring and the likeness of it, but I can't sell it as Hatsune Miku merch. I believe, and again, not legal advice, not business advice, I believe I can include Miku in that merch, but I can't sell it as Hatsune Miku merch. I have to sell it as monitoring. I have to sell it as Deco27. I have to sell it as this. Like I have to sell it as the picture of like her looking in the eye hole, right? Like the cover of monitoring. That's the thing. Yeah, Nyan Cat is Miku. I learned this quite recently. Let me. If I just look up Nyan Cat. Let me. So you can't hear this. I need to fix this. Why does this not have? Oh, I can capture audio. Okay, let's try this. Can you hear this? Oh no. Sorry. Please hold. Need to... Okay, so... Do you hear it? Like, do you hear Miku? Oh, you can't hear it at all. Okay. Let me try this. That was mostly Miku, Teto. A while ago I was listening to Utsupi, who makes Miku. Ancient internet, 14 years. Listen, 14 years is not that long. When I think of long ago videos on the internet, I think of like 17 years. I think of 2008. "17 years on the dot." When I think old internet videos, I don't think keyboard cat. I don't think iCat has cheeseburger. I think this. I remember back in the year of our Lord, 2008, I watched this and died laughing and thought it was the funniest video ever. Old school internet. Anyone used to call memes memes back in the day? Okay, so I never called them memes unironically. Speaking of keyboard cat. Yeah, let me lower this just a little bit. Yeah, please let me know if the music is like too loud or something. You're either old or you don't remember these. Yeah. You feel old? Okay, but have you considered that the inevitable advancement of time will one day come for us all, and simply the recognition of this fact can give you solace? Does that make you feel good? Does that heal your soul, despite the fact that in all actuality it should simply make you suffer greater? Do you appreciate what you have in your life right now, or shall I remind you by demonstrating your own lack of self-awareness? I didn't open Steam, dang it. Well, I figured now's a good time, so I need to swap over to the game and just keep yapping. Because otherwise I will just keep yapping. And that's why I wanted to not have like an hour of chatting first. I wanted to play the game for an hour and two, then swap into chatting for the rest of the stream. No, Cantus, literally. I'm a big believer in order to be happy, you have to learn to just kind of accept that there are things out of your control.
System ready. Welcome to Identifile.
Why is this upside down? What? What the heck? That's not a display issue, is it? What? Transform. What? Why is it mirrored? Are the devs Australian? That's okay. That would be really funny if that was the case. Let me fix this. So if I have to, what is this? I have to I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Please hold. Let's just do this. Let's just rotate. I could have just rotated 180. Don't worry about it. Okay, that'll work fine. That'll work fine. It is about a broken desktop. I swear, if it swaps back around, I'm gonna be so upset. So this is Identifile Desktop Dungeon. It is a game that the devs hit me up and said, hey, do you want to play this? And I said, sure. It just came out. It just went into, I think, early access 3 days ago. And yeah, it's a Pokemon Ranger style game where you have to it's a roguelike that you delve into your computer directory, which I hope it's not your real computer directory. Otherwise, I'm going to be pissed. And you have to like fight like viruses. And you get upgrades and you have to go through and you have to navigate. So, secrets. Oh. So you should be able to hear this. I don't know if there's music or anything. Yeah, so it's by Gearbyte Games. And if you want, let me actually... Identifile Desktop Dungeon. Let me grab the link and throw it in chat because it is 15% off. No, Ranger was super... I remember playing Ranger growing up, and I wanted more Pokemon battles, but I actually enjoyed Ranger. Uh-oh, something just hijacked your PC and it's not your average malware. Infected, 99%. System critical. You're about to become something unexpected. The ultimate desktop cursor. Our antivirus system collapsed. It's up to you now to dive into the files and hunt the infection down. Hold your left click or X to draw a loop around the virus to deal damage. Oh, look, how conveniently a virus lurking in plain sight. Think you can take it down? Ah, understood. Nice work. Remember, you are the cursor. Take any damage if attacks highlighted in red touches you. Watch out! Dodging oh, right, it's a bullet hell. I forgot that. It's pretty cheap in my fake money currency, true? Dang nammit, I do not need more games. Well, I hope that you're excited to come on Saturday to the Endix showcase because we're going to be catching the end of that as a partner creator. This is probably going to be murder on the wrists. And listen, if my wrist can't handle it, my wrist deserves to die. I'm picking up some interference by someone or something. Be careful out there. My virus senses are tingling. My virus senses are... Let's go payrolls. Oh, so that's like my level? Okay, so I can touch the enemies, but I can't touch their attacks. Got it. Okay. So I got 6 times combo. Harsh wrist. Shut up, okay? So I think... Oh, I think that my directory is like the dungeon. What? Chance to obtain coins? Oh, so this is like my Slay the Spire pathing. That's pretty cool. Chance to obtain coins, Peanut butter jelly time. Oh. Okay, so files seem to be items. I could research or I could virus. Sales pitch. I'm a fire in my laser. Listen, talk about old school internet. Okay, don't arrow wrists me. I can simply practice my wrists. Smiles. Cheat sheets. Okay, so it seems as though most of the... And then I can go back. Irritating orange. Oh my gosh. I'm a gummy bear, not a virus. Okay, so it seems as though there's like 1 coin on each file directory. And I don't actually need to commit to a path once I go down it. I could go to invoices if I want. Oh, so I want to avoid. Oh yeah, this is kind of like rough on the wrist already. Heck. Okay, I took some damage. Ah, frick. Okay, so the guys on the thumbnail have a little AoE attack. I think I take half a heart of damage generally. So I can get some money. I can get a key. I don't want to do math. Shop. Oh, okay. So it is literally just random. I was not getting lucky before. Final draft. Cute cat. Config. Mem dump. Let's go to the shop. Can I? Oh, I can. I can capture you. I have 11 coins. I cannot buy anything. Step right up. I've got all the pixels you need. Don't worry. I've got all day. No, seriously. I literally can't leave. Increase heart by half health. Increase combo airtime by 0.5. Gain 1 shield. None of these strike me, though I think the combo extender might be good. I don't actually know. Math stuff. Okay, so what this is striking me as is that I can go as deep as I want, but the deeper I go into the file directory, the more dangerous the encounters. So I think I kind of constantly want to go in, fight light enemies, and then come out. Go in, you know? Oh no, it's the Moai. Ah, and then I can do AoE attacks. And then we do that. Awesome. Might be easier on the wrist with the touch. Okay, I think a tablet is probably the way to go with this because then you can do the little stylus. People keep telling me to get a tablet. Actually, the holidays are coming up. I could ask for a tablet. Because I kind of need to figure out what I'm looking to invest in this holiday season. Boss! Oh no. Okay, so now we can go back to payrolls. I can go this one, level 2. Oh, okay. So the attack patterns are leveling up. Ow! I got smacked. Okay. Ah! Okay, so what I am finding is that unless you do it pretty wide around them, you're not actually going to get the points. If you're too narrow and you don't fully encompass their sprite, you don't actually get it. Are the folders procedurally generated? I assume. Oh, bang bang. Click on targets as they appear, get rewards. Okay, this would definitely be easier with a tablet. I think this game might be designed around a tablet. So I do need to click. I can't click and drag. Heck. Okay, this is actually like... This will kill my wrist. I think that I might only do like 2 runs of this. I was not expecting it to be so rough on the wrist. Normally I can go all night. However, not when my wrist is... Oh, S rank. Nice. 20 coins. Debug. My virus sensors are tingling. Oh, it's a zipped file. Treasure. 3d6. Rolls 3 dice. If you match 3, gain a random effect. I love it. I picked up an EXE. EXEs are items with limited charges that can be seen in the EXE window. Some only work in combat. So I need 6. I see you're playing phone games. Okay, I'm playing phone games on a computer and hurting my wrist. Yeah, a cheap Wacom is never bad to have. I mean, that's the thing. I'm not super... Oh, hello, anime girl. We were just talking about you. Oh, you have AoE attacks. Oh my gosh, you have lasers. Oh, frick. Heck. Darn. I think I just go as wide as possible, right? Like, if I just do this, what's stopping me? If need be, there's always the option. No, so my plan is to play this for like an hour or 2, then yap. I want to talk Kane, because I just ran Kane for someone for the first time. I was very excited. And I want to just kind of... vibes, you know? Where's the shop? Shop is there. Let's grab you. And then I think I need you. Because I have no health. And honestly, I'm about to die anyway, so I'll get combo extender. All anime girls have lasers? I didn't know that, actually. Huh? Interesting... I can't say that's what I was expecting from the chess knight looking dudes. If anything, I would expect that from a rook. So I assume I can't touch you because you're dangerous. Well, so that's just me at the club bouncing around from wall to wall. I want a salami sandwich. Okay. Ooh. Salami is pretty good. Salami is the one that I'm pretty hit or miss on. But recently I've had salami as well as challenge. Salami, crackers, and like Colby Jack cheese as like a little charcuterie board. I'm a big fan of like really cheap charcuterie boards. Oh, if I destroy someone, then their projectiles go away. Understood. Honestly, I actually think, like, depending on what you get and how expensive the materials are, a little charcuterie board can actually be a fantastic meal. Like a little bit of meat, a little bit of cheese, probably some like maybe some olives, depending on like who you are, what you're getting. Oh no, the anime girl. The anime girl has lasers. I have to avoid the anime girl. Oh heck. Oh. Oh no, I thought every time I was taking damage, I was losing max health in addition to normal health. Awesome. So, yeah, that's fun. I'm down to try another one. Arrow. So, people like olives? Yes, I like olives. What the heck? Oh, so I have different builds. Oh. Your length is different. Deals damage within a dotted box around you periodically. Circle viruses continue. Okay, so actually, cursor cosmetic. Oh, you can have Clippy. Okay, so you can change your cursor. You can change the trail. You have starting items. And then what you can eventually get modifiers, difficulties. Okay. So what is this? Oh, I just need to be near them. I'm not clicking here. I'm just holding it. So I can't go faster. However, this will spare my wrist. Maybe this is the way to go. Hey, don't talk about people's lengths so casually. I think we should normalize talking about the homies' lengths. The lengths that they will go for you as a friend is something that is very important. And we should normalize that. Wrist sparring build, like, no shot. Oh, it's the zipped files are locked. Got it. That's what the keys are for. Voodoo doll. Damage yourself half a heart to gain a random chunk of coins. When does my shield replenish? Does it? I don't think it does. Okay, so I definitely don't have the damage speed of my other build, of the other cursor, but this cursor is way easier on my wrist. Olives are blessings upon this world. So, like, unironically, olives were super... Ow, frick. Olives were super important to, like, mostly the Mediterranean, but, like, in antiquity, one of the main things that the reinforcements at Troy were brought was, like, entire things of olives. Armies would be brought olives as like, alongside garlic. As not necessarily luxury goods, but stuff that wasn't just like bread. Which obviously it depends on what region you're from. It depends on what meal types that you would have. But like the Mediterranean as a whole, like, I want to fight a boss. I want to see what the boss is like. Oh my gosh. Warning. Hello? Ah! Why is it a centipede? Why am I fighting a cane centipede? Okay. It has different segments of its body, I think. Oh, I don't... This is actually so pog. I don't... Ow, frick. Heck. I don't need to worry about... I can deal passive damage during your, like, passive states. I don't need to wait for you to get to a point where I can circle you. Frick. Heck. Darn. Praise be to gray-eyed Athena for the blessings of the olive tree. Exactly. Athens moment. One of the worst city-states in all of antiquity, I must say. And if you believe otherwise, you clearly are into Athenian propaganda. Like, I'm not going to sit here and ignore the impact that Athens had on the Mediterranean, but I am going to say that it is overblown, and that it was written by the victors. Athens had a massive ego complex, and everything you know about the ancient Greek world is colored by Athens because they were such egoists, they would constantly not shut up about themselves, and as a result, they would, by extension, write about everyone else being stupid, dumb, loser babies while they're the coolest. Which is not the best for historicity, is not the best for an honest look at what life was actually like. But it was good for Athenian ego. Like, we got Atlantis out of it, so I guess that's one thing. Athens, modern day New Yorkers. Okay, you take that back. Listen, New York might be not the best city in the world. It might not be the greatest city in the world, but it certainly is better than most cities. Ah! Heck. My name's Athena, so that's pretty base. That's pretty base of you. Athens is kind of like the America of ancient Greece. Okay, that I would more agree with. I would more agree with that Athens was more like the America rather than the New York, because New York by itself is not problematic. New York by itself has problematic elements, certainly. But it is certainly something where it's not as obnoxious. It's much more self-aware than Athens was. Whereas America as a whole, I think, is a good comparison. Yeah, they turned their anti-Persian alliance into, like, maritime tribute. Exactly. And that's not very based of them. That's kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Why would they post that on main? Even from Dirty Jersey, Arrow feels loyalty to New York. Listen, you can't just assume I'm from Dirty Jersey. Hey, at least it wasn't Syracuse. Okay. We can all clap hand in hand that it's not Syracuse. Health potion. I have armor. I don't need that. What I should have for every 20. I don't have money. I don't have EXEs. Basically Christianity with all other religions. I mean, kinda. So Athens, the main thing with Athens is that with, I believe it was the Hellenic League, or I might be conflating that with the Athenian League. Athens led the charge effectively in the defense against Persia with, I believe it was Xerxes? Like, yes, there was obviously the defense of Thermopylae with the Spartans, but broadly speaking, the front line of the defense was the maritime defense of Athens against the Persians. Nice. And that meant that Athens had pull. Athens had the ability to say, hey, everyone, look at what we're doing to defend you against the Persians. You should support us in this so we can better defend you from the Persians who we're defending you from. How does that sound? And then everyone else said, yeah, that sounds kind of fair. And then Athens immediately let it go to their head and just started exploiting people. And they did stuff like, hey, all of you should pay us money so that our defense budget to defend you against the Persians can go up. And then everyone said, okay, I don't want to do this, but it feels like I don't really have a choice. So health potion doesn't actually give me more, which is good because I have armor. But I am smaller now. So they didn't really have a choice. They weren't really given the... wait, this is terrible. I want my cursor to be massive. The fact I'm smaller actually really hurts me. Now I have to be like on them. But the Athenians took all of the money of the people they were effectively extorting for tribute and then started putting it on an island that they just invested in a bunch of art and architecture, and they didn't actually spend it on the things that they said they were going to spend it on. So in case you were wondering, oh man, modern politics, like politicians just lie about everything. No, that's just politicians. That's just everyone all the time, forever. You're not special. They're not special. They definitely did fight to keep... Yeah, they fought wars to keep people in the league. Yeah, they were not good guys. Athens was kind of sucky. And the only reason that they're so well regarded historically is because they're the ones that wrote the history that we're basing our understanding of antiquity off of. The seeds are generated daily and globally the same. Interesting. So that probably means that's why there's leaderboards. Is because it's comparing people who are all on the same Oh, I can sell that. What? What? Oh, that's right click. Got it. Understood. Where's the shop? Health potion. I mean, I could go gold hoarder and then just hurt myself some more. That'd be really funny. That's +1 damage. Yeah, that'll be fine. So apparently right click is activate your EXE. I wasn't sure about that. I was trying to right click the mod to get rid of the mod, but let's do it. Hey, Doomington. Athenian politics has some crazy legends, like the guy who got expelled twice and still came back. Are you talking about Alcibiades? His most infamous scheme was finding an unusually tall woman, dressing her up as Athena, and having her ride into the city with his chariot. Listen, Athenian politics was no joke. Oh, I don't think that it actually does damage. I assumed that because it's like black and red that I wouldn't want to touch it, because I didn't want it to deal damage to me. Apparently I'm good to just like chill on it. I think this is where it's damaging though. So I need to avoid, or maybe I don't. Oh yeah, it deals damage. Is that the devourer of gods? Maybe, perhaps. Identify the first bug to unlock the clicking cursor. Identify 100 viruses. Interesting. What did I infect my PC with? Athenian propaganda. Let's be real. I was just talking about it. They probably heard. They probably were like, excuse me, mods, take that man's computer virus. With the outline is red. That's what I'm assuming. Oh, the outline of the boss. That would make sense. Yeah, so this appears to be a daily seed that is random. Yeah, I think that you're right. I think this is a daily seed that this is the exact same. So if I go here, voodoo doll, yeah. So if I use my voodoo doll to... So if I use my voodoo doll and I save all of my money, and with my money, I go and I get the gold thing, I can do big damage. You are no god, but your essence will suffice nonetheless. You may not be a god, though I certainly can make you wish you were one. For you'll need divine providence in order to escape my wrath. Pick a god and pray. That is one of the rawest lines, I must say, out of all of the, Well, out of all of the crit lines in Fire Emblem, just the very simple pick a god and pray is so class. You go on for like half an hour, so I missed some things. What is this game? This is Identifile. Desktop dungeon. It is a roguelike game that's like Pokemon Ranger, where you go around and you fight computer viruses on your computer. And it's kind of rough on the wrist because I don't have a tablet. So I ended up swapping my cursor to one that I don't actually need to constantly circle them with. Awesome. Oh, that was a calamity quote from about... I got it. Divine providence? Okay. What... Do you think that you need to say divine providence? Because I feel like it flows nice. It is expected almost. But I feel as though providence does kind of imply the divine. Unless I'm misunderstanding the definition of... Frick. I'm misunderstanding the definition of providence. I feel like they designed this cursor specifically for people who don't have tablets. Listen, I'll take it. Right? I ain't gonna sit here and pretend like I'm too good for that. If they have accessibility tools for people who are stupid, right? I'll take it. And yes, not having a cursor is not stupid. However, it makes me feel stupid. It makes me feel as though I am a silly creature on occasion. Well, so providence meaning to provide for. Have you ever heard it used in a have you ever heard it used in like a secular sense? Because I don't think I have. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do. Oh, I'm out. Dang. I was hoping that I could just keep damaging myself, but I'm out of charges. So what I could do is I could go for the battery. Because I only have a +1 damage right now. No, but I can imagine it. Albeit as an old-timey word. Listen, what providence it is that you would join me here on this day. It feels like it is providence as in like the religious sense. Providence implies lobster to me, but that's only because I went to Rhode Island for my... Well, Providence, Rhode Island. Not miniature mod. Kills you. Death upon ye. Slays you. It would be so nice if I could buy them and sell them. I wonder if I can. Can I? Nope. Let's do the challenge. So, what insults do you think need to make a comeback? I'm quite partial towards like ragamuffin. Tatterdemalion is quite the good one. I have been calling people mongrels, and like, I feel as though referring to someone as a troglodyte, a homunculus, an absolute simulacrum of someone with a degree of competency are all fun. However, there's a certain art to it, right? Because really long form insults that take multiple sentences to actually land are super silly. They're really fun. I enjoy them. But I feel as though there's a certain punchiness you need. There's a certain ability that you need to have where you can just kind of, in a word, destroy someone. And I don't think you get that when you call someone a yellow-bellied mongrel 2 steps removed from the grave that they dug for themselves in their foolish pursuit of vengeance, right? Wow, this is a lot. I see why this is a challenge. Your EXE gain 2 permanent charges. Data fragments. Probably between runs. Oh, you know what I'm doing. Oh, so good. Oh, so good. I got 20 and then I got 4. So I'm dealing +2 damage if I can get 6 more coins. Okay, so if I get the battery charge, that would give me +1, but I would have to earn 38 or more to make that worth it, so it's not worth it. However, if I gain the health potion, that doesn't actually lower me beneath the threshold, so I can do that. I still get +2 damage from my gold hoarder. And now we're at the boss. Call someone you who are unfortunately born. Listen, just like hit an only child with that, you know, you're your parents' second favorite. Like, you truly are the worst of us in already struggling times. You are so... Oh, it does have a red outline. Oh, you're so right. You are the worst of us simply by virtue of your own inability to accept the fact of your inadequacy. You, who are so self-righteous, are incapable of the perception of your own narcissism, of your own seemingly inability to process the simple reality that you are not only not the main character, you're not even the villain. You're a side character. You are to be abandoned as soon as the plot moves on from past your sad, pathetic existence. Okay, so this is just an avoidant phase. I go in the center. Oh. Guess I get some damage in. See, that's the thing. Like, I'm a big fan of these, like, long form, frick. Heck. It just, like, it just, like, glomped me. It just freaking, like, jumped me. It didn't want to let go. I was kind of terrified. Azathoth, consumer of gods, like, Please, this is not 2010. You should not be glomping me. It's a bug, not a feature. I got the auto clicker. Pick my reward. Permanently gain 1 attack for every 10 viruses identified. That seems really good. Spawn an ally at the start of the round that it charges towards viruses and explodes upon contact, dealing 500%. I can't say that name. Triggers crit on isolated target. I mean, it's got to be virus thirst, right? You who lack the strength to lack strength. You who are so weak that I do not even pity you. For you do not have the conviction required to survive as the small. You simply eke a scum-filled, bottom-feeding existence as a yellow-bellied coward, pretending that one day your underdog arc will come by virtue of the universe looking upon how your kingdom is ruined and how you sit among the ash and dust of ruined men's lives and say this one would be funny to not have the consequences of their actions thrust upon them. And for you, who that is your highest hope in life, I can only say it wouldn't be funny. Because there's nothing comedic about the tragedy that is your sad, pathetic existence. This is so funny. Wait, they shouldn't have done this. You know what I have to do now? You know what I have to do now? If there's not an achievement stared at the screensaver for a total of 15 seconds, they know. Literally. I got an achievement that said, will it hit the corner? I mean, we gotta. You lack everything, including my attention. You seem to misunderstand. You never caught my interest, and my attention was elsewhere. What made you think you would live in my head beyond the moment you exited my personal space? This is so silly. Who needs to pay $20 for degradation? Hey, I thought you wanted to be paid for degradation. I'm not speaking to you. I'm not speaking to you in particular. I'm speaking to the ethereal hater. Stared at the screensaver for a total of 60 seconds. I got the achievement so close. The game knows. This is so silly. Glomp is now Unk and Aunt language, I guess. Okay, in fairness, Glomp was slang in 2010. Like late 2000s, early 2010s. Yeah, like, I'm not going to pretend like it's not. No, something like this is so silly. Because, like, okay, I don't have a screensaver right now. I remember back when it was common wisdom, because of how monitors were, that you needed a screensaver. Otherwise, the image would burn into your device. The pipes, the Windows pipes, that was just like a trance. Why am I still watching this logo? Stared at it for a total of 120 seconds. I wouldn't keep staring at it if it just hit the corner already. Screen burn was something else. Yeah. Behold the fields upon I grow my F's and see it is barren. Exactly, Till. Get me a screen. I don't need a screensaver. My monitor doesn't need. My monitor will just shut off. It will turn off after like 15 seconds of or 15 minutes of inactivity. Mewling Putrin. Slodge. Wait. Actually, I'm not going to read that. DP, I'm not going to read that until someone donates $20, because y'all have made it clear that you want to be degraded. And I need to be paid what I'm owed. I will read each of Coid's I will read each of DP's messages if I get $20 in a super. Dang, I really thought it was going to hit the corner that time. That's what I'm waiting on. This is a great opportunity to read chat. No, that's literally what I swear it's getting close. Stared at it for a total of 180 seconds. Wait. No, it's not going to make it. End of free trial, yeah. You unironically stared at it. Listen, it's fun. That's the thing. They shouldn't have given me the achievement, because now I'm going to stay with it until it hits. because I can tell there's an achievement for when it hits the corner. That's my guess. My assumption is also that this is not randomized. This is a set video that will happen every single time you idle. And it will like always at 4 minutes 50 seconds hit the corner. It will always at 6 minutes 30 seconds hit the corner. So there's probably an achievement tied into that. Speaking of being degraded, I got a few of my friends don't want to play Girl Frame. Oh no. Damnation! No longer will Aerokiss talk downward upon us as a lass. I care not. However, it is comedic to jest. Like, okay. I think it would be really funny to, like, have a site that you can pay me, so to speak. Where, strictly speaking, it is degradation, but it's not like lewd degradation. It's literally just me roasting you. It's literally just me insulting you and being mean. And I think that would be really funny because I feel like at least a couple people would actually pay for that. Like, I'm not doing it in a way that's like, ooh, you like this, don't you? Like, no, you freaking donkey. What are you? You, like, shoelace untied, bootstrap grabbing, butterfingers slipped on a banana peel looking, yellow-bellied coward. Who do you think you are to come into my house, my stream, and tell me I'm a tatterdemalion? It's not even about to hit the corner, stared at it for 300 seconds. It's maybe just harder degradation. Hello, what did I walk into? You walked into the corner. You are a DVD logo. I wish. That's basically the same thing. Is it? Okay, so as someone that has never paid for degradation content, is that what people want? Is the auto clicker for the puppy girls in the audience? No. No, I'm not clicker training my audience. I'm not clicker training the good girls. Well, it depends on what people want. I mean, yeah, fair. The DVD screensaver was the OG doom scrolling. No, so, does anyone remember old school, like pre-2010? Oh my gosh, pre-2010 is old school. Pre-2010 was like 17 years ago, but does anyone remember old school audio player on Windows where it would have like the sound waves and it would make this really like freaky psychedelic looking like MV where it was like aura reading kind of deal? That was class. Yeah, with the cone. It's not unfortunate as long as it's consensual. I mean, fair. I haven't paid for it either, but I can tell you there are plenty of folks that just want to be bullied. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I am safe for work. I am say so. But I also think it'd be really funny to have I'm just mean to you. I'm just rude. I'm just disrespectful. Because that's something where when you're on the internet, people are going to lewd anything that they want to be looted, and you can't really stop that. You cannot encourage it, and for instance, if you have something that you don't want looted, you can probably keep it off of the internet, or you can basically like have a hard line where it's like, hey, you'll be removed from the community if you do this. But at the end of the day, if like someone wants to make a like being roasted, if someone wants to like take being roasted and make it like NSFW, I can't stop that. But also I don't care because that's entirely on the viewer side of things. When I roast you, when I call you a three-hooved donkey that is incapable of reconciling with the nature that it is actually a chicken masquerading as an ass, because it's so cowardly that it tries to pretend to be a pot stirrer in order to distract from the fact that it has no convictions. That's not me doing that to like be sussy. That's me doing that because I think it's fun, and honestly, it's a word exercise. For me, it is a improvisational exercise to try and make coherent, interesting, unique, like rare insults, basically. I enjoy that for just the love of the game. So if someone like makes that sussy, that's not me. Also, T, What do you mean say so in quotes? What do you mean so? I'm not so. That one felt close. Yeah, I know. Listen. This is just like, hey, the year's 2008. Everyone want to come over to my house? We can watch the DVD logo. Is the DVD logo going into the corner lewd? Only if the corner moans. I've heard some people left blank tables open with screensavers because the burnt-in lines helped them playing flight simulators. Oh, smart. There's an issue in making good insult that is general and can apply to people you don't know. A good insult should be specifically targeting insecurities or as close as possible. That's why I so often, in my insults, you might notice, talk about how you lack conviction. You haven't done the thing you wanted to do. You're a coward. Because the more general the insult, it's astrology. It's insult astrology. Hey, One World. I'm glad that this is like really getting you hot and heavy. The DVD logo. Roasted like on a spit? Why are we talking about spit roasting? The rest of the stream is just going to be like this. I am not leaving this screen until we hit the point where it's in the corner. And if the devs set this up in such a way that the DVD corner will never be hit, I might just cry laughing. Oh, no. What? Hello? I didn't do it. I'm not going to touch it. I want it to go back. I want the DVD logo back. Don't get me started about CRT lines. I guess there was a time limit. They programmed it so it would never hit the corner. No, I didn't touch my hands were off my desk. I was holding my hands in the air to avoid touching it. That's so funny. Oh my goodness gracious. Refund the game right now. Okay. I think I mentioned this before. The devs sent me this. I did not buy this. So I cannot refund it because I got it for free. But that is hilarious. I will simply wait. I will not touch my mouse more. Wait, did it just come from the corner? You saw that? When it spawned in, was it not in the corner? Give it a negative review. Yeah, we're gonna go review bomb this game. Those soulless scourges upon them and their kin. It was almost there. Okay, let's let it run through again, right? This feels different. I don't think that this is a single like MP4. I think that this is a different video with different colors in a different order. Refund the gift. I'll just hit them up in the email, just like, hey, loved your game. It was so much. That was it. That was it. We're so back. Oh my gosh. Okay. Best game. I assume the drive brings me forward, so 10 out of 10 game of the year, literally. Okay, so I cleared my C drive. Now I'm in the sacrifice. To lose is to gain. I love that. Sacrifice 2 hearts for a random modifier? Of course. Increase combo capacity by 1. That sucks. Group chat. Oh no, the group chat just got leaked. Also, like, I do appreciate all of the references. Question. There was no achievement. There was no achievement, and I'm a bit disappointed by that. But the fact that it gave me an achievement for 15 seconds, 60 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes was very funny. Does anyone remember back when Dat Boy came out? Dat Boy is looked upon favorably now, and has been for a couple years. I remember when Dat Boy came out, so many people rallied against it because they're like, this is just inferior Pepe. Dat Boy, I remember Dat Boy coming out and everyone was just like, this sucks. This is just discount Pepe the Frog. And then like 3 years later, everyone's like, oh my gosh, I love Dat Boy. Fakes, all of you posers. Okay. Let's hop in with our like one heart. Ah! Spiders. Okay, so spiders are like wibbly. Ah! Okay, I have one half heart remaining. I got a pentakill, nice. That boy was just too underground for his time. Disagree. Double your attack stat, but reduce your max sure. Why not? I'm going all in on attack. I don't even know what combo does. Sanic. Do you know the way? These are very cute references. Oh. Oh. Ah. I wonder if there's any secrets. Desync. Screen shake. So this is probably like actual literal bug. Yeah, that's the actual literal bug report. So I can't click these because I'm in a game. Wait, what do you mean arrow durable? The arrows. Oh. Why do all of you speak such nonsense with such regularity? You blabber as if you're some sort of jabber-jawed ape. So I want one more coin because I get more damage based off of coins. I already have combo cash. I'm starting to think you enjoy staring at my inventory more than buying it. That is a interesting and loaded remark. Coffin dance. Actually, I really like the coffin dance meme. I think it's very silly. I actually kind of love, I will say, the directory stylization of the dungeon. Because it lets you go as deep as you want, pull back out, go back in, like, in and out, in and out, in and out, as much as you want. Okay, so I have taken out a lot of viruses and also a lot of money. Phrasing? Well, shut up, okay? Am I not allowed to just say words? I think we've established that I am in fact say so. It's just all of you are so silly. That's how I cope with this. I'm not the problem here. You are the problem. Ah! Can you believe that was a random humor and now we have memes that are consistently more random than anything in the... I actually miss Rage Comics. Okay. Question. Oh yeah, it's a daily seed. So I think that the daily seed, I can change it if I want, but the standard seed is always the same run. And I identified 42, so I was getting +4 damage, I was getting +2 damage, or +3 damage. I was doing +7 damage. That's pretty good. No, Arrow has a point. I'm just a silly little guy. Why is Arrow playing with a file manager? Well, so Bayhammer, this is Identifile, desktop dungeon, and it's a Pokemon Ranger style game where you go through your computer directory and fight viruses. It's actually pretty fun. Oh no, I can cookie clicker this. Oh, actually, the classic cursor deals 3 damage, whereas the selection cursor does 2. Got it. I have a dodge rate? Holy heck. I think I'll try one more. I think I'll do clicking cursor. Honestly, this has been pretty fun. The devs reached out. They said like, hey... Oh god, no, this is gonna kill my finger. I'm gonna get carpal tunnel for... Oh, the damage is the max damage maybe? Yeah, I don't like this one. I can get auto click, but... Actually, auto click's fine. Okay, yeah, I'm not quite fond of this clicking. Typical blame. Oh, what do you mean the victims? You tell me Every single time. Can I voodoo doll myself? No, I can't. That would have been kind of funny. You tell me every single stream how adorable I am and how cute I am and how much you enjoy it and you love it. I am the victim here. I am the one whose brand is at risk with your nonsensical slander. Your licentious libel spewing leeches. I got the identifiable cursor. Dodge rates in RPGs were the original gambling. No, crit was the original gambling. Right? Which honestly, I like crits. Crits make my brain happy. I don't know how I feel about them. I understand the reasoning of why crits of why crits exist in gaming. Your brand is cute. It's not. My brand is not cute. You simply cannot accept the reality in which I am not cute. Like some sort of delusional. Oh, these are cute. Excellent. What are these? Bob, Noko, keyboard cap. What are these? I can buy them for 25. I have 93 data fragments. Tiny Dice Adventure. So these are secrets. I assume these are all like references. Moon Bunny, Luna, Mini Tank. Do you recognize any of these characters? I don't, unfortunately. Because I don't know if these are references. Oh, Diva. These are enemies. Trojan. Oh, these are like types of viruses. So, Spore, Spider Egg. Are these enemies? Plus? Buy? What? I just bought a Diva. Maybe desktop buddies that fight for you? I mean, these are enemies, so... Oh! Wait a second. Wait! Oh, so they're just like... No, not enemies to lovers. I think these are just little like enemies I encounter, and then I can place them like... And then I think if I start another run, they'll just be in the background. This is Cookie Clicker. I mean, a little bit, yeah. Some people have difficulty finding the crit, or so I've heard. Are you proud of that one? You shouldn't be. Enemies to roommate. I think enemies to roommates is better. Crit happens. I prefer crits are targeted by condition rather than being random. Okay, so I did a couple runs of this. I played it for like an hour-ish. I had fun with it. I think I'm going to just check here. Yeah, I got nice little secrets. I got through the first boss. This isn't just early access, it's early chaos. Awesome. I enjoyed this. I'm gonna drop the link once more. We'll talk to other players and roast the devs. We chill. I was kind of in a roasting mood earlier. That's what we were kind of doing earlier. Let me grab the link again. If I go Identifile desktop dungeon. I mean, that was a fun game. I think a tablet would help. I think a tablet would help significantly. Particularly with that Pokemon Ranger one. But I had like the box one, right? And I was having a fun time with that. I was having a fun time with that. What I want to do, I want to hop back into, we're in like chatting mode now. So I'm going to start Q&A of if your enemy became your roommate, one bed trope or nah? Q&A. So I have now opened a Q&A. If you're new here, I have a Q&A open during chatting streams, during YouTube streams. You can throw questions there and I will just answer them later. I might go through them now, depending on how many there are, but now we're just kind of in a yapping section. So if you have something you want to chat about, I just realized I should take my game capture and I should transform and rotate it back for when I play Hollow Knight, that it won't be upside down, because that's kind of funny if it would be. And let me grab my stream chat. My apologies. What the heck? Why do I do these things? I try... Sorry. I closed a window that I didn't want to close. And so I panicked. I am someone who... Okay. How do you think I am in a crisis situation? As I set this up real quick. As I'm setting up my windows, my chats, I'm going over to streaming. But yeah, so if you have a question about me, about TTRPGs, about VTubing, about anything, throw that in the question section. How do you think I am in a crisis situation? Funny enough, I am one of those people who in a crisis situation, I lock in. I'm one of those people who really, it doesn't matter what's going on. It matters the intensity of what's going on. If it is a crisis situation, I will lock in and I will be panicking afterwards. You literally have a super villainous arch nemesis. Oh my gosh. If your squeals are any indication, you'd be an anchor around... If your squeals are any indication, you'd be an anchor around my neck. Your squeals are any... What does that mean? My greatest enemy is myself, so one bet it is. Hey, don't steal my thoughts. My greatest enemy is being tired. Gosh, no. An achievement for the corner. Listen, I will hit up the devs. I will say, thank you so much for sending this to me. We had a great time. Woe be upon ye, for there was no achievement for the DVD hitting the corner. Yes, we waited. Yes, it was worth it. I envy the lock-in ability. So I think it... when I tell people this, they're like, yeah, that's a trauma response. So I don't know how that is. But I am someone who, like, full stop, I'm weird in that sense, because I can lock in crisis, but if it is a minor inconvenience, if it is something that is really not that bad, that might unironically, like, ruin my day. I am someone where if, for instance, like, two people will, like, be getting into a fight in front of me, and I've just, like, literally stepped between them and pushed them apart. I have, like, just on instinct, get in there, break down the fight, diffuse the situation. I've also been in situations where I, like, was eating a cookie, and then I dropped it, and then my mood was ruined for the rest of the day. So... You know, it's not really like a superpower. It's more like taking the ability to handle small scale day-to-day stuff and applying that to larger scale situations. And I think that's why something like content creation, I pretty consistently am told, both by other content creators as well as by you, that I am someone who, like, just has a good head on my shoulders. I'm pretty, like, I have good takes usually. Which I try my very best. I just kind of speak as I do, and I try to reaffirm that anything I say is just my opinion. I'm not an authority in basically any regard. I would even say in, like, TTRPGs, I'm not an authority. I would even say in like Lancer or Kane or anything, I'm not an authority. But I try my best to just kind of give my reasoned takes, and people are like, "You are pretty good at that." But then, like, off stream, I'll have the most, like, nonsensical inability to do the most basic functions. This could totally be cap, but I remember something about neurodivergent people reacting to human. Oh no, this is bad hormones the opposite way. Well, and that's the thing, right? You can't. Anytime you say, "Oh, neurodivergent people do this," that's almost always wrong. Not because it's not based in anything, but because neurodivergent people is people who are depressed, is people who are like low functioning autistic and unable to take care of themselves, is people who have OCD, people who have Tourette's, people who have PTSD. All of these people are, quote unquote, neurodivergent. All of these people have divergencies from neurotypicality. that are all very different from one another. And some of them are higher functioning than others. Some of them are more socially related than others. Some of them are based in trauma. Others are based in genetics. Some are both. So anytime you say neurodivergent people are X, even if X sounds right, it probably doesn't apply to all of them. It might apply to most of them, but that is a slippery slope you have to worry about. And I'm not even talking like all neurodivergent people don't know how to socialize. I'm talking stuff like something as simple as even like all autistic people are good at math. That's much more narrow than all neurodivergent people, but it is still a stereotype. It is still wrong. It is still a lot of the times true, but it's not most of the times true. Neurodivergent people are categorically non-standard, so general descriptions are generally ineffective. Yeah. And I would even go so far as to say neurotypical people aren't really categorically standard, because being neurotypical, like at this point, is less so you fit these criteria, and it's more you don't fit these other criteria. From my understanding, as someone that has not like read through the entire DSM-5 but has looked through it in like psychology classes, being neurotypical is not a matter of fitting X, Y, and Z. Okay, you're neurotypical. That is how you determine if you're neurodivergent. Yeah, it's a negative definition. It is you're not depressed, you're not anxious, you don't have OCD, you don't have PTSD, you don't have autism, you don't have any of these developmental disorders or like mental dysfunctions or any neurodivergence. Okay, by all of that being crossed out, you are neurotypical, which is just, I mean, it's a required term. It is a useful term. It is your control group, so to speak. But that means two very different people can both be two very different people will both be neurotypical. The DSM has its own bucket of worms to deal with. I learned that from my psychologist friend. Okay, so the DSM is, from my understanding, as not an authority, the best way of categorization we have of mental dysfunctions and like neurodivergence and all that. It is flawed. And even the DSM-5, which is the most recent one, is severely flawed. But broadly speaking, it's better than the DSM-4. It is generally a category. It is closer to an encyclopedia more than anything. And what you'll run into is, oh, I'm a psychologist. This person is very clearly not having a good time, but they don't actually hit the markers for depression. They hit the markers for anxiety. So I prescribe them anxiety meds, but they're actually closer to depressed than anxious. They just had comorbidities and they didn't know how to explain it properly. So I misdiagnosed them because I'm looking at the DSM. All of that back and forth. Then there's also stuff like how transgenderism. It may have been gender dysphoria in the DSM-4 was considered a mental dysfunction in the same categorization as like depression, anxiety, or whatever, and then that was removed in the DSM-5. I think what it may have been is that it was transsexualism was in the DSM-4, and now gender dysphoria is in DSM-5. So you can treat someone for gender dysphoria, but being trans is not a mental dysfunction. Like by the DSM-5, from what I remember, it is if you are suffering from gender dysphoria, that is a mental dysfunction. If you are trans but not suffering from gender dysphoria, you simply like are trans without like the discomfort of gender dysphoria, you do not have a mental dysfunction. That's my understanding. This might be cap, but I heard that there's some biological basis in that neurotypical brains tend to function in relatively similar ways. Well, so that's where you get back to like the control group. If you have a group that doesn't do X and doesn't do Y and doesn't do Z, you're going to find similarities with it. They're still going to be distinct from one another. They're still going to be separate, but they are going to have their own striations. Yeah, relatively similar for humans is broad. Well, so if I take the brain of a 20-year-old Japanese man, and I compare it, and assuming he's neurotypical, and I compare that to the brain of a 70 Ukrainian woman, even if they're both neurotypical, they're not depressed, they don't have anxiety, they don't have ADHD, OCD, PTSD, Tourette's, they don't have gender dysphoria, they're not autistic, they lack the criteria for any of those mental dysfunctions. They are going to biologically have very different setups, despite both being quote unquote neurotypical, because their sex is different, their upbringing is different, their age is different, their culture is different, and how they were socialized is different. That's going to be completely different from one another, even if they're both quote unquote neurotypical. Similarly, if they were both autistic, they would probably be very different from one another. If they both had PTSD, even from a similar traumatic event, they would both have very different psychologies. And that's why the human brain is so weird. Because the human brain is one of those things where, and there's a difference between the electrochemistry of the brain from a biological perspective with hormonal imbalances and the kind of Freudian, Jungian, wibbly wobbly psychiatry angle. The difference between studying the brain versus studying the mind. That's all weird, but science is effectively trial and error, and trial and error thrives off of having concrete answers. It's not dependent on concrete answers, but the foundation is made out of the answers you have. So you want a concrete foundation. With something like the mind, with psychology, with psychiatry, that is so abstract that you can't really build a foundation off of it. And that's why, even though we've been studying it like regularly for over 100 years, like Freud was, I believe, the late 19th century, modern, like father of modern psychology, widely considered wrong about most things, considered a quack, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. We still don't know that much, and we're still constantly learning new things as our understanding of that foundation changes, right? Scientists aren't able to understand the entire universe, but they're trying harder than most to do so. So I trust the work they put in to understand it more than I do some random people on TikTok. Well, that's the thing. In the universe, the laws of thermodynamics might not be correct. We might be wrong. It's still a pretty good basis to have the rest of your research off of, right? However, with psychology, is it biological? Is it socialized? With psychology, is there this innate need of the balance between the superego, the id, and like bringing that together with the ego? Or is it about the development you had during as a child with like Erickson's 8 stages? Is this a situation where you are born with it? Is it nature, or do you learn it? Is it nurture? Is it a combination of them? Is there some overlap of gene expression with activation? We don't know. And like people have different thoughts because scientists and psychologists are all like, the thing you need to understand is that whenever science is used inappropriately, 90% of the time, that is not the scientists doing it inappropriately. It is people with an agenda trying to push it in a certain way. For instance, the Tylenol autism link. Like, most of the time, scientists are doing science because they're nerds. And if you know anything about nerds, you know that nerds love getting into the weeds on something that interests them. So you have scientists who very strongly believe that it's all, you're born with it, it is who you are, you come into the world with a set programming, and no matter what circumstances you're in, you will always be an alcoholic, you will always be a murderer, you will always be a good Samaritan. It doesn't matter what your life is. And then you have other people who are thinking, no, it's entirely how you're raised. You can have the worst person raised from a terrible household because they never were taught how to be good. And neither of those camps is doing that because they're trying to be hostile 90% of the time. Sometimes that happens, but 90% of the time, it's scientists legitimately trying to push the bounds. I don't know if the nerd analogy applies as much these days, but maybe that's just my pessimism. That's the thing. It does apply these days, because I know a bunch of people in academia, and all of the people in academia are saying, we're nerds, we love this, we have no funding, unless we're pushing an agenda. The issue is that you have scientists who, let's say I'm a scientist, and I want to study the psychology of, I don't know, alcohol on, I don't know, let's see the effect of alcohol on like juvenile minds and juvenile brains. So my whole thing is I want to get a bunch of kids that have been arrested for, or like have been known to do like underage drinking, and I want to study them over the next 6 years, and I want to see how their brain development compares to a control group that has never consumed alcohol, right? I'm probably not going to get funding for that unless I can prove to some third-party institution, maybe a subsidiary of a very famous like beer company, that wants me to maybe prove that, hey, it's not that bad. Like, sure, we shouldn't let like 14-year-olds drink, but like, yeah, if it's lowered to like 16, that's not that bad. And then suddenly my research is tainted because the only way I can get it done is because I have to accept money from a lobbyist. That's not the scientist being malicious. That is the scientist being put in a system where they're incapable of doing unbiased research unless they accept money from a place that is biased. Or what will happen is that you'll have research that is unbiased. And then you will have someone who takes that research, cites it, and references it, completely misrepresents it, while presenting themselves as a science educator. And then people never read the original article. I'm a scientist. I go and I read a research paper about how the negative impact of alcohol on juveniles from age 14 through 18 over the span of 6 years, and how they see on average a 27% reduction in cognitive development, and their grades tend to be a full 8 points lower than their sober peers. And then someone takes that and says, and that is why it's not as bad as we thought it was. And actually, if you find this research, turns out when 16-year-olds drink alcohol, it doesn't actually affect them that much, because in the research paper, like, all of the 16-year-olds were fine while literally every other age group wasn't. Yeah, it's like Pentex, right? Like, I will say something and I will say like, hey, here's my findings, here's my methodology, here's what I did. And then someone will say that and cherry pick information, cite an actual research paper that does literally say that, but present it in such a way that, okay, they will ignore my conclusions. They will present their own that fits their agenda. And then boom, misinformation. Even though it's based on real actual science. It's the liberal heat map, yeah. In the Soviet Union, being a dissenter against Marxism was often classified as a sluggish schizophrenia, or even just not liking the government. Oh my gosh. I mean, we can't discount bad actors in science. Andrew Wakefield was a doctor at one point. I mean, there's also the guy who freaking autism and vaccines. The guy who found a correlation between autism and vaccines was, I believe, apologetic. He got it wrong. He was like, I was incorrect here, and this should not be taken at face value. But then the whole anti-vax movement took it and ran with it. Like, that's Wakefield, okay. That's who I thought it was, but I didn't know the name. Yeah, we're actually looking at the study will disprove the point. Exactly. They're altering consensus right before our eyes. These woke mages. These mages trying to inform our reality. With the DSM-5, behavioral addictions can literally be anything you enjoy doing a lot. I don't like to lionize scientists too much because they're still humans with all the strengths and flaws that implies. They need to get paid to. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think that something like saying how messed up like scientists are, or like, can scientists just not, is something where I feel as though that is a misinformed opinion to have. Because again, 90% of the time, It's not the scientists. It is the lobbyists. It's the science educators surrounding it. That is why, like Hank Green, Bill Nye the Science Guy, these educators who go and like have the acumen to read science papers and explain it to the layperson are as important, I would say, as the scientists doing that research. Because if I make a research paper saying, hey, X is bad because of reasons A through N and also M through P, no one's going to read that paper. I need someone that can appeal to your ethos. I need someone who has credibility as a science educator to say, hey, X is bad because of, and they know that the main points people are going to care about is B, C, and F. They have been in the game long enough to recognize if I say X is bad, I need to back it up with research. I have research. No one cares about the research. I need to hit points that people are going to care about, B, C, and F. And that's why those people are so important. Oh, we humans love having our preconceived biases confirmed. Confirmation bias. That is one of the biggest issues that we deal with societally. Honestly, we can just restart society. I think ours is defective. Oh, listen, maybe the world did end in 2012. Maybe this is just a fever dream of the last moments of a dying world, kind of living out its thought process. Because this is nostalgia. This is definitely nostalgia talking. But the world was so much simpler. And like, yes, it is nostalgia. Pentex is such a great concept. Yeah. This is definitely nostalgia, but it's also just like how online everything is. Like, I do genuinely believe that algorithms are the ones that pushed the polarization in recent years. I definitely think that social media is one of the things that has made everything so much worse than it was, because suddenly anyone can say anything. If they say something that you want to hear, you will hear more of it. You will not hear the dissension. You think everyone thinks like you. Boo. Arrow writes more like arrow blight be upon ye. Ah! Oh my gosh. Yeah, I got freaking zooted there for a moment. I'm so sorry. Pentex. They evaporated the boss. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. Pentex is a company in the TTRPG Werewolf, the Apocalypse. And Pentex is your stand-in for real life evil mega corporations. Not just like this corporation is really greedy, ha ha ha. No, like the ones that use like child labor, underpaid, in dangerous conditions, the ones that will like set fire to the Amazon simply because they know they can make money off of like the reconstruction efforts, and they can invest in businesses in that area. It is not as simple as big company equals bad. Pentex is the distillation of human greed. And the book is not shy about the fact Pentex is a stand-in for a real life company. That we're not going to talk about which company. However, the book is just like, hey, here's a couple company names, and you are totally at liberty to just make them the real life equivalent that we just parodied. And that's up to you. You're the distillation of our sins. Play Kane with me. Maybe you'll see that. I played Kane the other day. Actually, literally yesterday. I want to talk about Kane. After this, I'll talk about Kane. Pentex does everything evil, even conversion therapy for some reason. Listen, if it can make money, Pentex will do it. Pentex Energy is also a utility company based out of Munster, Texas. Nestle, not quite. Do it, I dare you. Talk about Kane. Do you want to hear about the Kane game I ran? Do you want to hear about the Kane? I finally got a chance to run Kane. You can talk about Kane only if I get to be able. Okay, I'll beat you over the head with a rock. Like, sure. To be fair, you could literally be any corporation because all evil corporations are kind of the same. I mean, yeah, but it's to the level, it's to the extent. Okay, so what I did is I ran a game for another content creator, Celerity Dust, if you know them. Very sweet, very cute. And what they did, can I just copy this? Nope. Okay. So what I did is I'm genuinely surprised you've never played Kane before with how much you talk about it. No, so I wanted to play Kane for the longest time. I didn't have a group. Same thing with Lancer. For the longest time, I didn't have a group. I finally got a chance to play it like 3 months ago, or I got a chance to run it 3 months ago. And that's why I always feel bad whenever I would like talk about Kane, because like, I have not played this before, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert. Now I've run it. In Kane, what I sent my player. Let me grab a screenshot real quick. Oh, I sent this in Discord. If you know, if you are on the Discord, I already sent this there. But why did it break? Oh, probably because I'm on streamer mode. Yeah, that's why. That makes sense. Notice regarding Operation Waning Recourse. E13 FLB. You've been selected to participate in an upcoming hunt. Congratulations. Seers detected an anomaly in the town of Thunderfeld, New York, congruent with readings of a manifested ogre. Local weather patterns and infrastructure degradation are consistent with a Cat 1 reading, though a nascent Cat 2 is within margin of error. EO5TH will be acting as your team lead for this operation and will be responsible for your briefing. Report to Garage A for your deployment at 0800. Meal to be provided. As above, so below. Handler Alpha. Addendum. Attach to the relevant trauma questions for your convenience. And then the trauma questions of the ogre. So, what I did is, this is a game where, with my player, it's a one-on-one game. I was like, hey, what do you want from this? And they're like, I want a standard game of Kane. I want you to run like your stereotypical game of Kane, but I want to be a content creator. So their character is a flux user, which is time manipulation, who was like on the in-game equivalent of like the Dream SMP, where their powers manifested, where on playing like Minecraft as like a live streamer, they had situations where they did impossible tricks that they couldn't have accounted for because they started rewinding time during this like SMP, during this Minecraft situation. So then they got picked up by Kane, they get sent out as an exorcist, and the first hunt that they're sent on is for an ogre. A Cat 1 ogre. Now, what information they were given? They were given information that a week ago, an 8th grade student took her own life. And though post-mortem ogres are uncommon, it is assumed that this student is the one who is the host that manifested the ogre. So it's a priority 1 investigation. Similarly, for about a month up until she made that decision, she was in contact with her biology teacher as well as the guidance counselor. So those are our avenues to pursue, as well as the family. There is also strange, mysterious noises coming from the park around dawn and dusk, and that is considered a priority 3 investigation because it could be anomalous. It's unclear what it is. And the player showed up. They're called Hat Trick. They are also EO13 because what they wanted is, I told them, you get a name and you get an XID. Your XID is what you were referred to by official Kane correspondence. Your name is what the other exorcists will call you. So Hat Trick was their online handle, was their like YouTube name, was their streamer name. So their name is Hat Trick, and then their XID is E13-FLH or FLB. My apologies. The reason priority investigations. So you use that to kind of guide the player where to research. So what I did is on the little intro, I told them this is a priority 1 investigation, this is priority 3 investigation. And that is Seer's interpretation of what you should prioritize. I told my player, this does not mean this is more important. This does not mean that this is correct. The Seer might be wrong, but this is what Seer thinks you should prioritize. Priority, like the lower the number, the higher the priority. So for instance, later on in the mission, they realized a couple things and they're like, I think we should go here first, priority 1, here 2, priorities 2, here 3, priority 3. So like they started using the lingo of just like when choosing what locations to go to, they would assign them priorities, which is what I wanted them to do. It was a setup for them to start using that lingo because I think that's cool. So E13 FLB, they are in dorm Epsilon, which is why E. They are the 13th member of dorm Epsilon, so E13. FL is for Flux, their blasphemy. And B is because they are the second user of Flux in dorm Epsilon. So E13 FLB, Epsilon 13 Flux second. And for instance, the other person that was the team lead is EO5 TEH. EO5 TEH. Epsilon, 5th member, tension, I think that's 7. The 7th tension member in Epsilon, maybe the 8th. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 8th. So all official Kane correspondence has them just with ID numbers, but this one is called Arthur. That's what they're called by their teammates. I can only imagine how hard it would be to service those. So what do you mean? Do you mean flub? Do you mean in terms of like referring to the characters of that? Because generally I'll just call them like EO5, E13, E14, E15. Thinking of the wrong thing. Brett, I added 2 false hydras to Kane arrow with YouTube thumbnail pointing at false hydra. Okay, so my players saw, because this is another content creator, Celerity Dust. My players saw my false hydra video, so I can't do that. I can only pull the false hydra trick on a player that doesn't know the false hydra trick. I'll admit a few weeks ago, you compared something to a Kane hunt. I misunderstood and thought you were talking about Vampire the Masquerade, and it still fit. It does kind of fit. I'm not going to lie. Also, hey, Sigmar. I believe I was thinking of a Lancer, not Kane. Understood. But yeah, so this was an ogre hunt where a 8th grader unfortunately took her own life. She was talking with her bio teacher and the guidance counselor. And very quickly, the player realized, because there are 3 other NPCs. They and 2 of them. So you have Hattie, Hatrick, which is the player character. You have Snake. You have Raphael. And then team lead is Arthur. Arthur is Cat 2. All of these are Cat 1. Because all of them are newbies, they wanted a lead so that they wouldn't immediately like die. Is Snake solid? No. So my favorite, Erdrick. All of these are call signs. All of these are names assigned to you by everyone else. So the reason she is called Raphael is because Arthur was reading a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic at the time of her being introduced, saw she had a poor attitude, called her Raphael as a joke, and it stuck. So literally, she is your favorite Ninja Turtle. Also, she's weirdly good at math, and she also draws like the historical Raphael. So, one bed trope is peak. I don't know what you say. Okay, we can talk about that after. But yeah, so they all have like call signs. They all have names. They have nicknames. Beautiful. I love it. That's exactly how call signs should work. Exactly. And like Arthur, the reason he's called Arthur is because he tries to help everyone. He has a 2-handed like long sword he wields in combat. He's like tries to be like older brother, protect people. He's a real King Arthur. He thinks he's King Arthur, protecting people, running around, like guiding people. Snake is literally just autistic. So Snake will just stim by like just like hiss to themselves. They'll sway back and forth just kind of absently. And so someone was just like, yo, what's going on with that like snake looking one? And then they called them Snake because poor Snake. That immediately endeared them to the player, by the way. I will say call signs, when you explain the call sign to your players, the players will instantly pick up on, okay, that's funny. Wait, that's so cute. I'm in love with this. Like they will immediately connect to the reason why the call sign came in. So anyway, Reika, the student that took her own life, presumed post-mortem ogre host. So we have Reika. She, before she took her own life, was in contact with her bio teacher, Mr. Abiola, who then, in kind of like comforting her and like trying to reassure her, sent her to the guidance counselor. This is Amalia. So Reika is talking with these two. She also has her family. And then there's also this park that the player thinks might be the palace, because that's where weird noises are coming from. You don't know where or the circumstances under how Reika took her own life. So there's a situation where, okay, we're going to split up. Raphael and Snake, you go over to the park. You investigate. We are going to go over to Reika's family home, the Ghosh residence. And we're going to talk to them. And then they realize very quickly that they look like they're a priest and a nun. They have no money, no ID. They have a map which has marked where the family home is by Kane, but no actually GPS or map or like information to get there. And they have to convince the family to give them information about their dead daughter. Needless to say, the player realized very quickly what kind of situation they were in. So they go over to the family. Yeah, this is live. You didn't notice? Hey, Matt, you thought this was just a video? Hi, I'm pre-recorded. I'm going to have to watch the VOD later. I look away for 1 second. How do we go from call signs to ogre? So I'm talking about the hunt. We did one session. And what happens is that Arthur and Hattie go to a thrift shop, and Arthur has a card that has a little bit of money on it. So they buy him like a polo that he can wear to make him look a bit more official. And they decide to go to the Ghosh residence, Reika's family home, and basically pull the, hey, we are from a Catholic school that your daughter applied to. And we were so excited with her application, but we haven't heard from her in a while. So we were in the area and wanted to come give you a visit because we want this to go through. And they talked to Reika's mom, who is a like middle-aged like Indian woman. And my player gave me just like my player looks at me after I go through and I play her mom, and they look at me and say, "You just made my mom in this game," which that means that it's bad. Not in the sense of like I performed inadequately, but in the sense of like, oh, I did the gaslighting right. So because Reika's mom, a bit more conservative, a bit more strict. A large part of the reason why Reika took her own life is the expectations and abuse that emotionally and verbally that Reika's mom put on her. That Reika's mom is talking about how wonderful her daughter was and how smart she was and how talented she was and how, she was reading those Japanese books and learning Japanese, which my player found extremely funny because it was BL. No, I saw the thumbnail, saw the weird beholder, and was like, oh, nice. Working on so many things, so my attention is admittedly split. That's fair. So I played Reika's mom extremely familiarly to my player, which was a massive compliment to me, because I was playing Reika's mom as someone who is judging her daughter for have taken her own life. How dare she do that? That's lazy. That is disrespectful. She should have thought of me before she did that. Can't she know how much that hurts me? While at the same time wanting to put her daughter on a pedestal to these other people that wanted to get her into their school, and immediately pivoting to try and get Reika's siblings into the same school, because apparently it's this prestigious Catholic school that her daughter took initiative to apply to without ever telling her. It was a bit of a hard line to walk. It was a bit difficult to portray someone who is hurting from the loss of their child, but that at the same time values the social advancement of their other child more than the pain and grieving of their daughter. But my player said that it was very well done, so I'm very happy about how that turned out. Anyway, they talk. Is this a game that you're playing now? Yeah, so I ran this game of Kane for another content creator yesterday. Off stream, we didn't record it or anything. My player was like, hey, I'm fine if you record it and make content out of it. I'm like, I want my first game of Kane to just be me running for my friend. We're going to chill. We're not going to record it. We're not going to live stream it. I'll talk about it on stream, but nothing. You did a great impression of a terrible person. Yeah, I tried my very best to make someone who, like, they're real, right? Like Miss Ghosh, or Mrs. Ghosh, I suppose. I kept calling her Miss Ghosh. Mrs. Ghosh, very much like Sanvi, someone who I've met in real life so many times. Someone who, and my player and I were talking about this after the session, the idea of, I'm doing this for you because I love you. And now you owe me for that. Right? The idea of you owe me because I love you. I'm giving you things out of the goodness of my heart because you are my child, because I love you. And because of that, now you owe me. That kind of dynamic, which my player was talking about how, like, it's very C. It's very Southeast Asian. I was going for more South Asian. I was going for more an Indian family dynamic. But like my player was just like, yeah, this is so familiar to me. That's just my mom. No, literally, also, that's what I was going for. I was going for this very uncomfortable but real dynamic. Unconditional, but not really. Like, very conditional love. Yeah, exactly. Catching you stream for the first time, was excited that Kane was getting content made about it. First thing I hear is BL. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, so like Reika was into comics, was into manga, was reading BL, was in the local band scene, was a good student, but not the best student. She was in honors classes, but struggling. I described her as the dumbest of the smart kids, which I think a lot of people can relate to. Like the idea of, you are smarter than the average person, you are stupider than everyone you associate with. Which that's how I was for a lot of high school. I was in a lot of advanced classes, but I was in STEM. I was in STEM advanced classes, and I am not a STEM brain. I am not someone good at mathematics. I'm not someone good at engineering. I was struggling. That's just every parental figure I've ever met. Like, darn, Arrow, what do you mean I did it again? What did I do again? So the Ghosh family household got a lot of information from the mom about Reika, about who she was, what she was up to. At the same time, they kind of split off. Hattie, the main character, or the player character, was talking to Sanvi, the mom, Miss Ghosh. Arthur was doing a quote-unquote interview of Reika's sibling, Reika's brother, Kyan. And effectively, Kyan picked up very quickly that Arthur was not who he said he was, but was actually looking into trying to figure out what happened with his sister. So Kyan gave Arthur information as Hattie got information from Sanvi, from the mom. They leave, they reconvene, and they realize, okay, so this comic store that she frequented is probably like priority 3. That's a good lead, but not our most not our largest one. It was brought up that apparently the guidance counselor was not much help by Kyan. Kyan said that, like, hey, he knows his sister. His sister talked about how the guidance counselor wasn't any help, so probably not a useful lead. But the bio teacher was actually someone that she legitimately was relying upon and giving her good advice and was trying his best to be there for his student. So he would be a good lead. So they decide that should be priority 1. Snake and Raphael, still, they're off in the park. They're off in investigating that, like, anomalous noise that was priority 3 investigation. They don't have phones, so they can't communicate. So their whole goal is that they're going to meet up at a, like, secondary location at a set time. They go to the school. Outside the school, they see a woman in front of a little memorial. Turns out this woman is Amalia, the guidance counselor. They talk with her. They basically pull we were friends of Reika and we knew her online and we were the only ones in the state, so we wanted to come by and just kind of like get some closure for the friend group online. Amalia is not really certain about them. They talk about how they know that Reika was close to the biology teacher and how he was like a support network for her, and they kind of wanted to go like thank him for what he did for their friend. And Amalia goes, "Oh, him?" And then the players are like, what? And it turns out that apparently Mr. Abiola, this biology teacher, has basically been like a shut-in for the past while. Like after he lost his wife, he was really just kind of like going off to the bar after school every day. And now that Reika has taken her own life, he just stays at school far past hours, drowning himself in work. And immediately my player goes, he's the ogre. It wasn't Reika. It wasn't the girl who took her own life. It wasn't the girl who was pushed over the edge. It was the man that was attempting to help her from that point and failed. It was a man who they learned is an alcoholic, who lost his mother quite fairly recently, and then his wife, and now a girl that he was attempting to like keep from doing that same thing. He is someone who is now drowning himself in work until he's kicked out of the school. And then after he leaves school, he will go off to the bar, and then he will go home and pass out and then come to school the next day. And also, I just realized I have no music. I'm sorry. I should put on the ogre theme because we're talking ogres. And it was a twist, technically. I never told the player that it was Reika, that it was the student, but it was the idea of no. It was how hurt you can be when someone in your life takes their own life. And my player might watch this, so I won't talk about specific domains, but I will say all of the domains I chose were revolving around this feeling of helplessness. This feeling of, for instance, one of the domains that the player knows about is the agony. The agony is a domain that at the start of the hunt, one of the exorcists gets the sunken affliction. The sunken affliction is at 3 times per hunt, so 3 times per game, effectively. I can ask the player, is your heart in this? When they make a roll. If it is, they get an extra die on the roll and they take damage. But if it's not, if they're just kind of phoning this in, if they're doing it not because they want to, but because they feel they have to, the ogre's influence makes them roll 0 dice. Which, in Kane, if you ever roll 0 dice on a die pool, you roll 2 dice, take the lower one. It's like disadvantage, but for d6s. But you recover Psychic Burst, because the idea is that with the Sunken Affliction, it is the ogre's malaise. The ogre's influence over you. It's hard to push through. It's stressful. It's damaging to ignore that. But if you lean into it, if you just give up, if you just let everything go away, you literally are empowered by the ogre as a result. And so that's one of the domains. And the affliction I've chosen that I'm going to be using, which they haven't encountered yet, but just the affliction is not that bad of a thing to spoil, is called circling the drain. And this affliction is for the rest of the hunt, so long as you have it, you cannot gain the benefits of setting up or teamwork. So you can't prepare for an action and then capitalize off of it. You can't help someone else. You can't have someone help you because you're just circling the drain. You're on your way to the bottom. It's inevitable. You will get there eventually. What's the point in fighting it? What is the point in pushing against it? And similarly, on top of it, you add something to your agenda, which I don't remember what that is. I don't remember what the agenda item is, but my goal is that the agony with the sunken affliction, circling the drain affliction. There are 2 other domains that I'm going to keep private for now because we haven't gotten to them. it's all about this idea of you're a failure. You can't do anything. You shouldn't do anything. To do anything is pointless. There is no point in hoping. There's no point in trying. You should just let the world continue spinning around you as you sit in your hole and you rot. Because that is how Abiola feels. That is how this teacher, who was trying his absolute darndest to help his student through a tough time, while he himself, not after, during a very rough period of his life, he is trying his best to help the student, and then the student takes their own life. Sounds like the agenda died. So that is one of the afflictions. I did not choose that one because the afflictions of this ogre relate to like a lack of agency. This feeling that anything you do is pointless, you shouldn't try, you can't affect the world. Like everything you want in the world will slip away from you, so don't even try to hold on to it. I wanted agenda die because that is literally one of the agendas the ogre can give you. I felt that wouldn't work. I felt that didn't fit thematically with this ogre, even though I think it is hilarious. You're getting serious psychological horror games from this hive? Yeah. I absolutely adore that domain. The Sunken Affliction is so interesting. It's so interesting because it's an accurate depiction of willpower and how hard it is to do good things. Yeah, and the Sunken Affliction is fantastic. And I'm just going to repeat what Zach Tack said, right, in his video. The Sunken Affliction is, if you go ahead and do the thing, yes, your heart is in it. You have to push through the struggle. You have to push past your darkest impulses and your inability to affect change. But if you give up, if your heart isn't in it, the ogre rewards that. You are so on the same wavelength as the miasma around you that you literally are stronger as a result of this. And the thing I find interesting, it's not a catch-22, they're both bad. It is, you get +1 die, which is pretty powerful in Kane, actually. I was not realizing how few dice the player would be rolling. They were rarely rolling more than 2 dice, which I was not expecting. So a single +1d, very good. But you take, I think it's 1d3 +1 damage, which is like half their health, right? That's a lot of damage. That's nothing to scoff at. And then if you do this, you roll 0 dice, which again sucks, is bad, but you get +1 psychic burst, which gives you more powers, gives you more abilities. So to succeed, you kind of have to be fed up with being powerless and not trying. So with the Sunken Affliction, yes, with the Sunken Affliction, it is, you feel this pressure on you to just give up, but you push forward despite that. Despite the fact it's hard, despite the fact you have to spend your willpower, you have to spend your energy, you have to spend your mental focus, you have to exhaust yourself, you have to push through the physical barriers holding you back, and the mental ones, and the emotional ones, and the reputational ones, to do the thing you want to do. That is stress. By virtue of doing that, you will be even stronger, which is why +1. Power word depression, yeah. Yeah, it's a genuine trade-off for health for power or bad roll with bonus. It's almost kind of the sin hunt I want to do, except for an ogre, it's a hound, and the kid's dad is the host. Yeah. And see, and that's the thing. I felt as though this situation with Reika taking her own life is something that Seer immediately was like, okay, she is the host, clearly. Even though post-mortem ogres are uncommon, she's very clearly the host. The player was like, she is very clearly the host. But as soon as I brought up the fact that someone close to her, someone trying to help her, was struggling, the player was like, oh my gosh, that's the host. He's the ogre. And then talking to him, he was miserable. He was just disassociating, staring at a pile of work that he wasn't finishing. He smelled of alcohol despite the fact it was like 5 p.m. just after school hours. He was very low energy, incapable of responding to the energy of the room. He would sometimes trail off and just not finish his sentence. But the one time he perked up and had an active back and forth and was animated was when, in a part of the lie, they were saying is that we're Reika's friends. We miss her so much. We're so happy to talk to you. This is my first time dealing with loss. Immediately, Abiola perks up, and has a multi-sentence monologue about how loss is not the end of your time with this person. It simply recontextualizes all the time you spent with them. It is to make you appreciate who they were and their impact on you. And while you may not be able to make new memories, you will have your old memories with them. To lose someone is not to lose yourself, even though it feels like it is. You will find new people in your life who you will love and cherish and also lose. But to lose someone is not the end. It is simply a very painful middle point and a reminder for everyone else in your life of the impact they have on you and the things you will be able to do with them going forward. And you will be able to treasure the memories you have with this person forever. Even if you will never shake off that lingering grief that tinges your every single memory of them. Nostalgia will never be able to bring you past the stage of mourning, but it will be able to soften your smile and wipe away your tears. And that after a guy who all of his responses were a sentence. All of his responses were him vaguely responding to what they were saying. And my player picked up on the fact that he seems fixated on helping kids. He's a teacher. He spent so much time and effort trying to help Reika. When the player character, who's a 17-year-old, mentioned this is their first time dealing with loss, he immediately went into dad mode. And they clocked that one of the trauma questions probably has to deal with the fact that he wants to help kids. My player, went the angle of, well, if he lost his mom, he lost his wife, and now he lost a young girl, and now I, playing a female character, he is kind of taking on a parental role towards, he has this kind of fixation of helping women. And it might be an emasculation thing where he feels that as a man, he needs to help women. And I was that's a very interesting angle to go. In my notes, it was entirely about an age thing. As a teacher, he wants to help the kids. He feels that the thing keeping him from going over the edge is the kids that he can help, even though he feels he's useless. Yeah, poor thing is traumatized, he couldn't help anyone. Exactly, and that's why all of his domains of the ogre, that is why all of his miasma, the affliction, relates to you're just powerless. It's not about rot and decay. It's not about odious, monstrous flesh. It is about lack of agency. It is about not being able to do anything. It's about Cain. This is about Cain, yes. Yeah, I guess, whatever. 16-minute soliloquy. Or it's not a soliloquy, it's a monologue. It was to another character, that makes it a monologue. Sounds like it would take a supremely dedicated person. Yeah. So that has been my ogre hunt thus far. We ended where the player, so Hattie and Arthur, left the school after getting a call from Snake and Raphael. Remember, Snake and Raphael don't have a phone. They stole some money, found a payphone, and called Raphael's phone. Because Raphael is a cat too. He has a credit card, he has a phone, not much, but still some. Speaking of loss, oh my gosh. And then they meet up at the park. Apparently, at the park, it was a poltergeist. It was a drifter that was making the noises. And the poltergeist mentioned that in 2 hours from now, Arthur was going to be torn apart limb from limb. So they're reconciling with that. Though they did confirm that the park is not relevant to the palace. The palace is not at the park. It is just a poltergeist. It is a drifter. It is separate. And as they're talking, tension increased. They hit pressure 1. And they realized that the entire area surrounding them all seemed desaturated by 40%. And there's it was a cloud rolled in. And they can still see, but 50 feet away, it starts to get to the point where like there's visual distortion. You can't really make out what there is. And they realized that the miasma had spread to the park. And this, when they saw the miasma, they realized we were in the school. The school was cold. It was desaturated. It was kind of wet and moist and kind of humid, despite the fact that the AC was on. They realized the miasma was in the school. So the miasma was in the school. It now has spread to the park. So the palace is somewhere at the school. They know that. Now, end of the session, they say, we're going to go back to the palace. And I did not get to do my tension move yet. So I'm going to do a tension move, which, for those of you who don't know, yes, the ogre's fair point. The ogre's severe attack, pulverize. The poltergeist, it is theorized that it can see the future. And it is recommended that exorcists ignore what it says. However, they're fighting an ogre, and they were informed by something that can see the future that Arthur will be torn limb from limb. So, dense fog, but not actually fog. I would say more of a light fog. This ogre is less about fog and more so about just... It's the sinking feeling. I'm going for more of a liquid-based vibe. So, for instance, in the palace, or I shouldn't talk about the palace because the player might watch this. I can talk about that next week because I think that this is going to be a 2-session hunt. I think the first session was most of the investigation. Hit pressure 1. They now know who the host is. They have an answer to. They think they have an answer to all 3. They're not confident about the third trauma question. They have 2 solid answers, one of which is correct and one of which might not be correct. So they feel confident going in to deal with the ogre now. They want to go deal with the ogre now. So that's probably going to be session 2 after the tension move. I probably won't be able to be a proper participant next week. I'm sorry. Ogres tear limbs, they do. Foreshadowing is a literary technique. Exactly. It's not foreshadowing if I tell you exactly what's going to happen. Honestly, in some fights, seeing the future may not help, as they could happen faster than thought. And that's why the way I phrased it is they were talking to Raphael and Snake. And Raphael and Snake were kind of shaken up because they're like, hey, it knew our names, not like Raphael and Snake, like our actual real literal names. And it said that, and it saw my whisper. I have the whisper blasphemy. It saw my whisper, and even other exorcists can't see my whisper. Also, it said Arthur was going to get torn limb from limb. And Arthur's like, yeah, that's going to happen to all of us eventually. And then they're like, no, it said like in 2 hours, you're going to get torn limb from limb. I finally got a chance to play Lancer. Now you're making me want to play Kane. This is too good for roleplay. This session had maybe, I want to say 5 rolls. And there was a couple situations where I thought there was going to be a roll, and then it just ended up being roleplay. What's the significance of trauma questions for that game? I don't know about Kane aside from being about exorcism. Okay, so sins are the manifestation of humanity's worst impulses. So everyone in Kane has grace. This is your psyker gene, right? This is your ability to interface with the psychic sea. And some people have enough grace that it solidifies into a sin seed. This lets you be an exorcist. This gives you blasphemies. This gives you psychic powers. This is what your player characters are. Some people don't have enough grace to have a sin seed, but they still have more grace than average. And what happens is that when you're traumatized, when something really bad happens to you, and you have grace, you might accidentally, unconsciously, without meaning to, reach into the psychic sea that is the collective subconscious. That is where all of the manifestations of psychology reside. And based on your trauma, you manifest one of these sins. In this particular hunt, Mr. Abiola manifested, well, okay, so accidentally most of the time, Mr. Abiola, the biology teacher, his mother died. His wife left him. He is an alcoholic. And he was trying to help this student who then took her own life. because he feels he was unable to assist her. He feels that he was not able to effectively help her. So he, in his worst moments, sorry, my model just freaked out. He, in his worst moments, manifested an ogre, a representation of despair, of giving up, of self-pity, of lacking agency. And now he has 3 trauma questions associated with that. These trauma questions are... I can just do this. So the questions that make up an ogre are: who or what pushed you into this hole? Who or what is keeping you from going over the edge? What are you most ashamed of? So when I made the ogre, when I made this ogre, I had to answer these 3 questions. And in the investigation, the player is going around checking them off, saying, okay, we know the answer to this. We know the answer to this. During the fight with the ogre, because this whole thing culminates in, you have to find the ogre, you have to find the palace that the ogre resides in, and then you have to slay it. If you know the answer to one of these trauma questions, when the ogre does something, you can basically shout out the answer to this question. You can say, I know that it was Reika taking her life that pushed you into this hole. And doing so, because the sin, the ogre, is a manifestation of the psychic sea, is a manifestation of human psychology, bringing up that trauma, recognizing it, confronting it directly, and not hiding behind the ogre, not hiding in despair and self-pity, physically damages the ogre and makes the ogre less effective. So if the ogre is attempting to slam down a massive meat cleaver on you, and you call out no, I know that Reika pushed you into this because she took her own life, and you feel you could have helped her, that reduces the damage that the ogre does to you. It reduces incoming damage, and it deals damage to the ogre. So for each answer, they know they get to cancel. They don't get to cancel it, they get to reduce. So think of it like, I deal 5 stress to you as the ogre. You call out, no, I know that it was Reika taking her own life that pushed you into this hole because you feel like you could have helped her. You reduce the stress by 1d3, and you deal 1d3 stress to this ogre. The ogre will have somewhere between 9 to 12 health, depending on when you fight it in the hunt as pressure increases. So 1d3 damage on the ogre, very nice. That's a third of its health, a fourth of its health. And you reduce the incoming damage by 1d3. So maybe you roll 2, instead of dealing 5 damage, you take 3 damage. It's nice. It's not a reduction. But, each question can only be used once. And I don't know if the specific rule works this way. I'm going to rule it this way. If you get the question wrong, that counts. So, my player currently is operating under the assumption, who or what is keeping you from going over the edge? Their answer is alcohol, because he's an alcoholic. They think the ogre is pushing him to drink, and that is what is keeping him from taking his own life, because at least he can be happy with alcohol. That is not the correct answer. If the player, in fighting the ogre, says, I know that alcohol is keeping you from going over the edge, I am going to rule that, as that spends that trauma question, and even if they learn the right answer after that, they can't use it. I don't know if that's how it is raw, but I think that adds more to the trauma questions. Answer wrong, no, exactly. So if they get the first one right, and they get the second one wrong, and they get the third one, they don't know the answer, so they just guess and they get it wrong. That's still, they reduced the damage on one attack. They still got a quarter of its health for free in damage. But the more you investigate, the more you know about it, the easier it is to hunt. And do they know it's an ogre from the start? Yes. So they know at the start of the hunt, I told them the notice that I posted earlier. I sent them this. Sears detected an anomaly in the town of Thunderfeld, New York, congruent with the readings of a manifested ogre. They know it's Cat 1. It might be Cat 2. They don't know yet. They haven't fought it yet. It's going to be Cat 1. I'm not going to be that mean to my player on my first time running Kane. And aside from that, they know the trauma questions. And then information-wise, they were told this girl, Reika Ghosh, took her own life a week ago. she was talking to her biology teacher and to the guidance counselor. Those are good avenues to investigate. There are strange noises and mysterious happenings going on at the park. Good luck. That's all they were told. They didn't know what the name of... There was a point in the game where the player's like, okay, we can look for the bio teacher. And then they learned his name was Moses Abiola. And then I said, okay, how are you going to look for him? And then my player goes, I don't know anything about him. And I go, yeah, you don't. So my player was like, do I have to profile him? Do I have to just like guess what a guy who's named Moses Abiola looks like? And then I'm like, yeah, you gotta either research him, you gotta look him up, or you just kind of gotta profile him and guess. And this was a situation where the player was legitimately stumped because they're like, how am I going to learn where or who he is when I know nothing about him except his name? And then it was kind of a funny moment where they're like, I don't know if I want to profile him. And they were running through like, okay, well, like Moses is kind of like an Abrahamic name, so maybe it's tied to like a Jewish or Christian or maybe even a Muslim like family. Like I don't know where Abiola comes from. So they were like literally trying to go through the etymology of the name to figure out who he was, which was such a fun moment for me. Because I gave my player, without them realizing, this is the host. How are you going to find who they are? Which was very fun for me. Man, I should be prepping for my Savage Worlds game, but then again, we're probably doing a mostly RP session where they try to unite the city factions to oppose a government invasion. We love that. Okay. So we ended on them returning to the school to find the palace. Last time, they had to be let into the school because the school has like one of those mag locks on the front door where the guidance counselor physically let them in because they convinced the guidance counselor. Thanks for explaining that. The game sounds super... The game is very fun. See, here's the problem. I think my players would just get stuck and give up if I did that to them. That's the thing, is I was really worried about the investigation because I've run an investigation-oriented game before, City of Mist, and I feel it didn't go super well because investigations are hard when the players aren't geniuses. And that's not to say the players are dumb. That's not to say that you did an improper investigation. If a player is not a super genius that is super engaged, they're probably going to struggle with the investigation. I just want to say that a lot of your work has really helped me with running my own game camp. Well, hey, Hydra. I'm so glad to have helped out however I can. They knew he was a teacher, right? Used the school directory. What they did is they went to the school. They walked the perimeter. They saw that the guidance counselor was outside at the memorial, spoke with her, mentioned that they wanted to get in contact with Abiola, and then because of really good role playing, she physically took them to his classroom. She brought them to his classroom and let them speak with him. So they kind of got around that by just role playing, which was a very clever solution to what otherwise would have been a very difficult engagement. Now they know, even though they're no longer at the school, if he's not there, he's going to be at the bar. They can always go to the bar if they want. Yeah, mystery is a hard genre to run. I was more worried about the investigation than I was about the role-playing. I made, before this game began, let me ask you this. So it's a one-on-one game, and I asked my player, like, hey, what do you want? And they were like, taps fingers together. I mean, that video you talked about with like the dormitory or the barracks sounded really cool. Could we do something like that? Taps fingers. And then I was like, sure. So how many other exorcists do you think I made for them to form a kind of like, because at dorm Epsilon, it is Hattie, the player character, along with Snake, Raphael, and Arthur. at least 4 more dorms. No, so this is dorm Epsilon at facility Epsilon. My player liked the idea of like, oh, I want to be a part of like dorm Epsilon. So I'm like, okay, cool. We're running with the Greek theme. That is why they are Epsilon 13 FLB. So there's no other dorms on site. It is one dormitory on site at Epsilon. Dormitory, that's basically what they did. Having done no DMing and going straight to Kane, I am crapping myself trying to make this good. So first off, the amount of other exorcists, it's a one-on-one game with one player. I made 14 XOs with their own agendas, blasphemies, call signs, XIDs, skills, weapon proficiencies, and I sent them because like I wrote them up. I wrote notes on all of them, and then they were like, "Hey, I was like, can I see my team that I'm going to be working with?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." So I sent them Arthur, Raphael, Snake. They asked some questions. They're like, "Oh, cool." And I was, "Yeah, I can send you the others if you want." And they're like, "Yeah, please." So I sent them the other 11. And what this is that it's a whole dormitory. There are 4 Cat 3s. There is 3, including the main character or player character, Cat 1s. And there is, I think, 7 Cat 2s. So they're in a situation where, what's it called? They very quickly are going to hop up to Cat 2. Arthur, as well as a couple other people that are doing other missions, are going to hop up to Cat 3. So then there's going to be a group of like, again, like still 7, 6 Cat 2s. So they're going to be able to do a different group that isn't just Raphael and Snake. And then as they advance to Cat 3, there's going to be a couple Cat 3s that become Cat 4. And the idea is that the current top dogs of the dormitory are always going to be one step ahead, which will give a nice striation of, okay, the player character can go on a mission where it's a Cat 3, they're a Cat 2, they have another Cat 2 with them, and a new XO joined, a Cat 1. Infinite Cat 2s. Girl 14, what? Hey, Willow T. Yeah, so I'm treating this like I treated my werewolf game for my roommate. Where in my werewolf game, I had counting tears. So tears, smoke, balanced. Bears. So let me write this. So in the second rates pack, it was tears, smoke, balance. Oh, I wasn't even trying that. Keeper's Claw was bears, dusk, whispers. Okay, and then the nameless pack was leaps, kin. Then there was the player character pack, which was so that the F around and find out is what they named their pack. That is player character, which doesn't really count, plus breaker. And since then, so that is 1, 4, 7, 9, plus 1 that got forgotten, plus 1 that got forgotten, plus 1 that got forgotten. So that's 12, including those that got forgotten. Plus, and then also Barkskin. Also the Pine Warden. So I think that's 14, including those that got forgotten, but those don't really count. Plus Heartstrings joined. So we're rocking like around 15 also at the werewolf game. So basically, I have enough experience with role-playing that I didn't feel uncomfortable being like, yeah, I can role-play 14 characters. I know, I can make them differentiated enough. Obviously, some of them are going to be more important than others, and it depends on how long we go. But if the plan is, I'm going to have 2 sessions of an ogre hunt, and then a full session of literally just R&R. It's a session of just screwing around, hanging out with the other characters. That's going to be an opportunity to show off all the other characters. 14 XOs is not that much. Or, I mean, it's a lot, but it's not, like, ridiculous. So I love that. I was more concerned about the investigation. I was more concerned about the clues, the information. The player was pretty much on the same wavelength, picking up a lot of the information I was putting down, making educated guesses, got some stuff wrong, got some stuff right, got some stuff wrong I thought they would have gotten right, got some stuff right I thought they would have gotten wrong. So basically, as well as you could do in an investigation. But with the 14XOs, I started with, on my phone, I just had notes on them, which was like, here is their name, here's their XID, here's their agenda, here's their blasphemy, here is, I think like, and then like, here's a brief note about like what their skill is in terms of like what they focus on in their blasphemy, and then here's a brief note on like how they got their name. And then after sending my player character, after sending them, for instance, I sent them little character sheets via Discord of here is like what Arthur's character sheet is. So he's the team lead. It's his XID EO5TEH Cat 2. He is call sign Arthur, he, him. His agenda is Guardian, Blasphemy is Tension. His powers, because the player is going to handle them in fights. So Iron Soul is a passive of Tension, has Aegis and Severance. He has 3 skills at level 2. Because at Cat 2, he got basically a +1 advancement. 3 that are at level 0, because that's what all exorcists get. And then I described what his weapons are. So in a fight, he's going to use a broadsword, and he also has a revolver that he's never used because he's a melee character, right? So what I ended up doing is, because I sent this level of detail with Raphael and with Snake and with Arthur, when I said, hey, I can send you the others, my player was like, yeah, awesome. And I realized, oh, I need to do this for everyone. Ooh. So I then spent like an hour grabbing all of the proper powers and making like skills set up and choosing what weapons they would have based on who they are. So for instance, jump here. Oh, this one's fun. If I, like, for instance, if you look at Raphael, this is when I had fun on the weapon in particular. So the weapon, so E14, WHG, Cat 1, call sign Raphael, agenda is Beast, Blasphemy is Whisper, powers are Shadow, Omen, and Shiver, so all investigation oriented. Skills, Surveillance, and Coordination, but it's only 2 at 2, 3 at 0. And then her weapon is an SMG with a bayonet. The stock is personalized with this machine kills Sin sticker, a :P sticker, and as above, so below sticker. Because like, I gotta make it so that all of their weapons have some like specialization. I can't make it that these random side characters have boring weapons. What are you talking about? Never fired, sad loud bangs fun. No, that's the thing. So Raphael learned very quickly on a mission, if she's by a school, she can't whip out her SMG to fight a poltergeist. Because if she is at a park by a school and she has her SMG out, people are going to call the cops on her. So she couldn't shoot the poltergeist. Yeah, so when you say that's a lot of sheets, this is all I have on them mechanically. So for instance, if I, and then let me just show you Snake as well. Just because at this point I'm showing off my characters. I'm showing off my little action figures. So like Snake, E15 VEN, Cat 1, call sign Snake, he, they, agenda Firebug, Blasphemy Vector, powers are Break, Lifting, Current, skills are Covert Investigation, and their 0 skills are Authority, Connection, and Negotiation, all of the social skills, and their weapon is just an enlarged machete with a spike on the end, and they swing it like a bat, because they're not a combat character. Despite the fact they're listed as combat support, they are actually much better as a investigator support. But because Raphael has Whisper and like investigation-oriented powers, they're listed as investigation support, and Snake is listed as combat support, which is very silly. But for instance, if you want to look at like XID E12, call sign sister. Her agenda is loner. She's a binder, blasphemy, E12 BIB. Her powers are sin binding because she has a sin. She's a forbidden sin, a hunter spirit, penumbra, and then she's better at like investigation, negotiation. And her weapon is just a hammer, but she uses it for utility and like a hammer, not for combat, because she uses her sin like a Pokemon. Is the machete kind of like a billhook? I was going more for like proper machete that just has a spiked tip, and that Snake kind of just swings it like a bat, not because it's an effective weapon, but because it's easy. It's hard to miss. And while it is more conspicuous than a baseball bat, it is more damaging. It is easier to do more damage with a machete than a baseball bat. When making Savage World characters, I love to give them unique and weird little hindrances like Death Wish, Vow, and Phobia. Never underestimate the effectiveness of a good bat swing. Exactly. Yippee, made it back. Well, welcome back, Waffle Cat. I'm trying to give said pregen some variety in their powers, like the Brawler will also have some hacking or horse riding. Exactly. And like some of these I played straight, right? Like for instance, if I grab EO9 call sign Bond is a fun one. Why? Because EO9 EDE Bond, there's Songbird, they have edit. They specialize in changing themselves and engaging in their social character. They're the face. They can literally change their face to match people. So they have 2s in all of the negotiation skills. They have 0s in a lot of the investigation skills, but they're actually not that bad of a fighter. And they have a hatchet that used to be a wood splitting axe. They have a hunting knife in their boot. They have a bolt action hunting rifle without a scope. Despite the fact that they are a social character whose blasphemy relates to changing their form and being a chameleon socially, they're like a lumberjack girl, right? She is a character who like grew up in the woods and has experience like being out among nature and like knows how to use a hatchet and a hunting knife and a bolt action rifle. They're not her specialty. Her focus isn't those things, but that's what she's comfortable using as a weapon, despite the fact she's Bond. EO9 Bond. Like, she focuses on social relatedness, which is a far cry from hunting, which gives her more texture as a character, even if it's just very simple. Right? Similarly, you have... Oh, this is probably my favorite of the NPCs that I made thus far. So right here, we have EO2 ARH, Cat 3, call sign K9. However, initially, people called him Hound. Bond, not 07. Okay, so... What was it? What was she? EO9? She can get to EO7 because the way this works, the way my player wanted this to work, I checked with my player about this. When someone dies, everyone above them in the numbers reduces by 1. So if EO3 dies, EO9 will become EO8. So eventually EO9, assuming she survives, will become 07. Which... How long do you think these XOs are going to last? Probably my favorite of the NPCs I made thus far, though. We have a Hardline who's Cat 3. K9 is the golden child of Dorm Epsilon. Because they're Hardline, they follow the dogma of Cain, they're aligned with that. And they're called Hound by their handler. Explicitly because initially, everyone in the dormitory thought they were just like a Hound of Cain. They thought that K9 was gonna just be like this kiss up, like this brown nose. But K9 actually is closer to like an industry plant, and K9 will just kind of like say what Cain wants to hear, and they'll be like, yes sir, very good sir, of course sir, I'll do it right away sir. And then Cain loves them. because they do kind of bootlick. But not because they have no spine, because they recognize it's easier for everyone in the dorm if someone bootlicks. So now K9 is seen as like, oh, K9, watch over training. Like, your handlers have to go do something. So they leave, and K9's just like, all right, listen, they're going to be back here in 10 minutes. You have 7 minutes to chill. You need to like be back in the middle of it when they get here. So you get a 7-minute water break. Yeah, wake the dog up, literally. And because of this, they are on a first name basis with their handler. They know Handler Alpha, and they talk to Handler Alpha as just Jason, right? Like, Jason, really? Are we doing this? And Jason's just like, Hound, I need you to look over the cat ones. I need you to make sure that they're not getting up to any nonsense. Is K9 kind of like AC6 is 6'2"? Do you mean 6'2"1"? So Handler Alpha, the reason I went Alpha is because my player wanted to go, would it be Greco-numeric? Where it's like, or Greco-alphabetic? Where it's like Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. My first slot is the NATO alphabet, where it is like Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel. So like I'm using the Greco alphabet because that's what my player expressed an interest in. Greco alphabetic. So Handler Alpha is just the first handler. They also have Handler Beta. Handler Alpha, Handler Beta just kind of swap back and forth between missions because it's just it would be unreasonable for one handler to handle 15 people. So they have 2 handlers. Yeah, so my player, like, they wanted Dorm Epsilon, which normally, if they wanted, I want to be a part of Dorm E, I would say, okay, that's Dorm Echo. But no, they said, no, I want to be a part of Dorm Epsilon. So I stuck with that. I stuck with Alpha. I stuck with Beta. I stuck with Gamma. There's a saying in Dorm Epsilon where apparently, if Kane likes you enough and you're doing well, you can go Gamma. And it's unclear what this means, but it's effectively the equivalent of like going from the minor league to the major league. It is something really good. And presumably it's you go to Site Gamma. You are no longer at Site Epsilon, you move to Site Gamma. And one of the characters, EO1, funny enough, the best one, so to speak, the highest ranked one, the top dog, used to be a shoo-in for going Gamma. But now, they are not EO1-SMI, they are EO1-SMI-X, because they have a sin mark. And in Kane, if you have a sin mark, you are going to be mistreated, because you are indelibly stained, and you are no longer deserving of the resources that Kane so graciously gives to those other exorcists. So they're Cat 3. They're number 1. They're on the verge of Cat 4. They have been in this for a while. So they're a loner, because they're kind of edgy. They have a blasphemy for smother. They have absentia, abstract, blind. Their skills, they've invested into level 3 conditioning. They've removed one of their 0 skills and made it a level 1 skill. And their weapons are an automatic shotgun with the safety removed, in accommodation with finger loss following Operation Crashing Tiger. They have a baseball bat because they now no longer have fingers to use the brass knuckles they used to use. Their sin mark is their eyes. They get perfect night vision. And they did this from suffering sin overflow on Operation Burning Orion. And so like this is the sort of stuff that I just like sent my player with no context. So like you read this and you're just like, wait, so why is it EO1-SMIX? What's the X? And then you read on and then you see there's an additional section for sin mark. And they have like a sin mark for their eyes. And it's, oh, on Operation Burning Orion, they got sin overflow. In Operation Crashing Tiger, they lost their fingers. Like, this is a character with history. You gotta be going, you're afraid the 3 hours have just absolutely flown by. Well, enjoy. Yeah, so I love character creation. I love NPCs. I love role-playing. I love this interfacing, this web of network. And that's why I didn't feel bad. Like, my player was like, taps fingers together. It would be nice if we could have like a lot of exorcists that I could interact with, like maybe like 10 to 15 if that's okay with you. And I'm like, bet, okay. And what I did is I just went down, or they wanted to be number 13. And they wanted not a gun 13 from AC6. They wanted a thing where that is your rank. And when 12 dies, 13 will become 12. When 3 dies, 13 will become 12 because 12 became 11 because 11 became 10 and so on. So I needed at least 12 others. And then I thought, nah, I'm built different. And then I made all the way up to number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. So what they did is that Gage lost their fingers. Epsilon 01 dash SMIX lost their fingers with a centipede's vitriol. A centipede's vitriol fused their fingers together and gave acid burns across all of their arms. And then they lost those fingers. They lost their fingers with absentia, with the smother ability after it got fused together. So they're just like, I mean, honestly, this doesn't bother me that much. Like Gage very much was just like, listen, my fingers are already physically fused together by the acid. I'm not that upset that I lost them. So like the V's, I'm not sure what you're referring to with that, like the vector. But I thought it'd be very funny if it was a situation where they lost their fingers both from the smother as well as like a centipede. Oh, like the Vespers. Yeah. So when someone dies, everyone gets kicked up. Although something I should probably say is that a little cute note is that dorm Epsilon, they call themselves the Valentines. Does anyone know why the Exorcists all call themselves Valentines? Are you going to plan out kits and passive benefits for them? So I didn't do agenda abilities, and I also didn't do kit. I wrote what weapons they have flavorfully, but I didn't worry about kit. I didn't worry about agenda items. I considered doing kit, like cat weapon upgrades. I'm assuming all of the NPCs are just going to have a weapon equal to their cat up to 3, right? So if you are cat 2, or I suppose weapons start at cat 0, right? So I'm going to assume that all of the exorcists have a weapon equal in cat to their cat -1, because cat 1 has cat 0 weapons, cat 2 has cat 1 weapons, cat 3 has cat 2 weapons, just to simplify it. No, so the reason that they're Valentines is because they're all exorcists. They're all XOs. And so what it is that there's this culture where the Valentines look out for each other. And if you haven't gone on a mission yet, if you haven't gone on your first date yet, if you haven't like already experienced your first time, you're not a Valentine yet. So there's this bit of like a hazing culture in Dorm Epsilon, where until you've gone on your first mission, no one talks to you. You get the cold shoulder. You're not a Valentine. They don't look out. They still look out for you because we're all in this together. We're all Dorm Epsilon. But there's this like hazing culture where until you've hit cat 2, until you've gone on a mission, you're not a Valentine. And the player's very excited because for an hour of real world time before the hunt, we just kind of role played the barracks and like a uniform inspection and what the start of the mission was like. And they experienced what it was like to kind of be ostracized by the rest of the Dorm Epsilon because they hadn't gone on a mission yet. And now they're on the mission. They're excited that when they get back, they'll be able to talk to everyone as a proper Valentine. Yeah, so the Valentines, because they're XOs, and the Valentines all look out for each other. And there's a very strong culture. It's basically much like enlisted troops, much like a college fraternity. There's this strong culture of like, it's us against them. We are helping ourselves against Cain. For instance, in Cain, everyone has a uniform. And one of them, Canine, the golden child, has bought casual wear like permissions. So, what the entire dorm will do, what all of the Valentines will do, including the cat ones who aren't a part of it, they will have someone sit at the door and just kind of keep a lookout, and they'll be reading a book, they'll be listening to the radio or something. They'll be like, during downtime, they'll sit at the door, and everyone else will like ditch their uniform. They'll wear casual wear. And then as soon as the person at the door sees that staff is coming, knock, 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 and just like walk away from the door. And everyone knows, okay, throw on your cassock, throw on your habit, like throw over your normal like t-shirt and jeans that you're wearing that you're not supposed to wear. And then staff comes in, like talks to them about like whatever addendum is, like, hey, K9, I need you real quick. Hey, Gage, I need to speak with you. And then they leave. And then everyone throws back off their uniforms and goes back to wearing like t-shirts or a blouse or like anything. And it's not a lot, but it's this kind of culture of we're looking out for each other. It doesn't matter if I like you or not. What matters is that we both don't like Kane. Neither of us wants to be here. So we're going to make it as easy for ourselves as possible. There's a couple in the dorm where I think it's EO4 Mix has a private quarters, a private residence. And she is the only one in the dorm that has a private residence. I think Gage probably would have one too, because Gage is a loner, but maybe not. Mix is the only one that, as of right now, has a private residence. However, a lot of the times, EO5 Arthur will spend the night there because they're a couple. And no one in Dorm Epsilon talks about this. Like, yeah, they gossip to each other. They talk to each other. They tease Arthur about it. Like, they talk about how like he has like a sugar mama in Mix. But they all keep their mouth shut whenever staff is around, because they recognize that if staff finds out, both of them are getting screwed. Like they're a couple, like they've been dating. Whether or not they bow chicka wow wow, I don't know. Like, I might be the one that made this story and I made this little plot beat. I'm not the one writing that fanfic, so I don't know. But they spend the night together regularly. So it's a situation where no one else in Dorm Epsilon, even if you're getting into a fight with Mix, even if you think Arthur is an absolute Boy Scout and like is cringe, you keep your mouth shut in front of Handler Alpha, because it doesn't matter what grudge you have against Mix. What matters is that you're not going to get in the way of Mix and Arthur simply to like get one over with Kane, because Kane will screw them. Yeah, we don't have to like each other, but we have to work together or die, whichever. Exactly. They should try leaving the Whisper outside. Clearly, it's a very reliable watcher, no side effects. That'd be very funny. Someone's been reading way too much Girlfriend. I still haven't read the Girlfriend book. I need to do that. Like, I might record my reaction reading it. That would be very funny. Snitches will wish they get stitches. Exactly. And Handler would it be Handler? No, it'd be Handler Beta. Handler Beta absolutely was like being a jerk to Sister. That's the E12, the one that has a bound sin, because she's like 12, like she's like 12, 13. She's on the younger side of an exorcist. So everyone is super protective of her because she's everyone's little sister, right? So Beta was being a jerk to her. He was working her too hard. He was like absolutely not respecting her. And the thing that the Valentines will do is that one of them went up and punched their handler in the face. And they like ate that solitary. They ate that reprimanding. The other exorcist did absolutely nothing as retribution, even though they all got punished, because all of them were like, no, we would all do the same for our sister. The fact that you are the one that threw the punch has no bearing on the fact that all of us would have punched. Not a game I think I could see myself running, but it made me think. Sorry, I need to like blow my nose or something. Has any exorcist snitched on one of them before and led to an outcast in the group? Probably prior. Probably like that used to be the case, at least the current incarnation of the Valentines, which, in case it wasn't clear, the Valentines is a holdover from a earlier incarnation of Dorm Epsilon. I love like passing the torch stories. The melancholy you feel of realizing, oh, I'm walking into Dorm Epsilon. This has a culture that has lasted longer than any of us, and it will last after I'm dead. I'm walking into Dorm Epsilon. I'm becoming a Valentine. Everyone that I know right now is going to die, and I will be the one to teach future exorcists about what being a Valentine is, so that when I die, they will then teach the next generation of exorcists of Dorm Epsilon what being a Valentine is. And like, my player doesn't know this, but this all originated from a joke that someone whose call sign was Cupid started. As you might have noticed, E1, E2, none of them are named Cupid. Cupid died a while ago. But it's this idea of like passing the torch. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little congested. I probably need to blow my nose. So like, I'm sure that someone has snitched, and that's probably why the Valentine's formed. That's probably why the culture has become so strong, is because there used to be a situation. Oh, wanna know what it was? Oh, I learned this right now. In talking with you, I learned lore about what happened. Cupid is the one that snitched. So to kind of dunk on Cupid, they made the Valentines. They made the Valentines because they're all exos, to clown on Cupid, the one who snitched on them. And everyone thought that Hound was gonna be a snitch, because Hound is a hardline. Hound is like the golden child. Cain loves Hound. What are you talking about? No. Hound just recognizes that they need to play nice with their handler. So they're not actually Hound. They got rebranded to Canine. But the handler heard everyone calling them Hound, so they call them Hound, because like, oh yeah, I'm gonna respect you. I'm gonna call you by the call sign everyone else calls you. They don't even realize that that's not the call sign they go by. Yeah, get styled upon Cupid. Do you think any of the previous Valentines were dorky? I think that Cupid was the impetus for the Valentines. Do you think any of the older Epsilons were able to retire, spend them 44 script? At least one. At least one. And I wanted initially the handlers to be a retired exorcist, but I feel like, I don't know, the current incarnation of the staff is none of them are exos. Arrow, I'm sorry for interrupting. A or B? A. I don't know for what, but I will give you your answer. No, so in Cain, after every mission, you get XP, which you use to level up, and you also get scrip. Scrip is used to buy things. It is money. And one of the things you can buy for 44 scrip is pieces of silver. Pieces of silver has no mechanics tied to it. All it says is your character has earned enough money to retire. You will still work within Cain for the rest of your life, but you will be moved to an administrative, educational, or training position with opportunities for career advancement. You are taken off the front lines. You can, in-game, mechanically, buy something that removes your character from the game. And I think you get 5 script every mission. So you would need to go on 9 missions, which I believe the way to, like, the amount of missions that makes you cat, I believe the number of missions that makes you cat 5 is 8 missions. So I believe the way it is that assuming no one dies on your missions, you will get 5 script per mission, assuming you always execute. And you need to go on 9 missions. Now, if you go on a mission where you are the only survivor and there's like 3 people dying every single time, you will be paid 1 script per dead body you recover. So theoretically, you could bump that up by going on a super high casual. That'd be really interesting. Cain game. Game of Cain. The party is at like, I don't know, cat 3. An NPC XO joins them for this mission. This XO recognizes the math is against them. The higher they get in category, the more dangerous missions they'll be sent on, and the higher likelihood they're going to die. They go on missions and they kill their teammates for extra script regularly, and or put them in situations where they quote unquote couldn't save them. So every single mission, they're getting +3 script, +2 script, +4 script. Every single time, they basically go make sure it gets executed. That's 5 script. Call it, they go on teams of 4, all three other members die. That's 8 per. That's only 6. That's 6 missions. Which that's like hitting Cat 4. Hit him with the shepherd, yeah. So what you could do is that they go on a hunt, they help, but fundamentally they're kind of cowardly. They don't get into fights. They let you spend your resources. So when they fight the sin, they go all out. They help with the sin. But once the sin is about to die, they basically let you finish up the sin as they set up to take you out. Is script being carried physically? No. Script is like an account, basically. Body cams were turned off. Oh my gosh. For the record, I'm playing a Guilty Gear Strive tournament. In about an hour, you chose my character. Which characters was it? I don't know much of Guilty Gear Strive. I know Bridget is a thing. And I know there's that weird, like, pirate girl who's in love with her adopted father. Also, the music is really... Oh, Testament! I know Testament! Aw, dang, no looting your late allies. Well, okay, what if... You think there's a will? If I have, like, 10 script to my name, and then I die, what happens to the 10 script? Can I say this goes to my friend? Yeah, you should play Testament. All I know about Testament is that they're too diva for gender. And I think they're a necromancer? I played them once. I've played Guilty Gear Strive like once, and playing it, I only knew about Bridget. Because Bridget is like the most popular character from what I'm aware. Because of the trans girlies. Testament is like, their gender is evil? And I kind of love that. Like, I love that for them. Is an MB icon. Anji is my main, the world's danciest guy. Nice. I don't think Kane is nice enough to allow script transfers. I think it would incentivize certain relationships. I wouldn't think so, as Kane as an organization would acknowledge that right to inheritance. Testament is just happy. I thought Testament was evil. Is Testament not like a necromancer, like trying to bring darkness to the world or something? Non-binary royalty. Testament is a gear, which is a kind of biological techno-magic humanoid weapon. Also, Testament loves their dad. Arrow Stream. Oh, nice. Well, that's incredibly based of them. I'm going to, instead of just sounding congested, I'm going to step away for uno momento. Sorry about that. I stood up and immediately got lightheaded. I think that means I didn't eat enough. I had oatmeal with blueberries. I have rice. I have rice from last night I can make. Pog! They were evil in previous games, but character... Oh, nice. Testament's gender is, what are you, a cop? I mean, that's kind of my gender. Like, if someone asked my gender, I'll be like, what are you, a cop? Yeah, Testament was trying to revive justice because humans were being jerks, but then Soul was like, oh, just don't, okay? So was like, fine, I don't even care anymore. Oatmeal's breakfast food. Did I have lunch? No, I've been live for 3.5 hours. I had oatmeal like 3.5 hours ago. Cooking stream 1. So first I would need a hand cam. Secondly, I would need to have something that I can cook. Because I'm not gonna lie, the stereotype of VTubers being terrible cooks is true when it comes to me. Maybe I could get Rory. Maybe I fly to Canada, set up a collab, like an off collab cooking stream with him, because I know he wants to do a cooking stream. So I could just make him cook and I could be the entertaining one. Time zone shenaniganery, it's like dinner for... Yeah. So for me, I'm on PST. I'm on West Coast. I used to be on EST. I do miss EST. We should have an arrow stream to arrow right the arrow lore of your arrow game. So when you say that, do you mean my Kane game? Or do you mean the Creatures TTRPG that I did a read through of the other stream? What is the Mold Gang? Gosh. Yawn. Stretch. Kane? I mean, you could. I don't know how effective that would be, because like what I did is that in making Kane, in like character creation, in setup, I was like, hey, so tell me anything you want. We're gonna work on this. I want you to set up the foundation. And then they kept being like, no, I want you to be, and then no, shut up. This is a one-on-one game. I want you to make the premise. I am going to run off in every single direction I can with the hunts. But the premise, the foundation that we build off of, I want to be solidly yours. Because then no matter what I do, no matter what scaffolding I build on top of that, the foundation will always tie back to what it is you want. What is the Mold Gang concerned? Also, I should probably mention a very interesting point of note. When I was running my one-on-one Kane game that I ran the other day, there's a moment where the various exorcists were talking to their handler, and one of the exorcists was basically giving lip to their handler, was saying, like, arguing with their decision. That one of the exorcists was arguing with the decision a handler was trying to make because the exorcist was injured and felt they wouldn't be effective to do it. And eventually the handler says, why don't we go on a walk? And I described how the exorcist was kind of deflated, and I was like, yes, sir, and followed out the door with them. And my player made a reaction that made me think they assumed I was implying it was something NSFW, which we kind of had a minor disagreement about, because in our lines and veils, I made very clear that that sort of dynamic, that sort of like girl frame handler dynamic, was not going to feature in the game. That makes me uncomfortable. And so I got uncomfortable with their insinuation that that's what I was going for. So there was a brief moment where we actually had a bit of a point of tension, where out of game, I was uncomfortable by what they thought. I was uncomfortable with how they were presenting that they thought I was making this situation, which was a very much like I thought they thought I was saying this, that, and the other thing. But eventually I just very plainly was just like, hey, reminder, lines and veils, this was part of my line, it's not in the game, I feel uncomfortable that you insinuated that. And they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, that's fine. And then we moved on from there. So I just want to point out that as an example of how you can handle a instance where I, as the GM, did not intend for it to come off that way. And I don't know if it came off that way, because after the fact, they're like, that's not what I was implying, that's not what I thought. But just due to miscommunication, that's what it felt like they were assuming it was, and that made me uncomfortable. So I just talked to them about it. I said, like, hey, reminder, lines and veils, that's not a part of it. It makes me uncomfortable to bring that up. And they said, oh, sorry. Like, that I wasn't implying that. I thought it was just like you're the best of us, you should have done better, I need to like go on a walk with you and tell you like how you should be acting. And it's just like a story that I feel is worth sharing, not because it is like super interesting, but because I think more people need to learn how to enforce your boundaries. I think more people need to learn that, particularly as a GM, if I'm GMing a game and someone makes an assumption, or I feel they're making an assumption, I can just say, hey, just to confirm, that's not what's going on here. And they say, oh yeah, don't worry, that's fine. And they say, okay, because I thought you were implying that and I was uncomfortable. And they're like, oh, no, don't worry. And that's just communication. That's just yapping. That is just social interaction. And that's something where, again, I feel it's worth mentioning as kind of an educational experience, but also because with all of the kind of like handler and the hound and the mexploitation, that's just not something that like I was trying to lean into. Let's just say there's a trend of VTubers that don't do a good job of cleaning out their fridges or know what's edible. Oh, that. So I'm not gonna lie, my fridge, not in a good spot. I do have 3 roommates, so a large part of that is separate from my stuff. A lot of what I have, I will use within a week of having it, and if I don't, I forget about it because it's non-perishable. Perishables, I'm usually pretty good, and I've started being much better about this recently, of if I don't have a specific plan for when I'm going to use a perishable, if I'm not going to make these green beans on a specific day, I'm not buying them. I don't care if they're on sale, right? I will plan for them if they are on sale. If I see that there's green beans on sale, I might say, oh, well, that'd be a good side for American Thanksgiving this upcoming week. I'm going to make them with like almonds, sear them in oil and a little bit of garlic, right? Boom. I have a day. I'm going to buy them. But I'm not just going to be like, oh, apples are on sale. I'm going to buy apples. And then I don't eat apples. So then I don't use them. And then they go bad. And then they're moldy. And like, honestly, bread is probably the biggest offender of that. And maybe it's just because like my pantry has a little bit of like moisture in it. Maybe my pantry isn't dry enough. We have gotten rolls that after like unironically 48 hours, we're starting to mold, which is so nasty. I hate it. And I'm of the opinion that if bread has mold on it, I'm not going to eat the bread because where else are the mold spores? I don't know. However, certain other individuals I know will say, oh, no, just scrape it off. And that's just like, ugh, that's nasty to me. That's nasty. So on the Q&A section, I already share a bed with my cat. I need some room to myself. Also, I roll around. One bed trope. Wasn't the normal progression roommates to enemies? I mean, depends. You could have enemies to roommates. I think enemies to roommates would be very funny. Not enemies to roommates to lovers. Enemies to roommates. You're now living with your nemesis. That's smart. Mold on bread is always more than you see what's on the surface. You can't eat around the mold. The mycelium is already in the bread. That's what I say. That's what I think. And I know people are like, ah, no, it's fine. Okay. I actually like kind of feel bad about this because at the time I knew her. She would get upset at me if I told people. But I knew a girl who, like, she loved cooking. And when she was working with like hamburger meat, as she was cooking, she would eat some of the raw beef. And it was so nasty to me. It was something where it's just like, girl, look, fam, fungi will mess you up. Do not trust them. Listen, I keep telling people in my life this, and they keep being like, nah, it's fine. Totally didn't grab 3 pounds of beef during the beginning of the stream because it was half off. Listen, if you're gonna use it, use it. I have gotten like 1.5 pounds of like beef that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use this on Thursday and I'm gonna make a stir fry. Raw beef is a tasty treat. Never heard of steak tartare. Wait, raw ground beef? Yes. Honestly, that feels way better than the mold thing. Okay. What I will also say is I don't remember. This was years ago. This is someone I don't associate with anymore. I don't want to associate with anymore for other reasons. But I believe it was like she would like be making like hamburgers or something, and she'd use like salt, pepper, like Worcestershire sauce, and then like she would just take some of the raw beef and just hopefully that pure beef doesn't have pork. That's very fair. Okay, raw beef is a little bit... Okay, raw ground beef is weird. I'm not going to say it's not. I'm also not going to, like, throw mud at this person needlessly. I have other reasons to do that, but... For like, eating a little bit of raw beef, you can have a little as a treat, right? It wasn't like she was eating, like, a meal of it. It was like, as she's making it, she would like have a, like, she would like pinch off a little and have some. Raw beef depends. Raw ground equals danger. Really? Raw ground beef is danger zone. Ground beef is much worse than muscular slab because the outside becomes the inside and you can't just there. Yeah, just a little. That's a treat. My greatest enemy is anxiety, so no to the one bed trope. Making an environment for the layer of the abyss in D&D 519 Marches of the Pierced Men. Any ideas for a natural demon species? Okay. Have I talked about... I have. I've talked about hell in my setting. I've talked about how it has different layers and how to get from one layer to the next, you have to be so defeated in your goal of trying to go to the lower level that it is only at your darkest point that the stairway to hell will appear and that you can lower yourself to a lower level hell. Quasi physically, quasi metaphorically, quasi spiritually, right? In the abyss, I think it should be chaos. I don't think it should be this layer of the abyss is that, and that layer of the abyss is this, and this is, and X is Y, and Y is Z, and A is B. I think the abyss should be closer to portrayals of limbo, personally, where it's just the chaotic plane, the chaotic neutral plane. I think that is a better representation of the abyss than something like, oh, on layer 666 of the abyss, like freaking the Demogorgon stomps about in its two-headed plane, going about with fighting hyena monsters, and Yinagu is running with hyena packs. Like, I think that's too structured. A bunch of rocks floating in space, yes. I think rocks floating in space. I think that the rocks are also water. I think that the water is burning. I think that the burning makes you feel cold, and I think that the cold seeps into your soul and makes you want to kick babies, right? Because it's evil. It is chaos. It is a complete lack of control, not just over the world, but also over the self. D&D cosmology, the alignment system is stupid, right? That's just the planar chaos plane. That's why I said limbo. But I think chaos is madness. Madness is evil. It does not make sense to worship a demon. It does not make sense to have any positive interaction with a demon. They're gonna betray you. They want to kill everyone in your life. They want to ruin you. With a devil, independent of like how trustworthy they are, they're definitely going to betray you. But they're not just going to like slaughter your entire family for fun like a demon will. A demon will take their souls. A demon will have you sell them into servitude. A devil will sell them into servitude. A devil will manipulate you to do horrible, awful things. But everyone thinks they're smarter than a devil. A demon might be like, oh, I'm smarter than a demon. Demons are just dumb killing machines. Yeah, the dumb killing machine just slaughtered your entire family. Like, no one in their right mind should work with a demon, which is why I think madness should be tied to the abyss, which it is already. To gaze upon the abyss is madness. To work with the Demogorgon is to invite madness. To work with whatever demon is madness. And I think madness is chaos. I think only a complete decoupling from reality will drive you mad enough to be like, it doesn't matter if my family gets slaughtered by this demon because my family is real. My family is simply one incarnation of the matter swirling around me. The souls trapped within them need to be free. I need to get them out. And then you are carving up your family, right? I think that is more interesting of demons and sets them more apart than just devils that are blue. Because like in D&D, yeah, these are chaos. Yeah, these are law. Demons are kind of just like blue and purple and lightning devils. Think about it. Like, anytime you have a demon in any plotline in D&D, it could have just been a devil. It's easy to side with chaos when the law is used to oppress. Exactly. But with demons, you're not siding with chaos. You're siding with throwing away all morality. Chaotic evil is widely considered the most evil alignment. More so than neutral, more so than lawful. It doesn't matter that lawful evil can be institutional. It doesn't matter that neutral evil is selfishness to the umpteenth degree. Chaotic evil is widely seen as if you want to go around and stab people randomly, you're chaotic evil. I always assume demons are like chaotic evil, devils are law. They are. So that's what I assume. And I think part of chaotic evil is madness. I think part of chaotic evil is chaos. And basically I'm saying demons should be not just lowercase c chaotic, capital D demon, lowercase c chaotic, uppercase E evil. I think they should be capital C chaotic, capital E evil. Much in the same way I feel devils are lawful evil. They aren't lawful evil. They are lawful evil. They are lawful evil. Just like I think demons should be chaotic evil. I think the stereotypical demon that starts a demon cult that goes around killing people and like preys on the innocent and like eats babies and like steals people's souls, that's pretty just evil. I don't think that's chaotic enough. No, that's the thing. I don't even think that they are chaotic evil. I think that they're chaotic evil. Because I think a lot of people conflate chaos with doing whatever you want. Chaos is the dismantling of social order. Chaos is individuality. Chaos is independence, agency, enacting your will upon the world and having that will be respected by the world. And would my fae be demons or devils? Been loving this, lurking while running errands. Well, thank you, Colin. I appreciate it. In my world, I basically have celestials, which are your angels, which are more law-oriented, and your fae, which are more like chaos-oriented. And then I have my fiends, which are your devils and your demons. And I've talked about this in other streams. I literally have like celestial cosmic courts set up that deal with like a fae will act as the intermediary between an angel and a devil's like contract, and they will have like a Law and Order episode among the stars. And that's like really high level cosmic stuff in my world. That's not something that players have ever seen in my world. That is not something I've ever written a story about. That is something that happens in the background to make the machinery of my world work. Is that angels being lawful, devils being lawful, will literally sign contracts with each other, shake hands with one another, like not go out to drinks together. They don't like each other, but they will work together like businesses work together because they both hate demons. Devils will seek out and hunt fae. And the angels are like, the fae can deal with themselves. They're fine. Devils are going after fae. They're not going after mortals. That's fine. And then demons are just coming after everyone. Right? Okay, where do the Modrons and Slod fit? So in my world, I don't really have Modrons. I don't have Slod because my setting started as a D&D setting. It has since evolved into an original setting. So for instance, I don't have Dragonborn in my setting. I don't really have kobolds in my setting. The main species I have is human, orc, dwarf, elf, and then there are like angelborn. There are devilborn. There are like celestialborn, fiendborn. But those are less Asimar running around with angel wings, and those are more so like someone whose body was altered by a deal with an angel or by a deal with a devil. Yeah. Yes, the Hode. Where the Hode's at? Don't! Don't! And then, like, part of what this is that even when this was a D&D setting, I wanted to divorce myself from the Forgotten Realms. So I did a lot of stuff that was like the opposite of what I felt was traditional fantasy. So for instance, my setting is very cosmopolitan. In my setting, years ago, hundreds of years ago, like over 1,000 years ago at this point, the dwarves were in the mountains and the elves were in the forests and the orcs were in the hills. Like, oh my gosh, fantasy. And then this dude went around unifying the different species because they had more in common than they had apart, and they had common enemies. So now, in the hills, there are orcs and elves and dwarves and humans, and in the cities, there are orcs and elves and dwarves and humans, and in the mountains, there are humans and dwarves and elves and orcs, and it's much more cosmopolitan. You can be anyone from anywhere at this point. Now, there's discrimination. There is areas of the world that will discriminate based on culture groups. There are areas where if you're not a human or an elf or a dwarf or an orc, you are looked down upon if you're a beast folk, if you're a half elf, if you are a mixed blood species. They'll look down on you because unification and cosmopolitan tolerance does not make. Bigotry did not get erased by coming together. It just kind of got shifted. So in that same token, I have demons and devils and angels and fae. I don't have modrons. I don't have Slod, despite the fact I think Slod are cool. I don't have the Gith, either the Gith Yankee or the Gith Zerai. Bougie ass Cosmos. Shut up. Sorry for interrupting, but I felt an urge to throw money at you. Also, can I use the coffee machine? I'm tired. First off, thank you for the supa. I appreciate it. Second off, no, I don't have a coffee machine. My roommates have one. I don't use it. I don't drink coffee. Like, do you know last time those coffee grounds were changed? So you donated 10. A lot of people have said that they wanna be degraded for $20. So do I have to like pay you a compliment for 10? Like, hey, Car, thank you so much. I appreciate you and what you do in this community. So like, then if you pay 10 more, then I'll like walk that back and insult you. Is that what I'm doing now? I don't actually know. But yes, so any ideas for a natural demon species? When I make demons, this is more for writing than anything, but it does apply to TTRPGs. I take animals and I fuse them together. I will say, okay, we have a demon and its body is that of a frog. However, it has 4 arms, each of which splits off at the wrist into a bouquet of prehensile tentacles. And the legs actually like are apart, so it's like a big frog body. And it's got like, so we got like the 4 arms, and then these are like tentacles that come out of each. The legs actually come apart and then fuse back together. They are separate legs that then kind of almost, they look fused into almost a big like mermaid tail. But there is separation here. They can like move their legs back and forth. They have knees. And the head is just straight up a porcupine. It has quills. It has that like that rugged nature to it. But the eyes are distinctly elvish. So it's this big frog body that has frog legs and frog arms, but the hands split off into tentacles. The feet at the ankles fuse together into this massive flipper. The head is this porcupine head that even has that like ridging to the back of it that goes along the back of it on the back of this frog body. But the eyes are elf eyes. And so this is a creature where this is an amphibious body. There is maritime traits. There's tentacles. The porcupine head is a bit weird. And the elf eyes are really good eyesight. So this is probably a subterranean cavernous like grotto creature is my view. They are someone that is in shallow water, underground, in poor eyesight, in poor light. So I would look at this and I would say, okay, this lives in the caverns. This lives underground. If you know Fear and Hunger, my first thought is the salmon snake. Like the salmon snake that lives in that like grotto in Fear and Hunger. And it just kind of lurks about. It stays mostly in the water, but at a surface level. It will go onto land when it can. And its arms drag it on ground with the tentacles, but underwater it's that fin. Oh yeah, like Underdark. This would be a perfect Underdark creation. A weird eldritch fusion of the Aboleth. Or this could be a demon. It could even be a fae. Like, I just added traits together to make it weird, to make it alien, to make it not normal. Is this just the demon frog? I mean, sure, if you want it to be. So what would Cain versus Pentex look like? So Cain being from the game Cain, Pentex being from the game World of the Apocalypse. Donut hole legs. Shut up, okay? I feel yawn. I feel as though Pentex probably wins by sheer scope. Cain is a clandestine organization working with every single world government to take on sins, to wipe the stain of humanity clean. Pentex is a business that owns other businesses and controls the economic world from behind the shadows. So you basically have governments versus business, and as we have seen before, and as Shadow Dark warns us, businesses are gonna win. It doesn't matter that you have blasphemies. Your exorcists are so fragile compared to a Fomori. And Pentex uses like psychologically conditioned like hit squads. They use Fomori. They use gifts from the Fly. And just institutionally, I think they got Cain beat. And in a per mission basis, I really think that Fomori in a hit squad can take out a group of exorcists. Yeah, exorcists are still squishy to guns. Most Fomori aren't. Donut Frog, yes, beautiful name. Shut up with your Donut Frogs. So I would put my money on Pentex, which is a big mistake. Anytime you ever invest anything in Pentex, it will come back and drain your soul. But everything is squishy enough to guns if you blast it enough times. Sins aren't. If you're at a high enough cap, they're just hounds laughing at their fragile blade, or laughing at their fragileness. I turn their blades away. Boom, immune to normal weaponry. What do you think of the idea of turning an imago of your previous character into a sin bound by a binder for your new character? Okay, so the way I'm handling a binder is basically that the binder is a minor localized manifestation, right? So with the binder I made for the Valentine's sister, E12 BIB, she has a sin bound that actually, perfect descriptor. I don't have it. My notes are on my phone. My phone is tracking me. What I described it as is I described it as a dog-sized fish, where the head is a squid, and like little tentacles will pull away and reveal the face to be a skinless, muscle and purple ichor covered canine jaw. And its tail is always bent at an odd angle and seems to be following something, like it's pointing at something. It's tracking. So you have this weird little like lorbo, right? Which is like fish body with a tail that
is bent improperly. It has spider legs. And its face is like a collection of tentacles that are all like wrapping around to cover it. And then the tentacles can pull back, and underneath the tentacles is like a dog face that has the skin stripped from it as the tentacles pull away. That's fine. The trick is to promise your soul to a dragon, devil, and a corporation all at the same time, and they have to fight over it. That's what John Constantine from DC does. But like, this little Glorbo is like a dog-sized fish called Rancor. And it's basically the manifestation of Sister's anger, of her aggression. That's why it fights for her. And it seems like a tiny hound because it is a tiny hound. This effectively is her localized manifestation of a hound. This is something that she has control over. And it is effectively, this is a type 3, like cat 0 hound that she is controlling. And it's just this little Glorbo that she has, and like it protects her and it fights for her. I played a character like that in a Shadowrun game as well. Scenario fittingly called Everybody's Grudge. Yeah. Have a high enough cat gun, you can upgrade your guns to cat 3. So yeah, so this is a situation where I personally treat the binding as a representation of the character's own psychology. So I would not do that in my game, though I think there's nothing stopping. There is something stopping you. The Imago is turning into a nascent. It is a nascent sin. An Imago is the toddler that will grow into the child that is a cat 1 sin or higher cat. And that's why in Games for Freaks Volume 3 we have perfect sins. Perfect sins are what happens when Imagos get to mature. So I would rule that an Imago, independent of my whole like, oh well, the sin is like a manifestation of your own psychology that you have bound and you control. Even if you were doing, you can bind other sins. I feel as though the Imago, by nature of growing, would grow too powerful for you. So I feel as though, no, I wouldn't actually let that fly, even outside of my own weirdness of like, oh, it's a manifestation of your psychology. It's simply a matter of how you interface with your own trauma. How many NPCs is too many? What I'll say, go deep before wide. I'm not going to tell you how many NPCs is too many. I don't know what your bandwidth is. I don't know if juggling 3 NPCs is too much for you. I don't know if you have fun making NPCs and 20 feels like a short cast for you. Always go deep. Exactly, Mexadan. Always go deep before you go wide. Because if I have, say, 2 NPCs, and one of them is a quest giver, or they're my handler, or they're the person that is like plot oriented, and then I have another one who is a shopkeep, I should think to myself, okay, I want a betrayal plot in this plot line. Do I want to make a new NPC that will betray them? Or do I just make one of these also betray them? Maybe I have the shopkeep also betray them. And then I think to myself, well, okay, so the fights are going to be really hard. I kind of want to give them an ally that they can fight alongside. So I might look, okay, do I want to add that to either of these characters? It would be really interesting if the shopkeep also worked alongside them and betrayed them. But like that kind of takes on too many aspects. That feels more like a DMPC. The quest giver could fight alongside them. So, but the quest giver, you want them like they're not really relevant too much. So, okay, you make a new character, ally, and then you have a character you want to die part of the way through. Oh my gosh. Well, I can make another NPC that dies, or I can make the ally die. And then I have another character who I want to have an unrequited love with one of the player characters. I want them to be constantly crushing on one of the characters. And that's a situation where, again, if the quest giver isn't really relevant too much, I could just make a new character. Or maybe the shopkeep who is betraying you is betraying because of the unrequited love. And suddenly, this shopkeep is way more interesting than just a shopkeep. They have an unrequited crush. They betray the party. They have items for sale and will give a discount to that one specific person. Suddenly, they're more interesting. The ally who fights alongside you, who dies, is more interesting than just an ally who fights alongside you. The quest giver isn't too interesting, but I established I don't want them to do that much. I don't want them to do more. Method: create NPC to serve a purpose and do not create an NPC if an existing NPC can serve the role. You got 100%. With the caveat, as interesting as it can be for an NPC to juggle a bunch of different roles, don't overload them. If I have a character who gives a quest and who also sells items and who also fights alongside you and who also is your ally and who also betrays the party and who also has mission critical information that you need to get from them, this is a lot for one person. This feels like 3 NPCs in one. So what you can do is you can break this up. You can say, okay, the person who betrays you, or so you have someone who's a quest giver and also sells stuff. You have someone who betrays you, but also has really good info for you. And why did they betray you? Well, they're your ally. So now you're breaking it up into multiple NPCs because this was too much for one character. It felt like too much. Make them triplets. You can also go the funny route and create a character for literally every situation, but that's about 2,000 NPCs. I mean, I would even say that's not that funny. If you enter a tavern run by Glorbo, and in the back there's Blorbo, and then you leave, and then you come back to town, and Blorbo never comes back because Gorbo is in the back of the tavern. And like Glorbo's still here, so like Glorbo's chill. But then you go to the blacksmith and then there's Thorbo. And then you go back to the tavern and now it's Forbo. Like Blorbo, Gorbo, and Forbo could have all been the same character. Right, like you don't, even if they're silly, even if they're funny, even if they're slapstick, they can still have comedic beats. And it's funnier if Blorbo, who is constantly flirting with people and getting shot down, takes on the role that Forbo had, where they're an absolute stud. So you hit a situation where Blorbo is simultaneously in a quantum state of getting no tail and being an absolute F-boy. Even though it's just jokes, even though it's zany one-off characters, you combine them together, Blorbo is a giga chad and is hilarious. The players love Blorbo. How can you strike out every single time we're with you, yet for whatever reason, you have rizzed up every single person in this town off screen? Like, are we the problem? Are we like killing your vibe? And Blorbo's like, hey, Blorbo. And then the player's like, Blorbo. Like, that's a situation where it's funnier when you mix and match those situations. But that being said, you don't want Blorbo to be the one that strikes out, but also the one who's an F-boy, and also the one that has slapstick comedy where they constantly run into a beam, and also they're the one that's constantly making one-liner zingers, and also they're so stupid that they come up with the most radical, wild solutions to problems, and also, because then it's not Blorbo being funny, it's Blorbo just being a vessel for your comedy, in the same way that in the previous example, if like Bimbup was the quest giver who allies with you and betrays you and has information and also is the shopkeeper, that's not Bimbup being interesting. That's you using Bimbup as a tool. That's playing your hand too much. That reminds me, I can't wait for Orbo's Exodus to come up. Oh my gosh. Hey, Ara, I want to impromptu collab talk because my current stream is delayed because my stream... Sure. Yeah, I'm just yapping right now. Been shopping all day. Not wow. Oh no, I hate shopping. I hate spending money. Oh, I thought you were gonna hop on with. I thought you were gonna hop on with me. I'm gonna say it with my own channel. If you're trying to hop on a call with me, I'm good with that. But if you're already in call with someone, I'm just gonna leave you to that. Oh lord, they yapping. Listen, we do a little yapping here as a treat. What advice would you give for someone running a Lancer game with 2 players, no one involved has any TTRPG experience? So with Lancer, I was going to run it for 2 players. Actually, Neko, who was just like, who was like, hey, I want to impromptu collab. But I'm gonna stick to yapping here. The 2 players, I feel, is not sufficient. I feel in Lancer, you need a full group. Oh. The Catboy has joined.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing? So, like I said, I was currently streaming another game, and
Stream happened?
I was streaming with, their building may or may not have caught fire. We don't know. They went to investigate, and I was left alone. So, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. We're talking about Lancer in that game that I tried setting up with you and Rory and how it didn't pan out.
Oh yeah, that.
How did a fire happen?
I don't know. They just said, hey, the building
Later,
alarm
Kansas.
is going off. And they was like, it's probably a false alarm. And then I thought, like, okay. And if it's not, and like I have to hear you like start choking on smoke live on camera, that's probably not a good thing.
Okay, I don't know about you. I have definitely been in a situation where like either myself or one of my roommates is cooking and the fire alarm goes off because there's like a bit of sauce on that fell into the oven and then it's like smoking.
Okay, yeah, just like smokes and stuff. And
Yeah.
sets the detector off. Yeah, okay, fair.
Wait, what do you mean you tried to cast Fireball? It's not that you cast Fireball, it's that you tried to cast Fireball. DP, was your emergency you got pulled away by that you had to go set fire to a building?
Wait, did your chat set fire to the building? So that was my
Apparently,
stream?
apparently they wanted you to chat.
Okay.
Also, who are you?
Oh right, I suppose introductions. Hello everyone, I'm Neko Boy Blue. Local nuisance to Arrow most days. Yeah.
I think most of them know you, but in case anyone watching the VOD is unfamiliar, they need to know your game so that they can know that you can have a little salami as a treat.
Thank you. Yes, I've been strongly lobbying for the little salami for cats. Specifically the Lotta salami for cats, actually.
Tuna or salami?
Oh, that's okay. Recently, I've been very much in the mood for just like a little salami or like some sort of smoked meat or something like that. I was just traumatized by hot dogs recently, so that's
Hot dogs?
gonna have to be on. Yeah, that was a level in the game we were playing. We were playing Split Fiction, which is certainly a game. I was not prepared for the hot dog pig level.
Understood. Okay, so I have been going. So I go to Costco because it's nearby. I have
yes,
a
Costco
card or
hot
whatever.
dog.
People have told me to get a Costco hot dog.
Have you?
I have not. I'm not gonna spend like $1.50 on a hot dog, which was, to be fair, that is pretty good for a meal. To just spend like $1.50 for like a full meal.
Yeah, right.
However, I'm generally not going when I'm hungry. I'm going like at like 2 p.m.
Ah.
Is it
All right,
good?
yeah, I'm shouting you out on Twitch here, even though you're on YouTube, because I'm currently live on Twitch. Thanks, my chat's asking.
Yeah, let me shout you out on YouTube real quick.
Yeah, there you go.
Neko
Yeah,
Boy
YouTube.
Blue! There, I shouted you out.
Brilliant. Got this. Hang on.
Well, no, so they sell rotisserie chickens at a loss. And that's actually really useful for a lot of people. And someone started following me.
Excellent. Yeah, there you go. I mean, to be fair, I am actually doing YouTube uploads recently, so that, hey, there you go. You can watch niche spaceship content commentated by Catboy. Brilliant.
Yeah, so, well, thank you for the follows. Anyone who is here from Neko's chat. So I used to like hot dogs.
Okay.
And then I kind of like learned about them, like how they're gross or whatever. And I was like, okay, I feel gross eating hot dogs. Then I had a food fixation where I would have like a hot dog for lunch every day for a couple months. And now I'm back to like, they're gross. So I really just kind of like go back and forth.
So I gotta ask, what had you eating hot dogs every day for like a couple months?
So I would go to the store and I would get a pack of like 8 of them, and then I would eat them.
Okay, I thought this was just like you were stopping by like a convenience store.
No. So what it was is that it's, you know, that buns come in 8s and hot dogs come in 6s.
Like 10 or 12, right?
No, they come in 6 and 8. Or I think some might come in 12, but basically it's...
Hang on, why are your hot dogs coming in? Where are you getting like a 6-pack? What?
I think it's a 6-pack of hot dogs and an 8-pack of buns.
Oh.
Or it might be a 10-pack. Anyway, they're misaligned by like 2.
It doesn't match up. I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would do is I would go and I'd get it, and I was enjoying it. And I got, for a while, like this was years ago at this point, I was getting these like specialty hot dogs. They were like hot dogs that had spice in them. Like a spice blend cooked into them. That was pretty good.
One would hope, yeah, because plain hot dog is kind of boring.
Well, yeah.
Unless you're, like, 6.
So it was like the Montreal steak seasoning or the brown sugar bourbon seasoning or whatever.
Okay,
and then also
like,
there's just like cheddar whiz. 8-pack of hot dogs, 12-pack of buns. Okay, y'all got it. You understood.
Yeah, it's like the not matching up thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would do is they'd mismatch, so I would just fill them out every week because it was a situation where I ran out of chips, so I need more dip, and I ran out of dip, so I need more chips, and then once I finally ran out of both, I need to celebrate by getting chips and dip.
There will be an overlap point where you have the equal number of buns to hot dogs to that, right?
Yeah. And I will say that wasn't necessarily like budget conscious. That was just kind of like I was in the mood for them and I would rock them. However, I have this with a bunch of stuff, but hot dogs in particular, I have a thing where once I eat, if it's a certain taste or like stylization of food, I need to like wash my mouth or eat something else, lest the taste just lingers in my mouth. So like I would have a hot dog, I would enjoy the hot dog, it was good, it was protein, it was just fine. I would have mustard on it, and then I would like wash my mouth out with water. I think I'm weird in that. I don't think most people do that. I've been informed that is not typical.
I mean, like, I can understand like finishing your drink off because you don't want like certain food.
No, I mean like I have my hot dog, I have my drink, I'm eating my hot dog, generally my drink is just water. I will go over to the sink, rinse my mouth out and like spit and like rinse it, and then I'll drink my water.
Huh.
Because there's some things where it's just like the taste lingering in my mouth physically like revolts me. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Which I've been told that is just autism, but I'm not diagnosed.
I wasn't gonna say it, but like I can.
I've been
like,
told that it's
box.
sensory issues. So you need a palate cleanser, like a nice Italian. See, that's the thing. I would want to wash out my mouth before I had the palate cleansing Italian ice because I would not want to have a mixed flavor of hot dog and Italian ice.
Wait, what Italian ice? Is ice
yes, which flavor? It's hard to beat lemon, I will say.
What is Italian ice?
Do you not know Italian ice?
No.
Okay, that might be an American thing. Italian ice. So it's basically like shaved ice.
Okay, yeah, like the.
If you look
like
on stream.
Cones?
Yeah, like snow cones.
Okay.
Like these. And probably a brand that a lot of people are going to recognize is this like Luigi's one, where they're not quite scoops. They're little cups that you would like just with a spoon like scrape into. It's like sherbet, effectively. And apparently the TTRPG VTuber might have autism more than 11. Shut up.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but like, they are right.
Okay, I have people who come in here assuming I have autism, ADHD, or ADHD, like that I have both, and they just operate off the assumption that I have both.
Arrow, you stream. You're a VTuber streaming tabletop content, making videos, and you play Marvel Rivals until like 2 a.m.
I don't play Marvel Rivals until 2 in the morning. I play until like 1 in the morning, and I haven't played in a couple. I was going to play last night. Rory hits me up like, "Hey, want to play Rivals?" And I was like, "Yes." And then, boom, no Rivals. I was busy. Look, fam, I'm ADHD diagnosed. You're peer reviewed. I will say, I do not believe in ChatMD. I think ChatMD is a very dangerous thing to believe in, so I do not subscribe to that. That being said, y'all know me much better in my element than a Proctor does. They sell cheap ice cream. Yes. Listen, I have been peer reviewed in many regards, and I am something of a subject. Neko, you can't just chuckle at that. You're part of the peer review.
Okay.
You don't want me... Listen, just because you're going straight to Black Death or Terminal Heartburn, those do not strike me as the only two options. I feel as though there's many more options, such as shingles. Or...
What?
Leg. Well, so they said, I don't want, like, you don't want me diagnosing anyone because I'll go straight to Black Death or Terminal Heartburn. I feel like there's a couple other options like shingles or leg.
Okay.
Syphilis. Leg? Yeah, leg. Don't you have leg? I have leg. I have 2 leg. Neko has 4.
Yeah.
I mean, some have said that I have 3, but... It's probably just gas. Scabies it is. Everyone should have scabies once it builds character. You know what? I'm going straight to scurvy. Why do you think shaved Italian ice lemon flavor is so important? The leg is gone. What do you mean? I have no idea
where this conversation has gone in this past like minute.
Okay, Neko, you can't join my stream unprompted and then get upset at the fact that you have no idea what's happening. Do you think upset. I know what's happening?
I'm just confused.
Okay, I'm often confused. What do you want from me?
For you to work the can opener?
I have a can opener in my kitchen, if you want one.
All right, well, get twisting then, I guess.
One must imagine syphilis happy. No, I don't think syphilis is very happy.
Andy, please come back. Andy, please get me out of here.
You can just leave, dude. Oh, so all I'm saying is that Arrow, just like Stan users, neurospicy people tend to attract each other. Well, apparently I'm quite attractive to neurodivergent people. Why do you think I interact with Neko so much?
Eh?
I didn't say nothing.
Suspicious. I mean, yes, okay, I played niche spaceship game and niche mech game and... Shut up. No, how dare you depict me with a little pointed arrow.
No, I'm Arrow. There's nothing pointed about me. Actually, that's a lie. I'm quite pointed in my conversation. I'm quite to the point. Wasn't that the plot of Ringu? Like the ring?
Nope.
Wait, no, we're not giving the cat Sisyphus. We're not making him roll a boulder up a hill. We're not Shane Dawson.
All right, well, good news. The building apparently didn't burn down.
Yay!
So pleasure joining you for a questionable little intermission here. Thanks for the help with that.
Okay,
Hope
real quick, before you go, piece of life advice. Go.
When emptying a pickle jar, do not do it over your head.
Anything more relevant to the day-to-day of the people here?
Oh, for the people here, Arrow's a massive tsundere.
Nope, egg bye.
Whatever.
How dare he? No. Do whatever the cat's head got it. How dare he spread such slander? How often do I don't think cats should eat pickles. I think that the pickling process, presumably, is quite dangerous to them. No, he's on something. Snow goons are bad news. This conversation felt like it went through an unstable portal. Listen, when I am in front of an audience, I will talk, and I will yap, and I will chat. And when my buddy hits me up and says, hey, do you want to yap? I will say, that is your first mistake. Tsundere arrow more at 11. Shut up. I'm not... There's nothing tsundere about... I would have to actually like you. And it's well established. Every time anyone asks me, would you still love me if I'm a worm? I say no, because I don't love you now. You know, that's fair. I'm kind of the same way. What does that mean, Coid? Welcome to my parlor, said Arrow to the Fly. Yes, so Lancer. Lancer with 2 players. The most important thing to remember is action economy will be killer. Similarly, your players will, depending on their builds, that will strongly impact their effectiveness in a given fight. For instance, if you have a hacker and you have an artillery piece, that means you have no front line, which means rush down enemies are going to be killer. Something else that was very important about Lancer that I only learned once I played it. It is a game meant for multiple skirmishes rather than one long drawn big fight. Lancer, as a system, is designed like, I guess kind of like similarly to D&D, where you're expected to have like between 2 and 4 fights between long rests. In Lancer, you're not expected to go into a fight at 4 structure, 4 stress, full repairs, and all of your limited abilities. You're expected to go into a fight having already fought once, maybe twice. And that will be very important, particularly for boss fights. Because even your bosses are not as powerful as a player character mech. I would say even an Ultra. An Ultra is probably as powerful as a single enemy, as a single player mech. But like elites, veterans, they are not as powerful as a mech. They have half as much structure, half as much stress. They generally have comparable HP, but comparable damage. Like they have comparable numbers, but just the health isn't there. So it's okay for your players to curb stomp, so long as they recognize that they need to treat this like a marathon. That is okay. Yawning. Finally getting back on track, you know it. Easily throw 38 witches at the players and enjoy the fireworks. I prefer Kirby stomps. Well, I'm gonna say it. Kirby sucks. Kirby sucks. And he absorbs power. Why not 39? 39 witches is cruel. Car, please respect your players enough to not throw an unwinnable encounter at them. Like a goblin astride the love child of a Lancaster and the Barbarossa. No, Kirby doesn't swallow, he inhales. Swallowing implies going down your esophagus. I don't think Kirby has an esophagus. I think it's just void. Yes, that's his primary form of attack. How about 37? Okay, again, you have to respect your players. 37? Do you want them to just like dog walk your entire encounter? Do you want them to just be treated like they're infants, incapable of doing any degree of math? No, of course not. Kirby has a goal. The goal that leads to curb dimension. So I've played Kirby games, and like I've played Kirby games on the DS, and I know that in Kirby games, the top screen, little curbs Oh. Swallow up a little dude. And on the bottom screen, there will be a little dimension that has little nodes of all the things in his gullet. And if there's too many things in his gullet, it just gets disintegrated. There is no curved dimension. The curved dimension is equivalent to saying that dark matter is just spicy normal matter. How about 37.9? I mean, that's fine. Like, if they're a bit underleveled, that's acceptable. The curved dimension. The sufficiently evil will be sent to the Columbo dimension instead. Just one more thing. Oh, speaking of Columbo, voice acting. I am very surprised at how positive the response has been to my recent VA work. Like, just to put it plainly, I wasn't expecting people to be as like impressed, particularly with the Horus vs. Horus short, where if you're unaware, I did all the voices in that. I did Slanesh, I did Korn, I did the Raw Occultist, I did Horus, and it was fun. I really enjoyed it. I was not expecting people to be so like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was you. I've gotten a good couple people who have just kind of expressed their surprise. Which, if you don't know what I'm referring to, thank you for saying my VA stuff is amazing. I definitely don't consider that to be my competency. I don't consider myself to be very good at it. I don't consider myself to be someone that is like, that's majorly what I am, but I do try my darndest. I try my best. And if I grab this, so like I can, with the power of anime, I can turn off this window capture and you. So like, for instance, I can.
Well, you are cyborg ninjas, so.
Cascade enemies of the Godhead. Who the fuck are you without your horse? Let the seas boil, let the stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see the galaxy freed once
Like,
more.
this is all me.
And if I cannot save it from your failure, Father, then let the galaxy burn. Who the fuck are you? I thought I hired Horus.
Also, legendary arrow curses pull, I will say. It's not every day that you see that. In fact, I would say that it's most days that you don't see that.
Let the galaxy burn.
Yeah. So what I did with that is I did 2 takes of each. I need to get better about this. I generally don't do multiple takes, but I should be doing multiple takes. What I did is I took the 2 takes, I layered them on top of each other. I chopped up one so it fit the other one better, just because the timing was slightly off. And then I lowered the pitch and added reverb to one of them. So what I was going for one was Horus and one was like chaos. One was like the chaos juice in him. And I was my direction was I was mimicking the trailer, right? My direction is I was mimicking that one trailer of Horus
where he sounds like he's growling on gravel, and he has this kind of wet noise in his throat. Let the galaxy burn.
Except I didn't like how like wet and like gargling he sounded. So I went for more of a I guess it was more like he was like chewing gravel rather than he was like gargling gravel. That was sick, not gonna lie. Thank you. Death metal album, Arrow Win. I have thought about doing a cover and or karaoke. I'm just too nervous because I'm not a singer. I don't practice singing. I do love metal, and I can do. Wait, was it? It's
Yo!
So like I can do a for ice cream. I just need. I muted, so I was like practicing a little bit. Kills my throat. I can do it. Like I can do that kind of vocal distortion, and then and then obviously I can go down to this Valorant e-boy voice where I have that vocal rasp. Wait, even though I'm kind of losing it. Even though I'm kind of losing it because I'm trying to go more forward and project, I can have a lower register where I'm full of vocal fry, and I can go up here where I have a vocal fry. Yeah, so like, I can't really sing, but I can do vocal distortion to an extent. It's not much. I don't practice it. I'm not good at it, but I can do it to a bit, which is really useful when I'm trying to do like a Horace impression and I can just vocal fry. Arrow, the person we listen to talk, being someone we enjoy listening to, this bit is getting tired at 11. 11! Like, I don't know. I get nervous. It's probably a good, what? At first, I was like, Valorant E-Boy again is the same vein as children complaining, Meatloaf again, in commercial from before I was born. But then again, I thought, it's probably a good sign for how comfortable Arrow is showing off multiple sides and facets to not just present as femme. Yeah. I mean, that's something where I recognize my voice is not the most femme. I recognize my voice is, I think a lot of people read it as mask if they don't know anything about me. I go for more of androgynous. I am non-binary. I'm not trans femme. I am androgynous. I go for androgynous, non-binary, a mixture of mask and femme. I just recognize that as someone that is AMAB, I have to kind of present more femme to be more androgynous. I have to more compensate femme to be more in the middle. But generally, I see myself more as a low gender individual than a high gender individual. So yeah, I'm usually quite comfortable showing off, even if I'm less femme coded, because I'm not trying to be a woman. I'm not trying to be feminine per se. I definitely am a bit more feminine, but not. Gender equals vibes. My gender is whatever is funniest in the moment, right? If someone is like, hey, I want to smash, and like they're a straight guy, I'd be like, okay, then that's gay. I'm feeling masked now because I want this to be gay. And then they'll be like, no, my masculinity. And then I'm like, ha, loser. So like my gender is vibes. Gender is funny. My gender is a funny thing. Yeah, wet gargling sounds more fitting like Nurgle. Yeah. You just fried my ears. How much damage should I roll for? D6. You've only got like 5 hit points. If you can't survive that, you don't deserve to live. Arrow went a little Nixon from Futurama. I am not a crook. I can't do the fingers up. That just makes it hotter. I mean, what? I mean, listen. There are certain people who, if they're like, hey, smash. And then I'm like, you realize I'm non-binary, right? And they're like, that just makes it hotter. Wink. I will look at them and say, pathetic. Not because I'm offended. Not because I think that there's anything wrong with this per se. Simply due to the fact that I disrespect you over the fact that you are a chaser. You got a bad ball live? No, my 1d4 was earned hit point. Winky face. Okay, winky face, yeah, and somehow I'm still intact. Good. OMG, low and high gender for Vampire the Masquerade. Or what? VTD? VTD. Vampire the... VTD? What is VTD? Chasers. I mean, so that's the thing, right? Like, I was being a bit facetious. If someone actually hit me with like the smash, and then I say, "You realize I'm not a woman, right?" And then they're like, "Smash, don't even matter." I'm pan. I get it. I'm not gonna assume that you're a chaser. So obviously that was me more facetious, but don't screw up your voice with fry screams, please. So I have done that before. I have done fry screams where I hurt my voice, and generally like the following day, I just like can't really talk that much. Usually that'll just get into recording, which I probably shouldn't be doing fry screams now because I need to record tomorrow's Lancer video today. So like after I should probably drink some water. Like, fry screams hurt my voice because I don't practice them. Not because, I don't think it's because I'm doing it wrong. And I also don't do it for a long time. But with fry screams, like when I did the horse short, that kind of killed my voice for the following day. Which is why it's good that I recorded it like on a Monday, so then Tuesday I can recover. And then I think Wednesday, when did I record it? I don't think it was that long ago. I think I uploaded it. Yeah, so I recorded it Monday. I recovered Tuesday. Wednesday, my voice was still feeling a little bit off. And that was in part because of the recording. That was in part because I just woke up weird. Like, I commented on that stream. Vampire the Dark Ages got it. Did we break Arrow? I was thinking, okay? You're not... Just because I get confused doesn't mean I'm broken. What are you talking about right now? I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, where are the puppy girls on this chart? Of what? What chart? What? Mask androgynous? Like, you're aware. I need to make this clear. I'm not a puppy girl. My community has been infected with a veritable litter of puppy girls. However, I am not a puppy girl. I do not have ears. I do not have a tail. I do not, like, walk around on all fours like some puppy girls do. That is not my vibe. Now, if you are a puppy girl, bully for you. That's not my thing. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you how to live your life. The fact that I have made jokes about mexploitation, a puppy girl does not make. We all enjoy a good teasing here and then. Yeah, exactly. It's fun. The puppy is metaphorical. False Hydra, but only for gender. Oh, that's why so many people are so hung up on the binary thing, is because the false Hydra ate their non-binary. We just yapping the topic left a long while ago. Listen, if we want a new topic, what did I have for a snack today? I had for breakfast 5 hours ago. Sorry, 4.5, because I ate like right before I went live. Oatmeal with blueberries. And I had some orange and pomegranate juice. That's all I've had today. And that's why when I stood up earlier to blow my nose, my head was light. And I was like, oh, that's not good. You gave your gender to the Fae? Yeah, what'd you get for it? They pay big bucks for that, but only if you ask for it. Okay, wait though. I was asked to roll for gender, rolled a 2 for gender, so I guess my gender is no. Oh, was that on the Discord? Because there's a chart that was on the Discord. Let me see if I can find it. There was a chart on the Discord from a couple days ago. Oh, wait. Some memes from Discord. Trans women show you this image that looks like this and then say it's pre and post transition. My sister and Raw, those are two different people. Okay, this is inconveniently far away. I'm sorry. I give up. I don't care enough. Oh? Did I find it? They're rolling. Where is it? Where did it go? I'm still scrolling. Oh, this is a good one. I like this meme. Oh, okay, I found it. Okay, everyone in chat, grab D20. D20. What you're going to do, you are going to roll 1 D20. And that is your answer to are you a boy or a girl? So I can do this right now. I can go on to roll 1 D20 in Google. I got a 3. That means my gender is maybe. Are you a boy or a girl? Maybe. That's a very good answer. You got a 4. It's complicated. So Team got a 16. I'm a Jedi. Palm juice. I haven't had them forever. I have had palm juice consistently for years now. I don't know what it is. I use it as a chaser. I use it as a mix with other juices because the pomegranate juice by itself is very strong and very like sickly sweet for me. But if I mix it with orange juice, if I mix it with apple cider, if I mix it with mango juice or lemonade, oh, it's so good. I add like 4 parts orange juice, 1 part pomegranate juice. Great. So Car's gender. So are you a boy or a girl? Car says yes. You're a mess. Oh my gosh. Well, so hey, DP, are you a boy or a girl? You're a mess. Colum, are you a boy or a girl? Hey, some dude, are you a boy or a girl? I'm a train wreck, and train wrecks don't have gender, only pain. Yo, me. Yo, just like me for real when I was a teenager. This chart is missing our beloved attack helicopter. Okay, I'm gonna say something. I feel attack helicopter jokes. So if 17 refers to pretty derby, I'm insert your derby position. I mean, it probably is. I think attack helicopter jokes are funny in moderation. I think that they're not actually too offensive, at least to me, with the understanding that if you just identify as an attack helicopter, that's funny. If you then proceed to make jokes about how like legally you're recognized as an attack helicopter and you need an attack helicopter bathroom and like all attack helicopters are valid, like that's when it starts being, okay, you're using us as a tool for bigotry. You're being a jerk. You're not even just not funny. You're not fun to be around either. But I think just making a joke about an attack helicopter and how like, hey, what's in your pants? An Apache missile. Run. Like, that's funny. Can I use inspiration to try again? No, I'm sorry. You're stuck. Oh my gosh, I just tried making a noise while yawning and nothing came out. I think that's problematic when I'm trying to make a noise and it's just nothing some water can't fix. Yep. Love me some water. Can I cast guidance on a neater roll? No, you can cast guidance on a gender roll. My gender was thrown into the fires of Mordor and can no longer be found. Listen, my gender was an evil thing. I cast it out for the good of all. Also, this like really short, disheveled man was obsessed with it and bit off my finger in order to steal it. Agua. Arrow's making broken squeaky toys. Okay. Just like wrap your arms around me and squeeze really tight. That's what happens when like you squeeze me. So I'm gonna make like a Dakimura. I'm gonna make one of those like pillowcases. And I'm gonna add a squeaky toy into it. And I'm not gonna tell anyone. So you're gonna like get a pillowcase and you're like, oh my gosh, my Arrow pillowcase. I can't wait to cuddle this. And then you squeeze it and it just goes, ah. I don't think I like this. That's the point. If you're gonna get a pillowcase of me, I get to have the last laugh. Sounds like a broken Tickle Me Elmo. Arrow doesn't have enough body fat, so squeezing Arrow risks damaging the internals. Yes, and shut up. I am someone who I have tried to offer my shoulder to people so they can lean on me. And they would rather not lean on me and deal with the fact that they are not leaning on me despite they're sad or they're injured or whatever, because my shoulders are so bony. It's like I have shoulder spikes that drive into their flesh. Because for those of you who don't know, I'm like 5'11" and like 145, 150 pounds. That is 180 centimeters. And $65 kilograms. Sorry, I had to look it up. I was trying to get that keyboard ASMR. I don't know if it came through. Where's your palm now, streamer? Okay, palm has nothing to do with height. IRL, IPS, and Vlad. I mean, kinda. I kinda got that IPS and Vlad build, up to and including pinning people I don't like. And also drilling to heaven. Oh yeah, messing. See, listen, if I have a puppy girl audience, at least some of you are puppy girls. If I make a Dakimura and I add a squeaky toy, that will make like 10 to 20% of my audience, maybe probably more. It's probably more at this rate. It's probably like 30, 40%. That will make a portion of my audience freak out. And like in a good way. Can you look at my question from earlier, pretty please? Is it in the question? If you have a question for me, drop it in the Q&A section. That is the best place for me to look at it. OG, my spouse has said the same thing about their shoulders. I don't know what's wrong with people. I think what it is that I don't have, first off, the fat distribution to put it on my shoulder. I don't think I weigh enough. And also, I think I've worked my traps. Like, so if this is your neck, and like this is your shoulder, I've worked this part of my, like I've worked this part of my neck. I have not worked this part of my shoulder. Right? So I haven't built muscle to go on top of my bone. So like right here, where if we kind of look at this from like a top-down angle, right? There's like bones here that I'm feeling, and it's just like there's a point here, and it kind of goes like this, like a wishbone almost, like that almost, like on the top of your shoulder, and like this is like a spike for me, and this there's very little cushion on top of this like bone section of my shoulder. So what it is that it's, if you lean on my shoulder, you will rest on bone, and there will be this one knob that is driving into like your chin or your shoulder or your armpit or whatever you're leaning on me with. You have the build of a twig, 0 strength. See, this the thing, I have the build of a twig, but I have strength. I forgot to do my weights the past couple nights, but like I do weight exercises. I used to go to the gym consistently. It's wild, we're the same height, but I'm so much heavier. I have always had just a fast metabolism. And I have always, I'll say I've always eaten light, is how I will phrase it. I will say I've always had a interesting relationship with food. that is what I will say. You people in your fast metabolisms curse you all, I say. Yeah, that's just what it is. And I'm prepared for, inevitably there will be a day where my metabolism just leaves. And I've already experienced that. I've already experienced my metabolism has gone down, which is why I'm so much more strict about like my sugar intake, my calories, my carbs, my saturated fats. I could probably do better. But also I have people in my life telling me, stop trying to do better. You should not do better. You are not eating enough anyway. And I say like, but no. All I will say, I look at myself in the mirror and I'm in like pajama shorts and a sports bra, and I'll be like, dang, if I was IRL, I would post this picture. I do feel confident sometimes. It's not my fault I rolled double ones on my reactor stress check. I'm sorry, you just blowed up. You have a Horus Goblin build? What? Short and frail? Honestly, we need like a size 2 frame and Lancer for that still has the frail trait to really represent all of the trans girlies. The ones who aren't short enough to be like a shorty, they're taller than average, but they're still weak as heck. Okay, so like I do love dunking on my audience, and I've made a lot of jokes about trans femmes recently. Obviously, I love y'all, just like how I love furries. Like I dunk on furries all the time, but this is a tolerant space. If you're trans femme, you should feel welcome here. If you're a furry, you should feel welcome here. If you're trans masc or you're cis, whatever, I don't care. I will absolutely clown on the trans femmes for being weak as heck all the time. Just like I will clown on the furries for... What do I clown on furries for? I have jokes that I make about furries. I don't remember what they are. Because it's not just like, haha, weirdo. Like, that's boring. Is it being in STEM? I don't remember what my jokes are. According to my state IDs, I'm 5'6", 95 pounds, so short and light. I'm none of the above, but ally to all. Yeah. And that's what we need, right? I think we need more... Like, this is a legitimate issue, I think, that we face in modern social discourse. I think we need more allies. Particularly if you have Group X and Group Y, both of whom are minorities for different things and fighting for their rights in different ways. I think more people who are Group X need to actively support Group Y, and I think Group Y needs to actively support Group X. I'm not going to name names. We're not getting into politics. However, I think that there is a long-standing history of Group X helping Group Y and Group Y helping Group X, despite the fact everyone on the outside says Group X and Group Y hate each other. Group X and Group Y, broadly speaking, have supported each other, and I think in the last like 20 years, Group X stopped helping Group Y, and Group Y needs Group X's help. So Group Y isn't getting support. So Group Y can't help Group X. So Group X suffers. So Group X thinks, well, Group Y isn't helping us. We should just focus on ourselves. And then they fully stop supporting Group Y. And then now you're both weak. Lateral solidarity. Can't open anything unless it's a pickle jar. Hey, at least you get a pickle jar. Got it, gathering reinforcements. Literally gathering reinforcements. So real quick, I a little bit answered this. I kind of want to go back to this one. For Lancer. With 2 players. So I talked about this before. Remember that all of your enemies are going to be significantly weaker than your players. And that you should probably have multiple fights in succession. I thought one big climactic fight would be enough. I was running for 3 players. No, it was not. I got them down. I got one of them down to, I think, stress 2 and 2 of them down to stress 3. And I think, one of them down to structure 2, 2 of them down to structure 3. And I think one of them took a single point of stress damage. But that was like the big climactic fight that had a bunch of grunts and a bunch of like multiple enemy veterans. Like, and it just was not enough because the players are that powerful. So keep that in mind. Also, keep in mind, your players should, and I'm not gonna tell you how you should run the game, but a benefit to Lancer is the granularity, which a friend of mine recently teased me about how often I use granularity, and they're reading chat in a stream, and apparently you say granularity now because of me. Apparently, I say granularity so often and with such frequency, and I realized that every stream for the past couple streams, I've said it at least once, particularly talking about Lancer and TTRPG design. You have started saying granularity to talk about TTRPGs because I say it, which I felt very self-conscious about. But because of the granularity, allow your players options to make the perfect tool to solve a problem. If I have a Hydra and I build not just about like my ghoul drone and my gas drone, But I also build around other deployables like a turret, and I build around mines, and I want to like set up a defensive position because I know that we want to defend this place from like pirates. That is the perfect tool for that. Don't discredit the player's decision making just because you feel, oh, this will ruin the encounter. No, it's not. Add 4 more grunts on the first wave of combat. Have those 4 grunts charge forward triumphantly, set off the mine. All 4 grunts blow up, and your Hydra player gets to giggle like, hee hee. And then your Hydra player feels awesome. Despite, I'm gonna ban you, Erdring. These 4 grunts did not exist before the fight. Now they existed, now they're dead, your player feels awesome. The combat is not ruined. You made the players feel cooler. One mine killed 4 grunts. Holy heck. Shoot the monk, exactly. Attack the monk with a ranged weapon attack that will deal less than 1d8 plus their monk level damage. Suddenly, they catch it. They go, no, 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 and then they fling it back at the target. Boom, player feels awesome. Not only that, but because you're not playing so in Lancer, you have multiple tools available, particularly once you hit LL2 and on. Once you get a frame and you're experimenting with different licenses, you might be playing a Blackbeard that specializes in going Sekhmet and Berserk mode. If the enemy has a situation where they need a delicate procedure and your player swaps off of Blackbeard and swaps to, like, I don't know, the Everest, and they remove Sekhmet from their build because they're going more of a long-range ordnance support build for this mission because they recognize going stupid crazy ham with Sekhmet is not going to work, and there's no melee, so there's no point in being a Blackbeard. Don't discourage that. Encourage your players swapping around their licenses and their frames about what they have available to, because that's the fantasy of Lancer. The fantasy of Lancer is maybe being an Enkidu pilot, maybe it's being a Napoleon pilot, but fundamentally it is being competent in the situations you find yourself in. Seeing, okay, we need to download this server. I normally play the Tortuga, but I picked up some Goblin levels because I thought it'd be funny. And now I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna run my Goblin. I'm gonna run a Goblin frame, despite the fact I built my mech with all of my hull points around being a defender. And I wanted a little bit of hacking to mess with them. And what I ended up doing is now I'm playing a hacker because we need to download the server and we need to hack it. That's okay. That's part of the benefit that Lancer has over other systems. X and Y in the single bed of fascism. X and Y's shall fail before the gender false Hydra. Listen, I don't even know what my gender is. False Hydra got it. Goblin levels for the funny, perfect plan with no downside. Exactly. Download server, time to make every enemy emit Lego Yoda death sound. I have that on my, not on my soundboard, but on my editing SFX. I also have an anti-alien alarm.
Anti-alien alarm! No alien! No marcianito! Get out of here! Anti-marcianito! No! No! No!
That's the first time I think I've used that sound bit. Outside of just big, loud noise dumps. Kind of like this. Oh snap. Yeah, so I need to overhaul my soundboard because I need like to get my gasp. I have a like I have the laugh track, right? Although I do get a lot of mileage out of it. This is like the keys but dialed to 11. I mean, if you want the keys, I can bring back the keys. That is canonically what happens whenever my Lancer character lands an invade attack. So I like the idea, and I didn't get a chance. I might include this in the adventure, because like I have a Lance Adventure, a module that I haven't written on in like 3 months because I've been busy, and I have a different thing. I have a different deliverable I want to get up at the end of the month that I haven't worked on, so I need to work on that. But I like the idea of Yu-Gi-Oh! Pink Rabbit. Does anyone know anime? No, this is not what I wanted. I don't want anime girls. I want the anime Pink Rabbit. So, does anyone remember back in OG Duelist Kingdom Yu-Gi-Oh! Where Kaiba got his like network hacked by this Pink Rabbit? And it's a matter of like the screen has this little rabbit that hops around on it, and it's just like messing with all of his stuff, and it's just like, hey Kaiba, hey Kaiba, hey Kaiba, and he needs to physically like shut down his server because it's infected. You don't remember Fuzzy Bunny Kaiba boy? What I want to do, I want to make the description. Initially, before I even played Lancer, I had this idea, and then I realized an invade action literally just does heat, which is perfect for this. I want an invade to be flavored that when you infect someone, a little pink rabbit like pops its head up and it's a little mischievous creature, and it jumps up and it rears back this big old hammer, and it slams it against the screen, and then the screen cracks. And it reaches over, and it reaches its hand over like here, and suddenly this panel with a bunch of wiring pops out. And the physical damage that the hack is doing to your frame is represented visually by this little pink rabbit, like a cartoon rabbit, running around your screen and physically like damaging your mech is what it looks like. And then what I want it to be is that you have the option of jamming yourself. If you do, you're jammed, which means you can't talk. Also, if you're not jammed, if you choose not to jam yourself, any ally in sensors also gets affected by this. So it's like a cognito hazard where it's, I send this pink rabbit at you, it on the screen runs around like a cartoon character, slamming like the screen with a mallet that cracks it, and it reaches down past the screen and pops out a thing of wiring, and then it pulls back its hand and it's holding all the wires here that are missing from here, and it's just visual. But also, you have the choice of jamming yourself. And if you don't jam yourself, the rabbit waves to you, hops back down, leaves your mech, and joins a different mech in your squad. Because it's just a little Chaos Gremlin, right? And I think that would be such a fun visual to do. Unfortunately, the module that I set up doesn't really have a hacker, which is unfortunate. The hacker crashing the enemy's mech with Yoda Bites 2000s meme. Like a love letter worm. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Drake. Absolute pleasure. You caught me as I'm stretching. My apologies. Yes, the virus. Although maybe it could be. I have a friend that would send this. This was like one of their most used emotes. Cotton 720p60. Oh my gosh. How would I deal with a perfect sin transcending the Cat 7? Not how it would affect the characters, more about how the area would change and how people would react. Okay, so a perfect sin in Kane is when an exorcist manifests a sin. They become an imago, that is a nascent sin. It runs off and it forms an actual sin. That would be a perfect sin. That'll be the main ideal of the sin because it's so much grace in this person. If that was the case, that would mean that a Cat 6 exorcist would have to undergo manifestation, turn into an imago. That'd be a virtue. A virtue would manifest a sin. that becomes an imago, that becomes a perfect sin, that then undergoes a sin event. I think how I would rule it is basically how normal sin events would be. So like when pressure 6 hits on an ogre, the miasma spreads to the entire investigation area. When pressure 6 hits for a hound, the grudge expands. Though what I feel is because it's more human, I would make it affect the humans. And like the miasma makes humans more lethargic in its radius. A hound has a domain that makes all creatures hostile within it. What I would do is I would basically say that affects literally every person. So if the perfect idol hits Cat 7 on the size of a continent across all of Africa, across all of South America, across all of Oceania, everyone is just obsessed with this perfect sin, this idol, this god amongst mortals. The local governments are instantly in its pocket. Religions convert heretical branches to follow them. But, for instance, if it was like across all of South America, an idol took over and suddenly like all of those branches of because generally South America has a very strong Catholic population, all of those branches of Catholicism see this as like the second coming of Christ, whatever. Like in Rome, the Vatican would decry all of them as heretical. The Vatican would not be affected because that's not part of the idol's influence. There would still be globalized reactions to it that would be against whatever it is. But if a Cat 7 perfect centipede formed, that would be the Walking Dead in all of Asia. That would be across the entire continental United States. Gone. Canada, half eaten. The only places that are saved are the ones that are so far out of the way. And everyone who is there is so misanthropic that it's not even survivors banding together. It is everyone for themselves killing anything that looks like a human. Yeah. But that being said, and I've talked about this before, this is an old clip, it's like a year ago at this point. Zombies in my world. I have a setting that I have in a medieval time frame. I have in a 20th century urban fantasy or retrofuturism setting. And then I have a near sci-fi setting. In my near sci-fi setting, zombies are a disease that got developed as a bioweapon, dropped on a country. It broke containment. All of the nearby countries are reeling from this. But that's like if Brazil, for instance, got a zombie outbreak dropped on it, all of the neighboring countries are like setting up walls and defense perimeters and they're keeping out the zombies. Like the US isn't affected. Like, yeah, by trade and by global infrastructure, sure, but like the US isn't affected by zombies. The UK doesn't deal with zombies. China isn't dealing with zombies. Brazil and most of South America is screwed because zombies got dropped on them. But at the end of the day, it's not like the end of the world. It's like the end of South America as we know it. And then maybe like Peru is totally fine, right? I think the Brazilians would be okay, TBH. Okay, what I need to clarify. I need to be better about mentioning certain countries because I have multiple people in the community who are from Brazil. And every time I mention Brazil, they're just like, yo, Brazil mention. And they have been some of the loveliest people. They have told me about lovely Brazilian recipes that I want to make someday. They have told me how cool their TTRPGs are. Similarly, like Germany. I have multiple people from Germany in the audience. I need to be better about mentioning Germany. And yeah, I might mention it because I'm saying we're dropping a zombie plague on it. You get what you get and you don't get upset. Like, oh, actually, I saw a comment on an etymology nerd video recently. Do you say you get what you get and you don't get upset? Or do you say you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Because apparently, in the US at least, you can very accurately clock someone as to what region they originate from based on if they say you get what you get and you don't get upset, or you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. And apparently, like, it is one of those things where if you're from an area, you are only going to know one of them. You have no idea about the other one. And I learned about you don't throw a fit recently. Also, I don't say these regularly either. I say these very infrequently. But growing up, I heard you get what you get and you don't get upset. Right? What is this? Red markets? No. The US would drop millions of sterile zombies every day on Panama to prevent the spread of zombies into North America. Well, so not if there's a country in the way. But yeah, so with a Cat 7 perfect sin, I am of the opinion that because no sin has been recorded at Cat 7, I was of the opinion initially that it would encompass the entire world. I do feel that is a bit much. I feel like a continent is already a lot. I would say even like a small country, right? If I had a UK sized sin event, that would be massive. And that's reasonable for like Cat 7. Do you mean the Red Market RPG? Someone mentioned the Red Market RPG. I don't know what that is. It is what it is. So yeah, okay. I said I wasn't going to look at them more. But also, if I Games for Freaks issue 3. If I click on this, can we just talk about the art real quick? Like, ignore the text. Don't worry about the text. The text doesn't matter. However, like, this is just a Kamen Rider villain. That was my first thought when I saw this. And then I said that it was a Power Rangers villain because I thought Kamen Rider was too deep of a cut. And then someone's like, actually it looks more like a Kamen Rider villain. I was like, I know! Also, do you see this? I didn't see this before because it was only a light look. That's the face. The face is a skull. The eyes are... It's so cool. The toad is not what I thought it would be. I love it. Like, is that just me? Is it just me? A Cat 8 would be XK class. So there's never been a recorded Cat 7 sin. I think Cat 8 would be end of the world. Like, just straight up. Like, this looks like an owl for wisdom. I don't know. I did not think of this when I thought of Toad. I like it. I like how avaricious it looks. You love the Toad? Okay. Tell me that you would without telling me you would. I'm not a fan of the Lord. Not gonna lie. I think that it's fine. I think that the halo and the kind of like helmet built into it, I think the scepter, I think that they're fine elements individually. I think it looks goofy. I don't think it looks cool. I think that the standard Lord, I think that the generic Lord is cooler and still looks human. So I don't see why it would be needed to be changed. I'm purposely not reading the text. But oh my gosh, this idol, like the many masks, the pulling the threads. It's so good. It's so good. I'll be the world's first Cat -1 event purely for the nonsense. I want to use a word, but it might be against YouTube TOS. Isn't that a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Probably. So the one I was thinking of, the Lord I prefer, the cooler Lord. I hear some alarm going off outside. The cooler Lord is this one. I think this already looks humanoid. I already think this looks like a human manifested into a sin. Just kind of like make the face like built into it, right? Like if you get like boom, perfect sin. That's my thought process. All right, settle down, you. That's a great pick. It takes itself too seriously for the Lord. I don't know. So I guess my issue with it, this looks like a dude wearing a costume. This looks like a monster. This looks like a monster. Which obviously, this looks like a dude in a costume insofar as it looks like a Kamen Rider villain. But like, this looks like a sin on par with the other sins. This looks like a monstrosity. This looks like a guy. And that's my issue, ultimately. I don't think it's bad art. Obviously, Tom Bloom, I don't want to say never misses, because I haven't read Kill 6 Billion Demons, but certainly he rarely, if ever, misses. That implied otherworldliness and divinity, that which is beyond human. I think it should have been closer to a biblical angel. Like a biblical cherub with the 3 heads and the 3 sets of wings, the one of which is like an ox, the one of which is a human, the other of which is like a dog. Oh, he misses. There's a lot of art of his I don't like. Yeah, and that's all artists. Or that is all artists who are brave enough to actually share their art. I would consider myself not to be super brave, because at the end of the day, I've shared my writing. I've read my writing aloud. I have shared my TTRPG that I'm working on. I don't share it with nearly the frequency that someone like Tom Bloom does. And certainly I share my opinions. Certainly I talk about my thoughts on TTRPG design, but like, I haven't run a game on stream, right? I've yet to do an actual play, which people have been asking me for like a year and a half at this point, like consistently. I will pretty consistently be getting people asking me, hey, are you going to do an actual play? Hey, are you going to play with other content creators? Hey, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, one, I'm nervous, obviously. But also, I think like Death Before Dishonor, my nerves don't actually matter. If I suck, that just shows you, no matter how cool you think I am of the same caliber as anyone else. I have good times, I have bad times. My nerves are not what's stopping me. My main thing for not doing an actual play, the main reason I'm not doing an actual play and I haven't done it yet, is because I want it to be a show over a game. And that sounds weird, but I promise, Critical Role, Dimension 20, LA by Night, those are fun to watch because those are shows before their games. At the end of the day, the players are not sitting there thinking, what would be most fun for my character to do? They're thinking, what would be the best thing to push the story along? And yes, in that, they are thinking, it would be fun if I did X. I should do Y. It would be cool to do Z. But ultimately, in Critical Role, the least interesting bits are the combat. In LA by Night, fully, it was just a bunch of people role-playing around a table and using their disciplines occasionally. In Dimension 20, the comedy of a bunch of improv actors who know and love each other is what pushes those games forward, not the mechanics and the die rolls and combat and all that stuff. Which is why, if I was to do an actual play, I would want it to be effectively just an improv show with dice. Which is part of why, with Cell, another content creator who I'm doing my Kane game with, I was like, hey, I'm not going to record this. I don't want to stream this. I just want to play a game. I want to focus on having fun. Later, you and I might do an actual play. At that point, it will be a show. I will want to have a narrative that we tell, and I'm going to treat it like improv. I'm going to treat it like role-playing, but I'm going to prioritize the narrative and audience experience over your fun. Which obviously, your comfort comes before anything. I'm not going to make you uncomfortable just for the sake of getting clicks, but I will prioritize how interesting is this to watch over your fun. And that's something that is not something you should do at a game. I think that is anathema to playing a TTRPG as a game, which is why I would need a group that I can feel comfortable saying, yes, we're not playing this as a game, we're playing this as a show. And maybe that's just my own thoughts. Maybe that's not quite what people think. That is the conclusion I have come to over being a fan of actual plays for many years. Like, that is a terrible ethos to have for a game that you're playing with your friends. I think it is a necessary ethos to have to make a show that people want to watch. B-Dave ran bar none the best vampire game I've ever played in. Yeah. And you mentioned this before, or did you mention this or did Celador mention it? because like some people in the community have like been run by B-Dave, and B-Dave Alter's great from what I've seen. He also was part of Scorch Basin. Homing the Dude, the Kickstarter that I recently supported with. He was one of like the highlight supporters of that, like as a collaborator, which is just, I don't know. The TTRPG space feels so big because there's such a divide of, well, if you're in the D20 or the Critical Role or that kind of cast, like if you know Erika Ishii, you're kind of on a different level. It feels if you're associates with MCDM, you're on a different level. But at the end of the day, we're all just nerds. At the end of the day, all of it. Oh, you are Celador? This entire time, I thought DP and Celador were two different people. That's what happens whenever I see names and profile pictures that don't line up. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, you're Celador on Twitch. That's why, because I'm like, you've been Celador in streams before. As someone that used to do an AP podcast, I know what you mean. What was I gonna say? But yeah, so when it comes to TTRPGs, I think watching them is boring. Because TTRPGs have the nonsense that games have. Of, oh, what do I want to shop from this place? What decision do I want to make on combat? What does this rule mean? Those are not interesting to watch. Personally, I feel. So I would want it to be, this is a character-oriented game. This is a system that is mostly about role-playing. And I think what might even be really fun, something I might do, which I think would be, I mean, I can't stand those shows, so I'm the wrong one to talk to. That's fair. What might be really fun, run a game of Kane, or even a game of D&D, right? And remember in that Kane video where I talked about like downtime, R&R, sessions between sessions? The only thing streamed is downtime. So I play a game with Cell, for instance. I run them on a hunt. They're hunting an ogre. They come back. We hit live. We stream a game where it is just them screwing around the barracks, talking about the recent hunt, like talking about what they have planned going forward. And then, the end of the episode, E13-FLB, you've been selected to participate in a hunt. Congratulations. You'll be going up against the centipede. Good luck. And then that's the end of the episode. Off stream, we play the hunt with the centipede. Next episode, we go live R&R. The character has their face half melted off by acid because they were hit by the centipede's vitriol. Suddenly, that's a hook. There's a hook and a half. You've been invited to a night at the opera. Please do not resist. You have the same profile picture and name on YouTube and Discord and all other platforms for a reason. Yeah, I mean, I'm very open about this. I very much so struggle with names. So if I ever forget your name, I'm sorry. I'm much better with faces and by extension, profile pictures, which is why there are so many times where someone that that is a community member, that's a regular, will join. I know their name. I don't know their profile picture because they changed it. So I treat them like they're a new person because I'm silly. And that's part of why wow, you really had a takes off the mask moment. That's part of why for the past like 2 years, I haven't changed my profile picture. I'm very resistant to changing my profile picture because I like that brand consistency. I do want to change it. I have other things I would love to change it to, but I don't want to swap it around like every week, right? I don't want to swap it around every month. You've been invited to a casual night out. Resistance is futile. Exactly. Okay, so question. Do you only publish under Arrow Rights or do you use a pseudonym, nom de plume for other works? So prior to starting this channel, I did have some other ventures that I was experimenting with. None went very far. I didn't like devote the time and energy to them that I did to this channel. And what's it called? But like I wasn't treating them as some big thing. I was just kind of doing them for fun. I'm not going to talk about what they were because that might dox me. I don't want it to like come back and hit me from behind. But I don't currently. Actually, I actually do have a stream of content production that is completely separate from this channel, where I use a different name. But it's not like my personal writing. It's like a job. It's writing for work. So that's not really quite the same, but it is technically speaking, I do publish under a different name. Yeah. I'm not really active in the Discord, and leaving befuddledness in my wake is fun. That is very fun. Okay, so what I want to do real quick. It has come to my attention that I can just yap without consequence. Right? So what I want to do, Celador actually dropped a list of questions of arrow answers in the Discord, of like 20 of them. And the day that they posted that, I went through and I answered all of them, and I was going to record them, make a video, post it. But I don't have an arrow answers this week. And next week, I don't know if I'm going to do that either, because it's going to be a long form video. I want to answer all of them. So I can just answer them now if I want. So let me... Okay. So... Boy, can I... Is that about me yapping? Boy, I can yap? Okay, so I'm gonna start with this. I'm just gonna do these. Okay. Arrow yap mode engaged. So this is a series of questions that one of the community members on Discord asked me, and I was gonna just record it by itself, but I figured I might as well answer it on stream because that might lead to additional questions. So let's lock in for like 20 questions. If someone only had time to watch one of your videos, which one would you secretly hope they picked and why? So the answer I wrote before, because I wrote answers to most, if not all of these, and I'll probably riff off of these. These are just kind of, I was going to script a video for this, but if someone had only had time to pick, if someone only had time to watch one of your videos, which one would you secretly hope they picked and why? False Hydra video. Easy. Not only does it have a very good amount of views, so I wouldn't feel very embarrassed that they're watching like a 1K video Andy kind of video. It's also just a story I'm proud of, and I'm glad to be able to share more, independent of how useful it is to you in your running. I, like an ego thing, just enjoy being able to talk about something that's fun that I did, just kind of brag about it for a bit, and I'm happy for people to see that. But also, it's a stream clip, so you get to see good vibes of what I'm like when I'm live, and I think it did have some good lessons. It's very much so the reason I want people to watch it is like a selfish one, but I think on the side, it is something that will teach you good lessons. I think it is something that is just an interesting video. And I mean, it's False Hydra. Who doesn't like False Hydras? But folks have pointed out that I never explained what a False Hydra was. So it's something that might snag new viewers. But my hope is that I give you enough context on the video that you can just kind of infer it. I totally agree. In that video, it's perfect. Always nice to yap about something you're interested in. I don't think that video was perfect. Or it's perfect as like an introduction. It shows off my flaws, right? It shows off my flaws as well as my strengths. It's me talking on stream. It's me yapping. It's me jabbering. And it's me talking about TTRPGs, which is my element. It's me talking about a game I ran, which I'm excited about. I think it's a very honest look at what my channel is like, which is why I think it's such a good idea, right? What flaws? Teehee. My flaws, like I didn't explain what False Hydra was. I didn't properly explain that. Frick, if I make this a video, I'm gonna spend so much time editing it because I won't have anything on screen. Jeebus crisp. what flaws? Like, I didn't explain what the false hydra was. Definitely, I think my nonsense is not for everyone. There was a couple people watching it who like expressed their displeasure in the story at its face, that they would not have enjoyed it, and I think that's fine. I think that's valid. My yapping is oftentimes roundabout. I talk back to myself. I don't like my voice very much. I have a mixed relationship with my voice. I think that my voice has some good elements, some bad elements, and I think that a lot of people might be turned off by that. The story itself, I don't feel I gave enough context because I wanted to avoid yapping about my story. I wanted to talk about the false hydra. So I didn't talk about what story 1 was like, which I think would have given you a better appreciation for how I set it up. I kind of gave a brief overview, but I didn't talk about like the actual depths of what looking for tears was like. I just kind of glossed over that. So I think that there was a lot to work on, but false hydra. Yeah, the what? I forgot you were talking about it. What was the video? Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. What does my ritual to become arrow rights look like before I hit record or go live? Like, what does your time to become arrow rights look like before you were? What does your time to become arrow rights ritual look like before you hit record or go live? It's really nothing. Like, it should be something. I need that separation, but I don't do that. Outside of like the physical setup of opening apps, setting up my phone for tracking, the actual logistics of content creation, I don't do much. Maybe it's my experience with running TTRPG sessions off the cuff, or maybe it's because I spent my whole life masking, but the transition is pretty subtle. Even if I'm not in the performing mood for whatever reason, once I start, my mood will shift to accommodate. This happened last week. I talked about it. This happened a little bit this week, like today. I didn't know how I was in the mood for content creation. I'm quite open about the fact that I compartmentalize my life and that who I am on the channel isn't the full picture of who I am offline. It's still my authentic self, just with some parts exaggerated or minimized for the sake of entertainment. So it's quite subtle seeing that shift. It's not something that I like consciously do a lot of the time. I will go into this with the mindset, I'm not going to talk about X. I will talk about Y. I'm going to focus on Z. But the ritual, like maybe I need a blood sacrifice. You know, maybe that would just help me out here. Who knows? I don't know. Let's increase the size of this a bit. This is one that I was really struggling with. So if arrow rights showed up as a character sheet as a TTRPG PC, what would their class, playbook, equivalent mechanic be? And what would be one weird feat, ability, tag, or equivalent mechanic they absolutely would have to have? I want to hear your answer. The ritual's recipe cannot be shared, or much like lichdom. The ritual's recipe cannot be shared, or much like lichdom, genius and fools alike will attempt to achieve arrowcension. So I want to hear not just like, oh, what's my D&D class, but like, would I be like a Manticore pilot? In Blades in the Dark, what would my specialization be? Oh gosh, my tracking software broke. So not just like my D&D class, what Lancer frame would I pilot? In City of Mist, what would my mythos look like? What would my logos look like? If I'm playing Wild Sea, what class would I have? What bloodline would I have? Because when I think of this, I kind of just like, I don't know, I was struggling with it. Most people say I'm assigned rogue at birth. For most of my life, I got assigned rogue, D&D style. But in the past couple of years, I've been assigned bard. And I think that's because I'm much more confident. I'm much more extroverted. I'm much more social now. And I also can't take anything seriously in my life. Though with my propensity for firearms and groups of minions, a warlock actually seems pretty fitting, D&D style. My gun is my Eldritch Blast, and my minions are summoning. Kind of fits. And I think no matter what, I talked about this earlier this stream, my weird ability would be unfazed, like being unfazed in a crisis, like +6 stay cool in Lancer. I just lock in during crisis situations. And again, minor crises, I will struggle. If it is a minor, not big deal, I will struggle to deal with it. But if it is a big thing that like, I don't know, I've talked to people when they were saying that they were about to take their own life before. And they're still here. Like, I'm not saying that to like say like, oh, how cool I am, or like I'm so awesome. But like in a situation where I am very good, but in a situation where I've seen or heard other people panic, just being fine. Rogue Bard multiclass. Lore Bard seems to fit you for D&D. That's what my roommate said. I was talking with my roommate, and my roommate was like, "You're a Lore Bard because you're a nerd." I'm like, or they said you're a Lore Bard. I'm like, I'm a nerd. I would definitely say to become a Lich if I had the option, no hesitation. I have to pitch a virgin into a volcano to get into character. I only know D&D, and I was going to say multi-class Rogue Bard. For Lancer, you'd probably be a Blackbeard. You talked about how much you love the vibes of Mystical, but love the simple, brutal gameplay of rip and tear until it's done. That's very fair. I do love the Mystical. I don't think the Mystical loves me. I think that I'm too simple. But like, I don't even necessarily think it's that I'm just like built different. I don't think I'm just so cool that nothing phases me. I think it's a little bit of like, I cannot take anything seriously. Like I can avoid taking something seriously in any situation. There have been times where like I have been having a panic attack and I'm still cracking jokes. And I think that's just something like I cope with humor. That's not special. That's not unique, but it is a special power. And I think that that's something where I feel as though mechanically that would be relevant. From the outside, your shorts and videos feel very high polished and high. From the outside, your shorts and videos feel very high energy and polished. What's something behind the scenes that costs way more time or emotional energy than people might guess? Do you have any guesses? I'm curious if you have any guesses. I'm going to turn on my light real quick. So if you can guess what takes more emotional energy than what you would initially assume. Just play Artillerist for gun and fireball, that's fair. Rogue Artificer with a desire to multi-class for fireball. What do you mean ill guns? Shush. Arrow, I am zero thoughts, head empty, that is fair. Some of the biggest pain points in the creation process are recording and subtitling, actually. At least for me. Recording is one of those things where I need the right time and environment to do it. Like, you've heard dogs and motorcycles while I'm live on stream. I need quiet to be able to record. And then once I actually start recording, I would say recording is the step that I am the most perfectionist. I'm the most critical of my voice. I'm the most critical of my delivery. There are times where I'm like, nah, I need to re-record all this. And I'll generally take like 10 plus cuts, 10 plus takes for a single short. Depends on what it is. A lot of times I'll do it in one take. A lot of times I'll do a short in a take and I'm fine. Not all the time. Particularly if the short is like a minute plus, I'll take after take after take after take just because I'm not satisfied. And then in editing takes forever, but that's also just because that's what editing is. You would probably expect it takes forever. Subtitling in particular, it is second by second. Hand subtitling a script I already wrote is just tedium. So I tend to be, so like out of the question, I tend to be most frustrated with recording, but I tend to find subtitling the single longest task. No, I will bring a 1911 into the fantasy setting to be silly. Keep guns out of my fantasy unless it's flintlock. What about fuselage? In my setting, I have fuselage fantasy where there is a city that has like steam engines and it has pipes because it's in like the Arctic Circle. Basically, it needs hot. It needs heat. So it has steam pipes bringing steam from house to house to like internal heating. And they have fuselage guns. They have big, giant guns that are basically hand cannons, which have a big like fuse that they will strike with flint and wait for the fuse to run out that then explodes like a cannon. I had someone with a plant gun that shot seed bullets. Plants versus zombies. I banish you to the sulfur dimension. So yeah, generally recording and subtitling take forever. Editing seems tedious, slow. I love editing and I hate editing. And editing is one of those things where like I constantly flip back and forth between I love editing, I hate editing. I love editing, I hate editing. Part of it is because it is like it's something I do for work. I do comms for editing, and that adds a lot of baggage. That adds a lot. Editing long form takes so much out of me. Because with short form, I'm done in an hour and a half, maybe even half an hour. I get to see, after 20 minutes of editing, okay, I've made this much progress. I'm like 3/4 done. I get to see after an hour of shorts editing, okay, I'm basically done with this project now. I have worked on a long form content for upwards of 15 hours. And there was still more. It's such a different experience to do shorts versus long form, particularly if the long form is like post 15 minutes. Like the current long form I'm editing right now, or not editing right now, but like is on deck right now for next week, is over 40 minutes. That is the longest video I've ever produced. And it's a stream clip, so it's easier than if I was editing all like original footage and assets or whatever. But it's mostly just me reading, so it's fine. But still, oh my gosh, it takes so much effort, and I spend 4 hours on it, and I feel like I only moved the tracker a fifth of the way through the timeline. I'm only 1/5 done with this, and I'm not even done. I'm literally just cutting. I'm getting good takes. I'm not even doing VFX. I'm not doing SFX. I'm not doing zooms. The sulfur dimension, time to mine, then get some charcoal, and finally saltpeter. Do you think you would want someone to edit you later? Or do you want to keep it myself? That's something I do kind of struggle with. My order of operations with content creation, because part of it is being in the trenches. I do love it. I love editing. And I think it's important to keep editing because my channel is so distinctly mine. It has my voice. It has my look. It has my edits. It has my VFX. It has my SFX. And I would love for someone to edit for me. And I know a bunch of editors. I'm on a server with a bunch of editors where like I know these people. I'm friendly with these people. I've been in call with them for hours upon hours and chatting and yapping. And some of these people I very much highly respect. And their comms are closed. But if I hit them up with, hey, I would love to work with you and have you edit for me, I'm sure I could convince at least 1 or 2 of them. Yeah, sure. I'd love to do that. I know you. Sure. And these people do fantastic edits. My issue is when it comes to editing, a lot of these people are VTuber editors. And VTube editing, let's just real quick. VTube editing is a subgenre. There is a culture surrounding VTube editing that I have drawn from but am not enmeshed in. If you ever wonder why I constantly use the little guys like this, like, oh wait, I recognize this art style. Like, what's the deal with these little guys, right? Why does Arrow constantly use them? Because there's a website called Irasutoya, which is I believe Japanese website that is royalty-free art assets. So it's tons and tons of PNGs of varying things. And the VTubing community, it's Japanese and free. The VTubing community loves this stuff. And I started using it too because it gives me free assets. I mix these with D&D art. I mix these with other art styles because I am a TTRPG channel. I'm also a VTuber. I take TTRPG art, I put it with VTuber art. Boom. But there's this kind of like editing style that is a bit too flowy for me. There's this kind of like, there's always motion. You're always going in and out and left and right and up and down. And I don't know, it's just too floaty for me is what it is. And VTuber editors tend to use the same like 30 SFX, which I use the same 30 SFX. That's not a fault of the editor. That is just simply how it kind of shook out. And I use a lot of the same SFX as those like VTuber 30 SFX. But my library, I have other ones that I don't see other people using regularly. Right? And I have my own style. So if I was to get an editor, I'd probably get a VTuber editor, and I don't know how they'd line up with my style. But similarly, I know how much effort editing is. they deserve cash money. And with all due respect, if you are a channel that is making money to hire an editor and you outsource your work to someone from a, I'll say non-first world country, even though I think that that's technically not like chill. I think that's technically offensive. Like you're not living in the US, you're not living in Canada, you're not living in the UK or anything. And they charge $5 per short. Because that is comparable with cost of living there. If you can make the money to afford an editor, you can pay them $15 a short, right? Most editors I have seen, if you're inexperienced, you're like 15. If you're kind of in that mid-range intermediate, you're like 25. And then if you're like a high-tier editor that works for like really popular indie VTubers, you're generally charging like 30 something, 40. To pay someone that lives in a different country like $10 lower than industry standard purely because they're not asking for that, I think is disrespectful to the industry as well as to the people that are editing for you. If you have someone who is like, I don't know, say for instance, you have someone editing for the Philippines and their cost of living is that they can afford to do 8 $5 shorts a week. And then that will like is what they need. If you pay them $15 a short, holy heck, that's going to be so good for them. And that's like low end of industry average for you. As the content creator, you are paying the low end of what is typical. But to that person in the Philippines, you're making their day. Maybe they don't have to edit 8 shorts a week. Maybe they end up going down to 6 because they can afford that with the extra income. Maybe they have debts that they need to pay off and they can actually work on those debts instead of just paying rent. Like this is a situation where like, this is entirely a moral argument. And I understand that on the internet, morals mean nothing. On the internet, all you need is a justification to benefit the selfish impulse of the person you're talking to, and you can get whatever you want. Which is unfortunate, but it's very true. In my belief, in my perception of how I've seen people interact. It does not matter what moral argument you bring up. It entirely matters how does this lower the inconvenience on the person you are talking to. And maybe this is because I'm in the US sphere. Maybe this is because I'm talking to a lot of people based in the US in the EN speaking sphere. That is a very common sentiment I see online. Yeah, countries with weaker currency. Exactly. That rant over. When you're deciding what to make next, what tends to tip an idea from, that's neat, to, okay, I'm actually doing this one. So, I don't know if you've noticed this. I have deadlines. All self-imposed. It is entirely a matter of discipline. It is entirely a matter of determination. But sometimes it's simply a matter of a video being an idea I think is neat, and I have a deadline. So I just commit to it. But a lot of the times, I run with an idea that excites me. I take an idea that's like, that's neat. Making a mega dungeon. Cannibals. I had the idea to put Yishi, the Vocaloid, in D&D because I was focusing on that song. How am I going to do that? Well, maybe there's a group of cannibals you can work with. And then I kind of thought of like, oh, what about the wolf masks from Fear and Hunger? And then I kind of melded those two ideas together. So like a lot of times I'll just run with an idea and then the battlefield is the script. I will have the idea of like cannibals work with the party, looking for one of their own because these cannibals, for whatever reason, they don't eat each other. They only eat others. They only eat members not a part of their cabal. So then, like, even on fairly directed shorts, I'll usually go through multiple versions of a script before settling on one that's concise and focused enough to make a recording. In case you didn't know, on stream, I talk much slower. I use a lot more filler words than I do on shorts because when I'm shorts, I'm able to read. I can read that. For instance, I wanted to delve into the reason why the court and her crew are cannibals during the most dangerous game, Mega Dungeon short. Some folks picked up on this, but this cannibal dwarf is the same count that was mentioned in floor 1 of the compilation video, Count Oslow's Retreat. And much like the wolf mask from Fear and Hunger, I wanted them to have a place at the table to offer characters a feast, which would be trance-inducing but healing. But those didn't quite fit the timer vibe, so they got cut. If you could tell, that was me reading, that was me faster, that was me, obviously because I wasn't trying to hide it, I wasn't really intoning to the way I normally do. But it's something where I speak much faster when I'm reading, which is important for a short. So a lot of times I'll have an idea that I'd like, and I get it to a point where like, okay, this fits. And then I just need to start slashing context. This is what I talk about with lore all the time. If you are playing a game, if you're running a game and you're trying to give lore, or if you're trying to hyperfixate dump on someone, you're trying to info dump, do not give them all of the context. Give them the bare minimum, the bones of why they think this should be cool. And then only provide what context they ask for. It does not matter if the reason the magic system is so cool is because crystals grow on you. Wait, why do crystals grow on you? Because in this world, magic follows a geographic and algebraic expression that is aligned with a crystalline formation of diamonds. So using magic too much will form diamonds on you. And then they're like, wait, so like is like math magic? And they're like, no, so math isn't magic, but math is seen as a divine force, which is why there's a religion in the world where academics and erudites are put above the common people, because they're seen as closer to the divine, closer to magic. And these people who are math savants are able to utilize magic much more effectively, but math itself is not magic. And I just made that up all off the cuff, right? But you now know really cool bits about this world setting, despite the fact that magic being math is really important to the understanding of why crystals grow on you. But the thing that interested the person I was talking to in this hypothetical is that crystals were growing on you. So I didn't talk about the math. And then I started talking about the math, and then I expanded upon the math, and then I talked about the institutions that are based off of that. And then they're like, whoa! Not math magic, I hate it. Definitely a difference. There's also people who cut out breaths and pauses out of talking, and yeah, that speeds up a lot. I do that in stream clips all the time. I will talk like this, and then I'm kind of going off, and then I'll just like cut those like half-second pauses. I don't think I need to do that. I think it takes a bit of time, but it does make it flow faster. It makes the flow of it much quicker. And I tend to cut those kind of pauses, both in short and long form, just because I am a shorts editor. I know my attention span. Please, adding letters to math was enough. Please don't add magic. Renaissance argument, math equals witchcraft, good enough to put John D under house arrest. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm listening to the music of the car outside. I don't know if you can hear it. This is what happens when I live among other people. I love like living among people. It is quite annoying at times. Like, I think that you can hear their music through the mic. If I could do math, I'd be a scholar, not a wizard. Listen, I'm a big proponent of magic is like being a doctor. Everyone can be a doctor. Yes, certain socioeconomic factors might prevent you from being a doctor, but there's no doctor gene. You're not born to being a doctor. You might have pressures forcing you to be a doctor. You might have pressures meaning that you can't ever be a doctor. But there's no one that's like, there's no word of God that says, you are born to be a doctor. And in the same way, I feel as though that should be the case with magic. There's a car outside. Quick, shoot it. That's an imposter of me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like my magic system has 3 points I can start off of, all of which are giga convoluted. Yeah, and you have to learn to be able to, when someone asks you about your magic system, talk about one of those points, why it is interesting, and maybe provide a little hook for context. And then they ask you about that if they're interested. And if they're not, they'll say, oh, okay, that's cool. And then move on. Are you like an Amazon delivery driver that's blaring music out of your truck? Why are you the way you are? I def agree everyone can learn at least one spell. Yeah. Can you tell me about a specific moment in a TTRPG that made you think, oh, this can be more than just a game? So I've been playing TTRPGs all my life. When I was a kid, I played the 3.5 basic rules black box. And then was a bit older, I thought for the longest time this was 5th edition. I think it might have been a 4th edition module. I tried it in a one-shot run by my father for my sibling and me. I think it may have been 5th edition, but I don't know if this was like 2014 or later. I think it was like 2011, 2012. So my guess is 4th edition. So the magic clicked before I remember. But with the basic rules box, that 3.5 set, I remember my sibling's friend running for us and changing one of the early rooms. So the room was set up that and I've drawn this before because this is, when I think a dungeon, this is literally my archetypal dungeon because this is what I grew up with. You enter here. There's a stuck door here. There's a chest here, and there are 2 kobolds. And if you manage to pick the door open silently, the 2 kobolds are here. And if you manage to break it open only after struggling, the kobolds are here because they're ready to ambush you. And there's also another door here. Through here is a room on a tile that is like a research lab. In the corner, there's like a cursed mirror. There's like books everywhere. And in this room, there's nothing to fight because you just fought something. But you can explore. I think you can get some items or whatever, like some gold. But when my sibling's friend was running this, they placed like a zombie miniature here and said, this was once the alchemist's laboratory. And after a horrific experiment went wrong, the alchemist was transformed into a horrific ghoul that now hungers for the flesh of the living. And I was just like, no. That's not what this room says. Because like I'm like 8, right? I'm like under 10. The rule of what this room was supposed to be was very important to me. I'd even read the rule, like the GM pamphlet, and I knew what was supposed to be in there. So it kind of opened my eyes that the game wasn't constrained to the board. The board was a representation of the game. The game was not a expansion of the board. You could do whatever you wanted, even if the book said that's not what happened. And I was really confused why there's a section in the book about town. Why wasn't there a map for the town? Why couldn't I go to the town? Because the town wasn't the dungeon. The town was where the blacksmith and the cleric was. That's where you could talk to NPCs. It was expanding my understanding of what a TTRPG could be, because my only understanding was board games at that point. And then similarly, much later, I was running for a friend and I was struggling how to accurately represent an entire map on an entire town on a map, because I had the mindset of like, okay, if you want to go to town, you need to see the map so you can go to town. And then I realized that's not the point. The point was the stories and the narrative. Something like a map supports the fantasy, not contains it. So now I don't use maps for anything outside of combat maps. And even then, I haven't played D&D in years. So in Vampire the Masquerade, in Kane, I'm not using maps. In Lancer, I'll use maps because that's very important. But broadly speaking, maps are just for combat for me. They're not actually for anything outside of that. Can you just drop in from the ceiling on the kobolds? No, unfortunately. I choose Prismatic Wall. I cast Wish. Wait a minute. This is just Laplace's demon diagram. Goodness gracious. Okay, so at what point did Lancer stop being a game I like and started feeling like one of my main creative content focuses? So I actually still feel like it's just a game I like, personally. Sure, I make weekly videos about the frames, and in the same way I make weekly videos about D&D and don't consider that one of my creative content outlooks. Like, that's not one of my creative content focuses. I make voiceovers of various systems. A lot of people like the Lancer ones, but I also make D&D ones. They're just the more popular ones. I don't know if a Vampire the Masquerade meme would land as well, for instance. But because my audience is now filled with mecha fans as a result of talking about Lancer, they bring it up. Because I enjoy it, I respond to them. And then it just kind of perpetuates itself in a positive feedback loop. So while I definitely consider it one of the main games I talk about, there's never a conscious decision to put it at the forefront of my brand. There was a time where I was hyper fixating on Lancer, and that's when I started the mech series. That's when I started talking about Lancer more. That's when I started getting more into Lancer. And then after that faded, I kept making them because they were performing well. They were performing better than my D&D content at that time. Now I'm at a point where I've balanced it with other interests, and I get to dive into various frames and bits of lore, and it gives me a nice blend of sci-fi on one day, fantasy on another. So I still appreciate it. I still enjoy it. It is still core to the channel, but I never went into it going like, okay, this is where I'm going to start making Lancer integral to my channel, which is funny to say. On Patreon, the main thing I do is a poll about Lancer. One of the first things I did for Patreon is I released a Lancer frame, and I wanted to make a module. Hey, Army. Do it, everyone. Okay, Vampire is very fun. Vampire is very fun. What's a video stream or project that underperformed numbers-wise, but still feels oddly important to you? So this is one where I was really struggling. Not because I've had things that don't underperform, but because I don't really have things that underperform that I had a connection to. Because like my videos and my streams have variable like viewership, where generally I know this game or this topic or this clip is going to perform stronger than the others. Making a mega dungeon, Lancer, and my voiceover memes tend to perform the best on the channel. And I think that's because I have an established audience of D&D fans, Lancer fans, and like voiceovers just perform well on YouTube. Like they're very easy to doom scroll past, which is why they perform so well. There are times where I'm surprised, like a VA clip does poorly, or making a mega dungeon video gets 1/10 of its normal views, but those less so feel important and are more just kind of like odd variabilities. The one that comes to mind though is, oh my gosh, I forgot about this. So when I was working with Homie and the Dude to support their Kickstarter, The Scorched Basin, I made a video a week, roundabout, during the Kickstarter, all of which got lower than average views because there were ads. They were me supporting a product. They were not me making a D&D video or a Lancer video or a voice actor video. They were me making a video about this product that I am encouraging you to support on Kickstarter. One of them was Lancer first. One of them was, it's a Lancer video that included a reference that is like, oh, here's how you would run it in Lancer. And that performed the best out of all of them. But generally speaking, they performed poorly, but was still very important to me. But despite that, after the Kickstarter was over, we accounted for like 2% of the total donations. Which, for context, this was a project involving hundreds of TTRPG VTubers, or TTRPG tubers, most of whom, or not most of whom, but like many of whom had like tens of thousands of subscribers, like D&D Shorts, I believe Zach the Bold, like Cinderblock Sally was a part of it, the Deck of Benny, the GM guy, I'm trying to remember his name, Professional GM? I don't know. Basically, if you are a TTRPG tuber, there is a good chance you are a part of this project. And we, as a community, contributed 2% out of the hundreds of other TTRPG tubers. We may well have been in the top 10 contributors. Dungeon Dad, thank you. We may well have been in the top 10 contributors. I don't know the math. Because like, I'm assuming like Zach the Bold, D&D Shorts, Cinderblock Sally, all of the people who have like tens of thousands or like 100,000 subscribers, they probably each contributed 20% of the total Kickstarter, 15%. So 2% is kind of massive for where we're at in comparison. And actually in the description of most of my videos, most of my long form videos at least, you can find a affiliate link to their site where you can pick up a supplement that adds skyships to D&D 5e called Sky Zephyrs, as well as a system agnostic setting that's a flying city called the Wandering Tavern. Both are very cool. I made a video about Sky Zephyrs and one of their NPCs. Gosh, a year ago, yeah, because I've been working with them for like a year. No, not a year ago. Yes, a year ago. Oh my gosh, yeah. Because they reached out when I had like 2K subscribers, and I ended 2024 with 3.5K. And right now we're at like 16K. Hate to say this, but I need to run. It was fun hanging out and stream. To see you next time. We'll enjoy, Car. You can always come back and watch the VOD. I didn't know how many people were promoting it, but with that perspective, that's huge. No, that's what I'm saying, Army, is that it's like 2% sounds like baby numbers. And fundamentally, we didn't have like dozens of people contributing, right? We had a couple people contribute. They contributed a lot using my affiliate code. So we contributed much more than I thought we would. So I'm okay with the fact that the views weren't that amazing. I'm okay with the fact that the views were lacking in comparison to my other videos because there were ads, and we still contributed fantastically. I'm so proud of the community. Like, that may be one of my most proud moments as a content creator. But yeah, like if you go check out Sky's efforts, if you check out Wandering Tavern, supports a family-owned third-party publisher as well as this channel. So great stuff indeed. If I continue through this, can you think of a time where your audience surprised you into changing direction, whether that was feedback, resulting views, or just how they reacted to something? Yes. So with this, most of you have probably seen my bottle deposit video. I made a voiceover meme of a comic of a little goblin that was charging for a bottle, and they had a bottle deposit where you have to pay them 5 extra gold, and upon returning the bottle to them, they'll give you back the 5 gold. That got 900,000 views, which my average short will get in like the 10 to 20,000 range, and my average long form will get like around like a couple thousand. My recent long form has been getting a bit better, mostly because I've been growing. And then after that, after I got like a 900,000 views on my bottle deposit, I made a joke about close the gate with like snitties and like a UNT pureblood. That got like 300,000 views. That's the vid that got you on my feed. Yeah, it probably got a lot of people on their feeds because it was so popular in comparison to the rest of my content. After that blew up, I reached out to my community and I was like, hey, this is a game changer for me. Do you want me to go into voice acting primarily? I can do voiceover memes. I can do like a Zach the Bold style thing where I'm constantly uploading like memes and jokes and audios. And the results was overwhelmingly, we enjoy those, but we can find those elsewhere. We prefer what you're doing now. We prefer, here's an idea. We prefer making a mega dungeon. We prefer the Lancer videos. So I said, yeah, sure. I'll oblige. At the end of the day, I love my scripted content. And I was very surprised because of how popular these voiceovers got. But like the regulars, the core community, the people that comment regularly said, we want you to stick to making scripted content. So I said, sure. I gave up hundreds of dollars doing that. Now, hundreds of dollars is not life-changing money. Hundreds of dollars will pay my rent. I will just say that full up. If I got the same level of growth as like I'm getting hundreds of thousands of views on these shorts consistently, which one of my recent shorts got like 150,000 or like 200,000 recently. So like it's not out of the wheelhouse that my voice acting stuff will just do numbers. I am of the opinion it is more important to me to make what my audience wants to see, not just chase the algorithm. And I've given up a little bit of financial stability for that. And I'm not salty about that, but I am nervous. But then obviously I couldn't have predicted the success of the Girlfriend video is another answer. It's not just voice acting. It's like Girlfriend was my first long form content that blew up. It got like 20,000 views. And then now I think it's like 30,000. It hit a different audience and maybe it was me being floored by a lewd TTRPG, but it was a pivot. And then right after that, I got really good viewership on the False Hydra video. Even better viewership, which I'm so proud about, so happy about. So like my audience grows more mecha every week until eventually you shall cast aside your flesh completely, as is accordance with the transcendence of flesh. So like definitely the VA stuff was the biggest surprise to me, but the Girlfriend stuff was still almost as surprising. You spread the gospel of mexploit and Girlfriend. Oh my gosh. When you design something like a video, supplement, or a game, what emotional experience are you secretly trying to give the player or GM? So, loaded question, multiple different fronts. Out here casting away mind flesh. Exactly. When I produce content, like video content, I want the viewer to walk away inspired. It's boring, it's a hack answer, but it's true. The goal of this channel isn't to show you how cool my ideas are. They're to show you the range of options you have that you can select at your leisure. Whether that's to make a specific build of the Lancer frame or to build a dungeon of your choice, as long as you keep the creative flame lit, I've done my job. That's streams, that's videos, that's content. But when I write a story or I run a game, I just love imparting this idea of like melancholy, this lingering melancholy in the audience, making connections you know won't last, immersing yourself in a world you don't want to leave, losing friends you made, and living the rest of your life despite that. Like the Kane game that I'm running for Cell. Perfect example. The werewolf game that was about the false hydra, where they missed out on relationships because they forgot these people in their life. The fading of the old guard and the rising of the new guard, that is a dynamic I am obsessed with. And I add it to so many of my games, and I think that's because I have unresolved trauma. But those are just bittersweet beats that hurt so good. I love it. From the moment I knew the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. Yeah, tell that to a Necron and watch them short circuit. Speaking of the girl frame, is that review happening? The review is happening. I need to still actually read the book. I have not read the book yet. I have been too busy. And it's not going to happen until the next year. Like, just follows, I'm not going to get the girl frame review done by the end of December. I'm not going to rush it. I'm not going to push it. And coincidentally, until the end of December is how long you have to get me to 20,000 subscribers. Right now we're at like 16,000. So if you can get me 4,000 subscribers in a month, I made a joke and we'll see how we're feeling the closer we get. I made a joke that if we hit 20,000 subscribers, I will start a other streaming service where I do an uncensored review of Girl Frame, because I think that'd be really, really funny. Just you, that's a lot of pressure. Yeah, just you. Casting all flesh aside is not in accordance with Raw's ideals. Exactly. I'm in a very similar with fash bashing. Even if I actively try not to include it, somehow always worms its way into my stuff. That's my thing, right? I don't hide my views, though I am shy about them. Not because I don't think I'll be supported, but because, I've talked about this before, I don't want an echo chamber. Bottle deposit is peak, so it makes sense, yeah. I just found you because of Lancer. Oh. I don't like an echo chamber. I don't like the idea of saying, hey, bad thing I don't agree with. And then all of you are like, oh my gosh, Arrow, you're so brave for saying this. And then like, it's just stroking my ego and making me feel like I'm doing activism when all I'm doing is telling you something you know that I know. Just like, hey, you know that bad thing that no one likes? I think we shouldn't do that. Applause. Give me applause. I'm so brave for saying this. I'm so brave for putting myself out there, saying that bad thing is bad. And like, that's the sort of, I mean, someone called it virtue signaling. Like, yeah, I don't like virtue signaling. I don't like the idea of putting myself on a pedestal because I'm just so brave to tell my audience, who presumably agrees with me on most things, something. So and on top of that, and I talk about this later in this like Q&A section, it's very much that's not my channel. My channel is here to, actually I think it's literally this question. Literally this question right here. Yeah, literally this question. So you're pretty intentional. You're pretty intentional about what parts of yourself show up on camera and what stay off screen. How do you decide what belongs in the Arrow Rights universe and what stays for just you? My brand has evolved over time. I don't think that's surprising. Who I am now is not the same as I was 2 years ago in terms of my brand. And as I've streamed, I've become far more liberal with what I'm willing to say, like what I was talking about right there. I do try to keep stuff that doesn't fit the Arrow Rights brand off camera. I want to inspire you, uplift you, and ultimately be a positive impact on your life. So if something doesn't support that, I'll probably avoid it. I might mention politics or drama offhandedly on stream if I have something to say, if I think that my contribution is worthwhile, but I try my best to keep it out of social media and video. That's why I don't respond to Twitter drama. That's why I don't make videos about VTuber drama or TTRPG drama or like talk about Wizards of the Coast or politics or anything. That's just not my vibe. On stream, I might have a 5-minute tangent about this thing. I've talked about VTuber drama on stream. I made a VShojo video back when that was breaking because I felt that was important enough to make as little misinformation as possible source that someone could look at and share. But similarly, when I'm struggling, when I'm struggling, I struggle to keep that to myself. Or sorry, similarly, because I'm trying to uplift you, because I'm trying to be positive, when I'm struggling, I keep that to myself. I try to, at least. I might mention it after the fact to contextualize how I was acting up until then, but I really try not to bother you with active issues, because that's not why you come to the channel. You come for tangents and yelping and nonsense. If I'm struggling, I was homeless for a bit. Not in danger, not like destitute, but I did not have a home. And I was scared. And I was still trying my very best to contribute content as best I could. This was back when I was moving. There have been times where I had a very dark period in my life. On probably like the second. No, I think it was just a depressive episode, but like I had a very dark depressive episode in the past couple months that I was really struggling with. And if you watch with the context of knowing that I was struggling, you can probably see a difference in vibes and how I was interacting with people. But I tried my very best not to turn this into just a vent session. That's very important to me. You come here to be uplifted. You do not come here to be brought down. But then on top of that, there's also just personal privacy matters, where I'm just trying to keep private, personal info out of the public eye. Like my relationship history, for instance, is something where if anyone ever asks me like, hey, are you single or are you dating someone? I'll just always say like, I don't know, maybe. Because something a lot of people do is they say, oh man, I want to go on a date. I want a relationship so bad. And then one day randomly, they'll just start saying like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'm in a relationship. And then it's very like you can normally pin down to the day when that person entered a relationship, because they go from complaining about being single, making jokes about being single, talking about like not being in a relationship, to, well, I'm not going to say one way or the other. I can admit I got no hoes. Shut up. But like, that's what I do. Like what I do is I just, no matter my relationship status, I just go like, I don't know, maybe I could be, maybe I could not. Same thing with my career experience, where I've lived, details about my family. I just kind of keep it specifically ambiguous, explicitly, to avoid a situation where I talk about how like, oh man, I used to like be unemployed, blah, 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 blah. And then one day I'm like, I can't talk about my employment status, or probably realistically be the other way around. Like I'm constantly talking about my work and talking about, oh man, I was at the office the other day and it really sucked. And then one day I'm like, I'm not going to confirm or deny whether or not I'm employed, because it's very obvious then that you're unemployed. Because when you had a job, you were talking about it like it was no issue. It's just something that I think a lot of people don't really consider. And like that private stuff is just not really relevant to my brand, and I prefer to keep it private. If I had a verbal undo button, I would absolutely talk way more about it, because I don't want to reveal something that would dox me. I don't want to reveal something that is just personal to my life. I don't want to reveal something that is like, it's not public. We're here to support you through good and bad, and I appreciate that. And you have supported me through good and bad. Like just full stop. October was really rough for me, and I don't really know why. It was just kind of, my brain was struggling, and a little of this was prompted by views being down. Some of the views were up, and I had a mixed bag with that, but I was really struggling. And comments, the community, and viewership, but just like the community, you were absolutely my guiding light in that dark point. And that's why I so strongly want to be that for other people, because I've not only been there before, I've been there now. Yeah, Arrow, if you're ever struggling with anything, you don't need to say if you are. We'll just support you regardless. In other news, the sky is blue and grass is green. I appreciate that, Alza, and also Beat. But it is something where I come from a family where we're not complainers. Like not quite in a, like, bury it in your chest and then take it with you to the grave, but my siblings aren't complainers. I'm not a complainer. My mother isn't a complainer. We aren't the sort of people who vent because that helps us process. We are the sort of people that will just like shut up about it, deal with it, and then maybe talk about it later. That's just how we are. as people. That's how I was raised. And that's how I deal with it. And that's why I've tried to be better about, at least with my friends, to reach out and be like, hey, I'm struggling. Hey, I have this bad thing. But I don't want to be a bother. So it's still a struggle. But yeah. We just know you are clear New Yorker. Shut up. Oh no, someone thinks I'm from Dirty Jersey. Specifically South Jersey, which is why they say Dirty Jersey. So, you've been open about being non-binary and Arrow Ace. If you're comfortable sharing, how has that lens influenced the kind of stories, characters, or table dynamics you've drawn to, especially in TTRPGs? So, most obviously, is that being Arrow Ace, romance almost never does it for me. Intimate scenes, they're cringe. Like in movies, I just get uncomfortable. I'm so over insta-love, puppy love, meet cutes. I would much rather a strong platonic bond, or strong familial bond, or a strong antagonistic bond between characters than a half-baked romance based on a one heart-to-heart and a spicy scene. I have shifted in this view over time. I used to be much more strict about this. I used to be much less forgiving. I used to be much more harsh about this. In recent years, I am now much more permissive in what I'm acceptable with. I'm still quite harsh. I'm still quite critical, but I'm now at the point where I can ship to have fun. I can appreciate an enemies to lovers because it's silly, right? It doesn't matter if they don't actually have like a heart to heart. I can still be like, that's funny to ship them. Before I thought that was stupid. I thought that was like an issue of the person. I've mellowed on that. But come here. Come here. Listen to me and listen well. If you get me on board with a ship, actually on board with it, not haha, it's so silly, not, yeah, I can kind of see it. Most people, they say, oh, I ship these characters. I'm like, I don't see it. If you get me on board with a ship, I will kill someone to make it happen. Several, even. You don't even have to say the word. I'll just do it. Just to make it happen because I think that will help. I will ride or die an OTP. Your ship will sail whether or not the sea is forgiving this day. I will move mountains to make it happen. I will carve new rivers out of the blood of antis who are incapable of accepting the generosity bestowed upon them of oblivion with grace, humility, and sublimation to their new shipping gods. Like, I am someone who you will either miss me or you will grip me. The pact is struck. Cantify the Lonely Girl? A little bit. No, so that's the thing, right? Cantify the Lonely Girl, I would not say is insta-love. Cantify the Lonely Girl is not insta-love. It is a situation where Sora has a crush on Ayaka to start. And I think that is... I mean, like, crushes are weird for me because I don't really get crushes. I've gotten some over my life, but really not much. So Ayaka having a crush on Sora having a crush on Ayaka is more like an inciting incident than anything. I don't really care about the crush. I think that the dynamic that develops between them and their cute romance, by the balls, it grips and does not let go. Similarly, like a great example that I can point to in Critical Role Campaign 1, I was a massive shipper of Vex x Percy. Like I was in fandom for this. I was reading fanfics. I was looking at fan art of them because I was like that into it. But for instance, Vax x Keyleth, I groaned every time they did anything. I was rolling my eyes anytime they interacted. I envy ace people for not having a crush. That is evil and malicious. Arrow sounds like they make a good wingman. Listen, I have offered to be a wingman for other VTubers. I have offered my services as a wingman to some of my mutuals. And they've yet to take me up on it. But I will absolutely be there for the homies. Because so long, like the classic wingman thing of like, oh yeah, I saved Arrow from a burning building when they were like, had 2 broken legs. And I'd be like, yeah, it was a really awkward time for me because I broke both my legs after trying parkour and failing. I'm so glad that my friend saved me from that. So long as it doesn't damage my dignity, sure. Like if you're going to clown on me to make you look better, your wingman is backing off because you have like, I will support you. I will not support you that much. However, if you use me in order to benefit your chances with scoring some hot stud or whatever, and you're not putting me down to do it, I will 100% be there for you. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to like lie for you. I'm not going to like build you some web of deception that will support you. But I am going to like back my homie up. Listen, it's hard to balance a car with 2 wheels. Sometimes you need a 3rd wheel to keep stable. Yeah. Is there any ship you'd like to share that you believe it on that? What do you mean? Ship as in like ship that I support? I'm like unironically a ship that makes me go feral and I don't know why. I know why, right? Like obviously. Phoenix X Edgeworth. I have watched so many playthroughs of Ace Attorney. I played Ace Attorney, but like I've watched so many playthroughs, and every time the player realizes that Edgeworth is saddled with unnecessary feelings, every player who understands it is yaoi, just if they made dopamine into like a syringe, that is just injecting it into my bloodstream. Like, I don't know what it is. Phoenix X Edgeworth is so like mentally unwell for me. And I don't know why. I am obsessed with them. This disaster bisexual and this upstanding machine of a gay man. I am so unwell. Your favorite pizza flavor must be cheese, huh? Is your favorite ice cream vanilla? Shut up, Alza. Phoenix X Edgeworth is not basic. Like, I joke a lot about how gay Godai and Ichigo and Kamen Rider Kuga are, but man, those are such good partners, bestest friends. Liz, okay. I actually do kind of have beef with shipping in so far as there are so many times I see character X plus character Y and they're like friends. The entire fandom's like, oh yeah, we headcanon them. They're endgame. Nah, it's so obvious. Don't you pick up on vibes? And it's like, no, character X saved character Y's life. Character Y thanked them, even though character Y doesn't thank anyone ever. Character Y allows X to be in their space with them, even though character Y hates people. And then when character X is struggling, character Y goes out of their way to support character X when they need it. And like, take that example, right? That would be a really cute romance. I'm not going to say it wouldn't be. But what I am going to say, there are so many times where it's obviously platonic. And I think it is legitimately unhealthy to be in a situation where if you see 2 people positively interacting, you automatically assume there's romantic intent. Whether, like, and this is like a gender thing aside, this isn't like for het ships, this isn't for yaoi or yuri or whatever. This is, there's this overwhelming phenomenon in fandom, generic fandom, all fandoms, many fandoms, that 2 people positively interacting means, oh, they love each other, or they're gonna love each other. This is something where, for instance, Hololive fandom, like the Hololive fandom in VTubers, is pretty notorious for this, of shipping basically any talent that is friends. Whether it's like Shiori and Narissa, or it's like Mori Calliope and Gigi Morin, CC and Gigi. It's something where you have Rain and Gilliman. Oh my gosh. Hollow I've mentioned. Phoenix and Edgeworth is pretty basic. Yes, but would you kill a man for them? But so it's something where, like with Hololive, it's something where a lot of people ship talents together just because they're friends. And some of them lean into it. Narissa and Shiori are constantly making jokes about it. Narissa and Shiori like lean into that as entertainment. But then as far as I'm aware, like CC and Gigi aren't really interested in that. I know Gigi's ace. So it's a situation where there is this kind of diminishing of platonic relationships in favor of romance because clearly, oh, they're so cute together, they should just date. It doesn't matter that you can't be... It doesn't matter that having a platonic relationship with someone can be as fulfilling, if not more fulfilling, than a romantic relationship. My beef with VTuber shipping is more that it's real people. Shipping them is pretty rude. I mean, that aside, right? I'm not talking about them specifically as VTubers. I'm talking more just as an example I know well, or know fairly well, of people shipping what is otherwise just platonic relationships, right? The VTuber as real people thing, that's something where, personally, I was much more against shipping when I first started content creation. As I have since developed in content creation, I am more okay with shipping. I have been shipped before, and it was not that big a deal. It was not that crazy. So as long as there is that kind of understanding of, well, with shipping, this is not who the person is. This is a facet of who they are. I don't ship this character. I don't ship characters X and Y because, and that's all I see them as, which I think is what like a lot of Hololive fans do. They see CC and Gigi interacting. And they're like, oh, the ship is alive. And no, they're just being friends. You being into this ship makes sense. No, they can be friends and you might ship them, but that's separate from their friendship. I think that's the line is where I draw. It's like, hey, don't muddle reality and the actual relationship they have with your ship. And I think that's a pretty healthy bar to have, because at the end of the day, VTubers are entertainers. If you're at a big corporation, you're putting on a front. Whether or not that front is accurate to who you are is determinate based on the individual, but these are entertainment personalities. They're meant to be entertaining. And if you ship that, a lot of people say that's weird. A lot of people won't. That's a personal preference thing. I think it's fine to say it's not weird insofar as you don't conflate that with who they actually are, what their actual relationships are. A lot of people do conflate that. A lot of people do say, oh, I ship these two people. I'm going to act as if they're actually in a relationship. Arrow X gun pointing at viewer. Well, no, it's my gun X you. It's the bullets X you. Sways back and forth. Yes, also, you beat me saying you're Rain and Gilman. They talked once and said, I hope we don't meet again because we're definitely going to kill each other under any circumstances. That's the thing. With that, that's a joke. I'm like 95% sure if Rain X Gilliman is a joke. Because it can't be real. It can't be real. Right? Bullet. Yes. So real quick, I'm going to open up this question again. Because in being non-binary, that has affected more so. I am non-binary, so I have a different relationship with gender and with women and with men than a man has, than like a cis man has, which is different from how a trans man has, which is different from how a cis woman has, which is different from how a trans woman has. All of us have different understandings and relationships with gender, which means when I'm playing a character, gender really is not a consideration. I'll generally choose what best fits the vibe of what I'm going for. If I'm like, it might be stereotypical. I might play a more masculine physical character, a more like feminine intellectual character. Maybe I'll swap that. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll be a non-binary individual. Gender doesn't really come into it nearly as much. My opinion isn't better than anyone's. It's just different on gender norms and expressions and whatever. And this extends to my TTRPG characters. Gender is never a strong factor with them. And with being Arrow Ace, romance is something where I've had folks try to romance my character. You gotta do it right, is what I'll say. Narratively, it can be a fantastic dynamic to include. I have played in-character romances before, where my character was a participant, and it was interesting. But as an actor in the story, you gotta convince me, and honey, you are only conning yourself out of your dignity by trying. Like, with all due respect, I've had other players try to romance my character, and they did not have the Riz requirement. And so I was not playing ball. I did have a very funny instance where one time I was playing in a game, and like one of my best friends, she had her character just constantly flirting with mine. And my character was like a depressed lawyer who like was very low energy and always busy. And she was like team mom, the chef of the caravan that we were a part of, super extroverted, super friendly. So she's constantly flirting with my character. And the entire dynamic was her approach, me reject. Her flirt, me shut down. Her extend affection, me refuse to engage. But it was a cute dynamic. It was a fun dynamic. The entire party shipped it. Even though I was just like, which that was not an instance of like her, like the player not, what was an instance of the player not like interesting me on a inter character level. It was mostly just like the dynamic itself was what was funny. The fact her character was constantly flirting with mine was funnier than the alternative of us getting together, right? Gilliman had some actual chemistry with a rogue trader in one of the books, and nobody talks about them because of the memes that Gilliman likes elves. Yeah. Rowboat Girly Man doesn't deserve... Okay, Rowboat Girly Man deserves love. He's depressed. His father hates him. The Imperium would never listen to him if he actually gave his actual thoughts. Rowboat Girly Man... Like, Gorilla Man is depressed. And he deserves better. Ow! I clapped my hands together and my ring slammed into my finger. Your spaces invite people to bring their own creative projects into the conversation. How do you decide what kind of community you want around you, and what are you absolutely not willing to tolerate? Okay, I've tried very hard to take an egalitarian approach to my community, where it don't matter if you've been here 2 years or 2 days. I will respond to your comment all the same. Recently, someone on my False Hodder video said, "How have you responded to every or how have you read every comment? There's 500." My answer: not every comment happened at once, and I take time out of my day to respond to comments. It's important to me. If you put in the time and effort to comment on my channel, I want to respect that if you commented in good faith. By replying to you, by acknowledging you, by continuing the conversation. Now, I want folks to disagree with me and have a polite conversation with me. I want civil discourse. I want creative friction that makes innovation flourish, so long as no one's a jerk about it. But that means I'm walking a line of letting disagreeable folks in for the sake of diversity of thought and keeping the space tolerant. There have been people who from my perspective, not as a member of the community, but someone that is like a monitor of the community. The community's built around me. I've looked at some people's interactions and gone, not because they were problematic, but because they didn't understand sarcasm and they weren't making an effort to learn. Because they took everything personally and had to be explained to them every time someone was making a joke. Someone who takes up the channel, like the general channel, to talk about their own struggles. And those are situations where I think I need to be better about stepping in and being like, yo, chill. But I'm so resistant to that because at the end of the day, my goal isn't to allow problematic folks full reign, it's to exclude as few people as possible. Like, if you are going to be weird and harass people, particularly children, you are not welcome in my community. If you are someone that promotes an ideology that is dangerous to democracy, you are not going to be welcome in my community. Neither of those groups I can name on YouTube, they're not welcome here. But I'm not going to write off someone for simply disagreeing with me, or because they don't understand sarcasm, or because they're difficult to have a conversation with. That's like, I'd rather just have a space of tough love than a coddled prison. But I do feel that there are situations where someone is just bringing down the vibes. And I think it's my responsibility, my job, to step in and tell them, like, hey, fix it. Does that mean AE is not safe? Yeah, AE is not welcome in the community. Clip it, ship it, send it to him. We have a warrant out for his arrest. It's fine, you can name drop me, I'll take the hit. Like I have people in mind, but also one of these people, I saw an interaction that they had where I was just like, I don't know about that one, Chief. And aside from that, they've been fine. So it was an instance where they had one weird interaction where they were like being weirdly aggressive. And then I haven't seen them been weird since. So that's a situation where I feel the egalitarian approach of letting the community sort itself out. I will keep you safe from people who are harmful. But outside of that, it's up to you to figure out, like, how can we interact with each other? It's worked, though I recognize that that is not always going to work. And I need to eventually, like, have a firmer hand. Okay, so here's a hypothetical. For the next 5 years, you can either make wildly experimental videos and games that a small, fiercely devoted audience loves, or more mainstream stuff that reaches 10 times as many people, but feels much safer to you. Which way do you lean, and what circumstances would tip the balance? First off, point and laugh at this user, spelling mistake, circumstances. Second off, I would love to make experimental content. There's no money in that. If I get to the point where I'm large enough, I could sustain myself, I would love to do that. But no, I would absolutely do the more mainstream stuff. I talk D&D, I talk Lancer, I do voiceover memes. That's all mainstream. Lancer is the least mainstream thing there. If I wanted to be experimental, I would talk my own setting. If I want to be experimental, I would be making music. If I wanted to talk experimental, I would talk like Shadowrun, Vampire the Masquerade, these other systems that are less common, that people would love. People have told me they would love. I have experienced the love of these people. But unfortunately, I'm not financially stable enough to make that decision and kind of ignore the fact that in order to invest more time into this, I need it to grow, financially in particular, which means I need to stick to mainstream and mainstream adjacent, which TTRPG stuff is already non-mainstream. The fact I'm a VTuber already pushes me even further from the mainstream. So my mainstream content is already not mainstream, unfortunately. Like, I would probably be more proud to do experimental stuff. I would be more excited by experimental stuff, but I still love what I do. Like, I still love my quote unquote safe stuff. I love making a Mega Dungeon. I love Lancer content, but it's safer. And I would love to be able to take that risk, but I'm not at the point right now where I can take that risk, if that makes sense. So if I had to make that decision right now, I would choose the boring safe option, which I know you don't want to hear that. You want to hear, no, Arrow would be able to push against it and make experimental stuff. If that fiercely devoted audience could pay rent, 100%. I don't need to be rich for this. I'm not trying to make $100,000. If I can pay rent off the channel, I would absolutely be experimental. I don't care about growth at that point. I care about being able to make what I love, be physically fulfilled, pay my rent, pay my expenses, pay my bills. Well, that's not what I'm talking. What I'm talking is the reality we live in, where even the mainstream is not safe, which sucks, unfortunately. So imagine tomorrow, YouTube quietly stops recommending all TTRPG content. What parts would you fight the hardest to keep alive in some form? And what might you gently set down? And this is sad, but I would just pivot to stream clips and voiceovers, which are the two stuff that I do outside of TTRPG stuff anyway. Oh, he got summoned. I think that he was informed that he is not welcome in this community because he is a threat to democracy as we know it. I am someone who I already make clips. They tend to perform worse than TTRPG stuff. I tend to make VA stuff, which tends to perform better. If TTRPG stuff just got slashed, if I was no longer able to make what I was wanting to make, I would just pivot to content that I already make. And that's not like, I don't know. That's not necessarily fun. That's not necessarily like exciting, but that is true. It is what I would do. I would want to make TTRPG stuff, and on stream, you would not get me shutting up about TTRPGs because on stream, I'm yapping. On stream, I have 6.5 hours to fill. Holy heck, it's been 6 hours, 40 minutes. I have hours of time to fill. I can talk TTRPGs on stream. If they stop pushing TTRPG content, I would not make TTRPG videos. I would still stream it. This got me thinking about 11 Dragon Kid. They talked a ton about niche games, but I think they cut that niche out already as this kind of TTRPG Rex type channel, kind of like Alpha Beta Gamer. That's the thing, right? 11 Dragon Kid. And I've seen this. Their niche content does not do as well as their Lancer content, as even their Kane content. Like Zactac is another variety TTRPG channel. I consider myself a variety TTRPG channel. Zactac is another example of he's made videos on Blades in the Dark. He's made videos on Balangast Magna Gothica. He will tend to get a very high viewership on the first video made of a new system, and then no one keeps up with it. Burger Creek, variety TTRPG channel, his World of Darkness stuff gets an order of magnitude more views than his Wild Sea stuff. Then his Shadowrun stuff actually did very well back in the day. So it's something where it doesn't matter who you are, what you do, you're always going to have a core audience that has a preference. I think my core audience has a preference towards D&D Lancer. I would love to talk more Vampire the Masquerade, and if I wanted to go through growing pains, I would be able to kind of suffer through that for a bit. I could make vampire content until my audience is more vampire filled, which already a lot of you are. Thank you for the follow. Did I just... How dare you? Sorry, I have to respond to I have to inform him that we don't cotton to him. We don't cotton to Enfields around these parts. Oh, and I just got gifted a sub. Thank you, people from AE stream who are lurking. Cross-platform. I have been real quick. Let me steal his content. Where is this? Oh, it doesn't let me. I can't show. Oh, I'm trying to show off your content, AE. That's awkward. Well, I guess this is just like Inception at this point. He's not actually showing off my audio, I think. He's just watching my video. So what I can do is... Okay. I'm playing your audio too, so we have a little bit of like a back and forth. My model just broke. So I think that you broke my model. I want you to pay for a new one. Can you like rig and draw the art, please? Can you be my mama and my papa? I do love having a cross-platform collab. I did this with other people. It's always super silly and it's always super stupid. Listen, we can't have a cycle of content thievery because then who's going to make the AI slop? Which one of us is the AI slop channel? Which one of us is the reaction channel? We got to have AI slop making reaction content of reaction content reacting to AI slop. That's what we have to do. I solved capitalism. Thanks for reminding me to watch the Burger Creek WildC video. Exactly. That's what you got to do. You got to watch Burger Creek. You got to watch TTRPGs. We're talking TTRPGs here. Arrow, you're in chat. Your handwriting sucks. Yeah, my handwriting sucks because I'm doing this with a mouse. I don't have a tablet. I do this with a mouse and keyboard. What do you want from me? I want to see you write hundreds of words a day for hours at a time with a mouse and keyboard and have it be halfway legible. Also, I appreciate that so for my chat, A is attempting to react to my content and is failing to do so. Okay, so now we have proper inception going.
Yes. I'm killing you with a rock.
Why am I being killed with a rock?
I'm trying to recolor my text.
We have proper inception going. He will never escape the white text allegations because now on my screen it shows a copy of his screen. I actually don't know if you're being given audio feedback right now. I hope you are. I hope this is an unwatchable stream on both Twitch and YouTube.
It's true streamception now.
Okay. Don't you tell me to get good with writing at a mouse and keyboard.
It's not audio feedback. It's an endless rabbit
What do you
hole.
think I'm doing? See, my goal here is that if I say something and if I just scream at the top of my
Arrow needs
lungs,
to get better at writing with the mouse and keyboard.
if I scream at the top of my lungs, this will just keep going on his screen. Your brain might explode. Listen, if your brain explodes from simply watching the gates of infinity open and you see an Enfield and you see a mafia boss and they both have guns and they're both gonna kiss and that breaks your brain, you simply have a skill issue. Now this is content. You simply have a skill issue.
Wait, since when are you a mafia boss?
Oh,
I
so
feel like I missed some kind of
I'm not actually a mafia
Arrow
boss.
update.
My chat just formed into a mafia style gang and they call me their boss. So I do have guns. And I also have a gun and it's up here. But hard talk because I have to use my third hand in order to talk like this around the floor. So I don't know if it's actually an effective weapon.
The problem is Arrow is dual wielding pistols. Or actually, no, I don't. Whatever.
Boss Hoss. Oh my gosh. I did give my entire community guns. I did arm my arrow kissers, unlike you not arming the Ashen. You make them scrounge for themselves. I provide them a uniform.
Why did you arm all of them?
Why would I not arm all of them? You've been in my Twitch chat.
Most of them are armed. It's just Quintus I won't give a gun.
You've been in my Twitch chat. You know that we shoot on sight. If you raid me,
This is
we
a
believe
fair
in
point.
Castle Doctrine.
I understand your point.
You've been in my Twitch chat.
I have been in your Twitch chat, it's true.
If you raid me, we believe in Castle Doctrine.
It's terrifying. Whenever I stop into your stream, I know there's like a 1/3 chance I'm about to get banned, and it scares me.
See, you're terrified of being banned in my chat. I'm terrified of someone trying to vor me in your chat. We both have our weaknesses. We both have our phobias. Of being banned in my chat. I'm terrified of someone trying to vor me in your chat.
I have rejection sensitive dysphoria, okay?
Okay, it doesn't matter if you
Leave me
reject the
alone.
voring. What matters is that your Twitch chat keeps trying to vor.
I have rejection sensitive dysphoria, okay?
What is happening? Don't worry. Don't worry, Sassy. Trying to vor.
Chat, which one of you keeps trying to vor Arrow? Keep doing it.
Don't worry, Sassy. I appreciate how, despite the fact the guns are out, I'm talking cross-platform in a impromptu collab with AE. I still have people in my chat talking TTRPGs. I'm talking cross-platform in a impromptu collab with AE. I still have people in my chat talking TTRPGs.
It's really funny. I don't know what's going on in my chat at this point. We were casually talking about what were we talking about? Something about politics. It's always about politics around here.
Okay, so what I want is I would like for A's chat to give the politics that they think my chat has, and I want my chat to give the politics they think AE's chat has, and we'll just see if we can have like a kumbaya come to God moment. Politics that they think my chat has, and I want my chat to give the politics they think AE's chat has, and we'll just see if we can have like a kumbaya come to God moment.
Yeah, alright. I need to know how chill Arrow's chat is. I'm like, can I trust you people? Yeah, alright.
Oh gosh, I can hardly hear AE. I'm trying my best.
Listen, we need to run a revolution.
I can hardly hear. Okay, you say we need to start a revolution. I say we need to build up after the destruction of the new world. I think we can work here. Okay, you say we need to. I think you tear down the establishment. I build up a new one. I become the authoritarian regime you swore to destroy. The cycle continues.
True,
ad
yeah.
infinitum.
We actually were just having this conversation. We were talking about how sometimes the people
regime you swore to destroy. The cycle continues. Ad infinitum. Oh, my chat thinks you're a dictator. Let's go.
No, sometimes the people who are, running the revolution, who are destroying the old system, are not the people who are implanting the new. So we were talking about this.
So that's the thing. AE and I have talked about this extensively over time, where AE is of the opinion that you need to fight tooth and nail to tear down injustice, the establishment, all of the bad things in the world. I am much more of the system of reform, but I also don't think that there is saving every institution. So kind of like the gradient is AE's on one end, Celerity Dust, who is very like reform the system, is on the other end, and I'm kind of in the middle where I can see the value in tearing down the system, but I don't think that should be your end goal. I think your end goal should be rebuilding on top of a torn down system, and that you might have to involve tearing down the system, but the people who are good at tearing down systems are really bad at building new ones. So what you need is you need them to walk hand in hand together, people that will actually fight fights and people that can build off of the rubble. So what we need to do is join our chats together and take on Twitch.tv. We will become the new CEO. Join our chats together and take on Twitch.tv.
You're so right. So my community are the, destroyers who are out in the streets causing chaos. Your community are the architects.
Well, I wouldn't say my community are the architects. My community is, in fact, going to extort you for your valuables and also your hyperfixation, and then shoot you when you're done because they think it's funny. So maybe my community isn't the best to rebuild society, but it certainly is one of the ways of all time.
You know what? This is a bad idea.
Community isn't the best to rebuild society, but it certainly is one of the ways of all time. You kind of agree with AE down with the system?
I don't feel safe. This is a bad idea.
Listen, is it the guns pointed at you that make you feel not safe? I can distract you with keys. Look, keys behind me. Look. Oh my gosh. Is it the guns pointed at you that make you feel not safe? I'm sorry, my brain rot is overtaking me. Keys. Look, keys.
Oh my god. Oh my god. One sec. I have something for this.
Sorry. Let me. Look at the keys. Look at the keys. Sorry. Let me. Look at the keys.
Jiggle keys at you.
Why am I being told to look at the memes section? I'm gonna ban you. Axolotl, I'm gonna ban you. Told to look at the memes section. I'm gonna ban you. Axolotl, I'm gonna ban you. Oh god, keys, it's like watching Oppenheimer again. Shut up.
What the fuck is Axolotl? I feel like I'm missing context here.
Well, so Mille went on my Discord and they decided to post some fighting words where on my Discord they posted such drivel as to write better arrow.
I'm in your Discord, right? Where is your Discord?
They posted such drivel as to write better arrow.
I'm in your Discord, right? Where is your Discord? Am I not in your Discord?
Rantings of the utterly deranged. Disrespectful. Well, so I can't collab with someone who's not on my Discord. I'm sorry, AE, that's just how it goes. Disrespectful. Well, so I can't collab with someone who's not on my Discord. I'm sorry, AE. That's just how it goes.
Damn. Okay.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to redirect to your channel.
How come I'm not on your Discord?
I'll make sure to redirect to your channel on YouTube. Oh, look, it's AE watching Arrow, watching AE. Exactly. I'll make sure to redirect to your channel on Arrow writes better. See, I do write better. It's AE watching Arrow, watching AE. Exactly. So, destroy the current system and build up a society based on merit and circular leadership where the leaders support the followers who support the leaders. Okay, a merit-based society sounds really nice until you remember that certain people are disadvantaged and then they have a lack of ability to prove their merit. And then you run into a situation where merit-based actually just ends up reinforcing existing power structures. That is what current society has turned into. Where merit-based actually just ends up reinforcing existing.
That's enough of that. All right.
Okay, I think that that's enough of the impromptu collab. Sorry, let me... Okay. That was a nice little interlude. What was I doing? It's been 7 hours. Merit-based just capital-based in like 2 extra steps. That's the thing. Merit-based sounds really nice until you remember what is merit. How many people here after Apocalypse will accept bottle caps as currency? I personally saved up about 400, which should give me a fair bit of bargaining power. Isn't a gun like 400 bottle caps in Fallout? Shadowrun does the feats with a capping system with how it depletes a character's essence, huh? So merit-based systems are revolved around the idea that merit, action, deed is important. What you do gives you status in that society. As a result, you need to decide what is status. Generally, that will be based off of meeting base needs and urges and like food production and or society or safety. And then you get a situation where you just have an oligarchy that was chosen by the people. To be fair, a gun would also get me, listen, you don't have to tell me about that. I got you. Wow. Disrespectful. I really hope I'm not being annoying or anything. I'm just tired and can't form better thoughts. No, you're good. You need institutions. I'm heavily disabled, so if they're gone, I'd likely die. That's the thing. Like, if you're heavily disabled, you will fail a merit-based society because merit-based will be based off of the average and or who is typical. Therefore, if you are physically disabled or mentally disabled, or even if you just like regularly suffer panic attacks and you're an anxious mess, you're probably not going to advance in a merit-based society and you're going to be screwed over, which is going to worsen your already existing anxiety, which will make you less effective and decrease your merit further. Not to mention, if this is like a merit-based society and you're deaf. There are deaf people who are geniuses, who are artists, who are comedians. There are like content creators who are deaf. But if it's a merit-based society, they're not going to support you and get you to the point where you have the equitable needs met in order to be on par with everyone else, because they see that as a personal failing. Merit is the ultimate expression of individuality, which that comes with all of the baggage, but also all of the benefits of individuality. Yeah, being born into different families also messes with what merit is. Is it like, I could very easily imagine a society where you have the merit of being born rich. Of course, that's not merit. You didn't do anything. That's ridiculous. Yeah, well, maybe it's not even you're born rich. Maybe it's you at the early age of 7 years old already scored in the 95th percentile of all 7-year-olds in the country. Now, the fact that you're rich and had gone to preschool and also kindergarten and also like up through 3rd grade, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the fact that because you were rich and advantaged, you were afforded opportunities that allowed you to feed into the merit-based signals, which would then support your growth further alongside the fact that you come from money, which means that you are on an upward trajectory, which means coming from money, you will stay in money, and then you will be the next ruling class of a merit-based society, not off of your own merit in any capacity. Like, sure, if you were stupid and you were struggling even though you were rich, sure, but that's going to be extremely rare. It's also going to be extremely rare for someone who is poor and disadvantaged and doesn't have the ability to study and go to school and go to preschool and have tutors and nannies to study and be in that top percentile. The Confucian idea was inherited by the Greek idea of heroes, also follow. Yeah, so Greek heroism is a meritocracy in the sense of the greater a hero you are is based off the greater deeds you have accomplished, but you are expected to only be able to accomplish great deeds if you are divine. I am the son of Zeus. I'm the grandson of Hermes. I am related to the king Theseus. Like, all of these incredible things stem from the fact that mortals are beneath the divine. And to exceed what is mortal is to be divine, which is reserved for the divine. Something can't wait for the apocalypse until it actually happens and you suddenly remember you have you need medication to live. Yeah. So who is that you were content Ouroborosing? That was Archivist. If you want his Twitch channel, it is here. He is a punk anarchist Enfield. He used to be a retro gamer. Don't tell him that. He hasn't been streaming retro games recently. What? What is this? How dare you? This mongrel is out here trying to show me up by writing. You mongrel!
I cannot write well with a mouse. What I'm learning right now. Hello, Zazzy does stuff. How are you doing? What is this? How dare you? You mongrel suffer.
It's easy to write well.
I don't think I'm allowed to criticize
when you
handwriting. Actually, looking at this,
slowly
I don't think I'm allowed to criticize.
carve each line like stone.
Wait.
Try 60
1
words
second.
per minute.
I don't think I'm allowed to criticize.
Carve each line. I see you. I raise you right at an actually effective pace to keep up with your words in your chat. I can write twice as good as that if I had 3 times the time. Right at an actually effective pace. Come on. Your words in your chat.
I write very slowly.
Oh, and stream dead. Okay, I'm turning this back off. Nope, it's killing stream. I'm done. The universe has punished me for my hubris. I have backed off. I am not doing streamception once more. AE, you are allowed to write at whatever speed you want. I'm done with this. And then we're back to this, what it will be. Yeah, well, under capitalism we exist now. Can eat me. It's just, to be fair, capitalism we exist under now is created by the idea of it being a meritocracy. Well, yeah, and that's exactly what I said, is that we exist right now under what started as a meritocracy. Modern capitalism began as a meritocracy where the assumption was that if you put in enough hard work, you could do anything because the market would adapt and the consumer base would follow you. That is not how it works. If I start up I don't know, a logistics delivery service a la Amazon, and I have $10,000, I'm going to go bankrupt in probably a month. Full stop. I'm not going to make my money back. Why would anyone work with me as a local shipper when not only Amazon is up there, but also large-scale interstate conglomerations exist? We are at the point where it's not a matter of Amazon is the best because they're the best. Like Amazon is at the top because of the best. We're at the point where Amazon is the top because they've been at the top, because they're perpetuating. It's not quite a too big to fail situation, but it's certainly a they can squash out any competition situation. But if the hand of the free market is invisible, why can I see it? Because it's putting its fingers in your pie. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up these questions, and then I'm gonna wrap up because it's been 7 hours. With all due respect, I was fry streaming earlier. I should not be streaming 7 hours. No, my pie. If future you, 10 years from now, could send one sentence about your creative life back to present you, what do you hope it says? And what are you a little afraid it might say? Sorry, as a language model, I am unable to breach the time-space continuum in order to send messages to your past self. I think that would be really funny. If I had a sense of humor in 10 years and AI was part of my life, that would be really funny to myself. No, but I'm equally excited and terrified at the idea of still doing content in 10 years. Presumably, if I'm doing it for 10 years, I've found success. I love it. I'm keeping up with my passion. Because I've had this passion my whole life. For what feels like my whole life. I've wanted to be a YouTuber since pre-2010. Since old school, early day YouTube, I was inspired by that. And I always thought that would be amazing. And I never thought I would actually get any success in it. But if I'm doing this in 10 years, am I washed up? Did I fall off? Am I refusing to accept my time, or should I given up? The only unequivocally positive thing I can think to hear from me 10 years in the future is that the only unequivocally positive thing I can think to hear would be something like, it's worth it. Or maybe your best years are ahead of you. Because I'm not the sort to lie to myself. I would tell myself straight if it's not worth it and I should pack up. So ironically, the vaguer and less specific it is, the more I'd believe it and the better I would feel about it. I wouldn't want to be told specific advice. I would want to be told some vagary that is meant to just remind myself that this is the path. Time to break my Aero GPT again. If my connection dies before you close out, thank you. It doesn't really work when after the first generation, the next will start wildly unequal. That's exactly what I was getting at. Generational wealth. And that's why there are caps in some places for generational wealth. And that certainly does a lot. I would want to be told the winning lotto numbers. That doesn't help. So with the lottery, knowing the lotto numbers doesn't help. Buying the correct lottery ticket helps. If I tell you right now, the lottery in 1 week so first off, it's too late for Bitcoin. Second off, I don't know how comfortable I would be in a scam like that, even if I was just gonna pump and dump it. If I was gonna pump and dump the pump and dump. And third, if I told myself 20 years ago, hey, invest in Apple, invest in Tesla, invest in Google. If I told myself 20, 30 years ago or whatever, I don't know how I would feasibly be able to, that would change my life that would change my life irrevocably, because I would get hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I, in 2006, invested my money into Apple, right before the iPhone, I would be in a different tax bracket, right? And that would change my life. And I don't know if I want my life to be changed like that. I have undergone some very bad things in my life. I've gone through some very struggling times in my life. And I feel as though it's a situation where at that point, I'm not me anymore. I've talked about this. I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of me going through and changing the past, even if it would stop a bad thing from happening, because this is how my world is. I don't know if I want to leave that. Even if they play mariachi music outside my house, I don't know if I want to leave that. Become a multi-quadrillionaire and use the money to crush all who would oppose you. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend oh yeah, the money wouldn't go to my head. The money would absolutely go to my head. Are you kidding me? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I'm not a stranger to that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm built different, now I'd win. No. If I put a bunch of time and effort into investing in money, I would change who I am and what my habits and my core person is. Are you serious? Can you not? Oh, They're yelling at each other because they're blocking their house. Let me just real quick. Sorry about that. My window was open and they're just yelling at each other. So, too late to pump and dump pink slips. Too early to manufacture interplanetary conflicts to war profiteer. Here at the right time to profit off of loneliness by ear licking. I mean, Cell, if we really want to sell our dignity, you and I could do a duo ASMR ear licking stream. Where you get one ear, I get the other. Go get him, Arrow! Gunshot sound. What, you mean like this? I always think about the stuff like, if I did things differently, I would have been a different person and I would not have the good things I have now. Honestly, even outside of like I wouldn't have good things now. If you told me, hey, you could go back in life and literally all you would do differently is that a year earlier you would start content creation, which means that you would be at a faster, like a larger point now, like in 2025, than you were in the original timeline. I don't know if I would do that. Because there's stuff that I was doing when I wasn't doing content creation. There are mistakes I was making that I have since learned from. And I feel genuinely, the fact that I started content creation so late, at least in comparison to how a lot of other people started at like 19 or 17 or 15 or whatever, the fact I started late means I not only got to watch the rise and fall of a bunch of people who made a bunch of mistakes, but also, oh, you call right ear? Got it. Gosh, I'm sorry, licking an ear is so weird to me. Like, not just for the ASMR, like, tingles sensation, but also just like do they wash their ear first? Did they just shower and they made sure like scrub inside their ear and like it's not gonna be weird for me? Like, do I have to worry about like getting earwax on my tongue? That's so weird to me. Become a quadrillionaire, force the treasury to actually print it out all physically and burn it all like the joke. I don't think physically they can print like $1 billion. My assumption is that given how many a billion is, that there is probably only hundreds of millions of US dollars in circulation. Oh, I meant it as in like I would have different things that are good, but I like things now. No, that's the thing. Even if I went a completely different direction, maybe instead of getting into VTubing, I get into sports. Instead of getting into sports, I get into archery. Instead of archery, I get into coding, which I do a little bit of coding now. I like archery. There are some sports that I'm more into than others, but I'm not really a sports person. Those are all things that the me of that world, the me of that reality, the me of that dimension probably feels similarly about those things. Yeah, I don't want to give this up. I love this. And that's me. That's still me. That's still my interests that I don't want to give up, even if they're not my interests. And I have a weird relationship with like the many worlds interpretation. I view multiple selves as all just versions of myself. And that sounds like such a nothing burger sentence. I respect the me from a world where I never started content creation and I went like really hard into business as another version of myself who probably loves that, or maybe they don't love it. I love the me who got super into, who didn't go into content creation, focused on writing, is now an author of the stuff that they were writing back when I was writing it. And instead of starting YouTube, they just focused on writing. I love that for them. I'm proud of them. I hope they get success in that. That is their accomplishment. That is not my accomplishment. My accomplishment is content creation. My accomplishment is video making, editing. This is something I've loved for years. And that other me still loves content creation and still would love to try it. But they also love writing. They've also loved writing for years. Me, myself, and I. Yeah, exactly. Like, despite everything, it's still me. The problem is they could simply say no. I mean, if you're a quadrillionaire, you can kind of just make it happen. That's how money works. Unironically, it'd be something like you'll never get better at brute forcing it. Just stick a planner and sticker stars. So like, I am someone who, even if multiple versions of me exist, I don't see myself having a weird, like, oh, this is the evil dimension where I'm evil. I don't see myself having a dimension where, like, oh, this is the dimension where, like, I failed content creation and I'm super jealous and I would steal it from my other self. Like, I think this is core to who I am as a person. I don't actually think this is mutable. Because I don't think this is unique to me. I think this is all me's would have this. Stay in your lane. Stay unbothered. Make the best of your situation. Don't try to steal from someone else. And so I feel as though, oddly enough, despite my lack of self-worth and despite the fact I am incredibly anxious, I think I'd get on quite well with other versions of myself because the me who's a writer could tell me about all the awesome stuff they wrote. The me who got into sports can tell me about all the awesome sports stuff they got. The me who got like married at 20 could tell me about how lovely their life is and like their soulmate that they met or whatever. Like, I would have so many interesting conversations with myself. And I don't think I would have to worry about, oh man, you got into content creation? I would have loved to do that, but I went into like coding instead, and now I'm like an IT specialist. And I'm like, no, that's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I think that legitimately, if I was to meet alternate versions of myself with their own competencies and interests, I think we would all just be each other's hype men. Gonna close both your streams to save cellular, but all my love. You did great, AE, and that was so fun. Hope to hang soon. I don't know why you're saying you mix this up on purpose. This is AE's stream. That's Arrow's stream. I am simply on my stream being recorded by him and projected here, whereas he on my stream is doing the same. Me and my clones would battle for Jet Li in the one so we can absorb our life force and become more powerful. That's the thing. I genuinely think, unless I am the outlier, unless I am the only one, unless I'm the weirdo, which I could be, I think the other me's would just be just as stoked to like help one another. Just like if there is a you who tried and succeeded, that means you have the capacity to try, which is a possible chance of succeeding. Exactly. And even if it was like, I, in my timeline, didn't have that accident you got in your timeline, and that accident took all of your time and money, and you couldn't focus on content creation, and you missed the boat on the one thing that got me super popular. That doesn't mean that you'll never make it. In fact, that is proof that you can make it. Sure, it might have been luck, but that means that you have that luck in you. Now, maybe your luck wasn't at that particular moment. You might have even greater luck at a later time. That's something to look forward to. That's something to be excited by. I think if you have the capacity to feel jealous of your other self, if you have the capacity to feel jealous of your other selves' halves, I think they would be jealous of your halves, and they would be to an extent. That's the thing. I'm like in my lane. I'm like, listen, like Arrow from dimension like 614. I might be Arrow from dimension 616. You might have $1 million. I'm so proud of you. You've done so well. I'm sure you struggled to get that. And I would love if I had $1 million, but I'm not you. I'm me, despite the fact we are both Arrow. And that's okay. And then they might look at me like, you're so impassioned by your content creation. I would love if I had what you have. And I imagine if they're anything like me, if they're actually another Arrow, they would say, but that's not me. I'm me. I have my money and I have my steady, stable career that I'm focused on, and I'm so proud of you. And that's why I'm taking it. See, that's the thing. I don't think I would have an evil self. I think, if anything, like I'm the evil self. That conversation reminds me of the Alters, clones just slightly different through one event. Is Alters the game? I saw this as a nominee for the Game Awards. That's the one where it had like a AI VAs, right? And that kind of like killed the game. Darn, I can't believe me committed war crimes. Okay. If me committed war crimes in another reality, I would give that me a hug, because clearly they needed it. Even if no one else can accept them for who they are, I will accept them because it's me. You definitely have an evil self. There's always an evil self. Yeah, but what if I'm the evil self? What if I'm the baddie? There's definitely a version of me that becomes a warlord that I'd write a sci-fi story about. No, Alters is just one guy with a bunch of variations that have different skills. What's the one I'm thinking of? There's one like a year or two ago. You're a baddie, not the baddie. Shush your face. Shut up. When I look back someday on the arrow rights era, what do I hope people will say I changed for them at their tables or their timelines or in their creative work? So I've already had folks tell me I inspired them to run this idea or I introduced them to that system, which is truthfully more of an impact than I ever thought I'd have. I thought when I started this that I would I thought I was going to try and fail. I thought I was going to try content creation. I was going to try it for a couple months. I was going to get nowhere. I thought I was going to fail. And I got a little bit of success. I got very little success, but also I had mic issues. I had technical issues. I was learning. I was starting editing. And it was a slow process, but I got there. I got to the point where I started feeling proud of being able to say like, I have like 5,000 subscribers. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, I have like 1 million video views. No big deal. But like I got to the point where I could actually feel pride in my work and I could feel like I was having some degree of success. And now I have a community of people who basically once every couple days I get someone saying, you inspired me to do this. I want to steal this from you. I'm so happy that I found your channel. Keep up the good work. And it's all just lovely, wonderful stuff. I'd hoped, of course, to do something like that with my channel, but I wouldn't have expected it to actually happen. So the real answer that I hope to see that I don't know if I've had yet is that when I look back on the arrow rights era is I'd really like if I could have someone who normally wouldn't make it survive. I've talked about this before. I'm a funny internet person with a savior complex, but I want to help someone who needs it because I've been there more recently than I care to admit. I mentioned earlier, October was very rough for me. I know what a positive influence can do for your mental. And I know what, even if it's parasocial, like that sort of relationship with the content creator can give you. That sort of ability to lose yourself, have escapism. And it's something where I find that very important to me, is to be able to provide that for people. Even if I'm also always humbled by people who are like, you inspired me to run the system, check out this game, whatever. Not to stir the pot too much, but Embark's AI stuff really soured me on Arc Raiders. Yeah, so I heard Arc had AI generated content, and I also heard that the stuff that wasn't AI generated is still really good, which is a bit of a head scratcher because like Black Ops 7 is apparently an AI mess. Black Ops 7 is what I've heard like one of the worst games. Full stop. Just like not necessarily of all time, but like of the decade, because it is an AI sloppy mess. It sucks. The gunplay isn't even good, which is the only thing COD games had going for them. Black Ops 7 is amazing in its badness. Yeah, I watched Bricky talk about it, and also watched him talk about the Game Awards. That's where I heard about the Arc stuff. I'm anti-generative AI. I think that if AI sours you on a game, that's your prerogative. Go for it. I also don't think that AI being tied to a project should be like the studio will never recover, right? I think I support Arc has AI, like AI generated content. I am not going to play Arc. I support that. I don't support, I am never going to buy a game from the studio again, because I feel like the studio was probably pressured into it, like, and would like to change. Because Microsoft has an AI forward policy. Anything under Microsoft has to use AI. People are being forced to use AI, whether they want to or not. So I don't think that the devs should be crucified for that. That being said, I do think that there is a discussion to be had about the difference between the parts of Arc that have AI, the parts that don't have AI, and how good is it independent of the AI. But I think it's also valid to say, I'm not going to play Arc. I don't want to play Arc. That has AI. The only thing I would have liked is more transparency about what was AI generated. People really had to tease it out of them. AI Raider voice. Arbitrators and the finals. Finals is what I was thinking of. When I was talking about the alters earlier, I was thinking of the finals. Thank you. It's both really fun and surprisingly user-friendly in terms of monetization. They just put AI voices in for no reason. I think what it is that voice actors are the celebrities of video gaming. Like you might have Sakurai, you might have Miyamoto, you might have Kojima as like project leads, but that's closer to like a director for a movie. Voice actors are your actors for visual movies. If you have a game that Troy Baker is voicing the lead, holy heck, that's probably going to be a really good game. Troy Baker is a known name in the industry. If he's part of a project, oh yeah, I want to check this out. Same like Matt Mercer, Eric Ishii, lots of different voice actors. So you hit a situation where what's one of the most expensive parts of game dev then? That if you, we don't want to skirt around the edges of making this game bad, we'll just cut off some of the fluff. What's some of the fluff? Voice actors. Not because voice acting is not important, but because voice acting is seen as more expensive than it's worth. Yeah, you might be able to pull in like a B tier voice actor, but you're not going to get anyone that names are going to recognize, so it doesn't matter. Let's just AI voice it. That kills player engagement. That kills it. Because you don't have people talking to you, you have AI talking to you. That strips the soul of the game. The game could be fun. The game could be amazing for all I care. If I have an AI voice telling me to go to the point and do the objective, I'm going to feel like the entire game is soulless. If I have an AI sloppy mess that has actual real voice actors talking to me, I'm probably going to be less inclined to be upset with that than I would otherwise. The human aspect, the engagement of AI voices will turn off a good game faster than, I am of the opinion that AI voices in a good game will hurt it comparably to how real voices might be able to kind of bandage the wound of an AI sloppy mess. It's a poison well thing for me. If you use AI, then you have the capacity to use AI for anything. Yeah. It's especially weird since they literally hired actual human VAs, which just proves, but just to provide the AI templates, like, why not just use the VAs? Don't barf at Troy Baker. They removed them, but now they are in association. The fact they did use AI before, that's the thing. I think that the finals, the studio behind it, give them another chance. Why give them another chance? Because if we have the mentality, you used AI, the well is poison, I'm never going to buy anything from you again. You, as the consumer, are indicating it is now more profitable for you to go all in on AI. You have lost the goodwill of anyone that is not an AI bro. So now it's only for the AI bros. Just minimize the overhead then. There's no reason not to go 100%. Once you're already damned, you might as well, once you already succumb to the temptation, you might as well damn yourself all the way. Like, you have to be willing to give another chance to something like an AI, a company that uses AI, if they demonstrate they're not going to use it. Microsoft is shooting themselves in the foot because we're doing AI first. We're doing, everyone has to use AI because AI will expedite the workflow, even though it actually provenly doesn't expedite the workflow. It makes mistakes you have to go back and fix. You'll barf at Barker and Mercer and especially Ben Starr. Why? Is it just because they're popular? I'm not going to call it a poison well if it's one bad decision. Like, I understand the reasoning behind poisoning the well, but you have to like I would be fine. Or I was going to say Shadow of War is an example of what I think people say poison the well, where Shadow of War was a video game that it was on the tails of the very successful Shadow of Mordor. It was filled with microtransactions. It was extremely player hostile. It was like had a single player loop based progression system for no reason. And this killed people's enjoyment of the game. They removed it. EA's Battlefront 2. Battle passes, star cards, all of these like upgradable upgrades that you could pay money for. That killed player engagement in the game. They remove it. It's a fine game. It's not a bad game. Neither Shadow of War I had a lot of fun with. Battlefront 2 EA I've had a lot of fun with, not as much as Battlefront 2 Classic, but Battlefront 2 EA I had fun with after the battle passes were removed. So as a result, you need to be willing to allow the company to fix their mistakes. Because if you don't, all you are signaling is there's a fragility of my patience that if you break once, I will never give you again. Therefore, once you have broken it, you have no reason not to be the most sloppy, insensitive, terrible, offensive, like money leeches. The problem with that thinking is that the implication is that we, the end consumer, have any say in how AI is implemented. We don't vote with our dollars anymore. Those in power have already made the decision for us. No, so you do vote with your dollar. Something I feel very strongly in is that you still vote with your dollar. The issue is that we have, call it 60% of the player base who doesn't care. We have 60% of the player base who, oh, they see COD, I'm going to buy COD. We have 60% of the player base who say, oh, new Mario Kart, I'm going to buy Mario Kart. It doesn't matter if it's a good game. With the new Pokemon game, ZA. Why are people buying this? Because I want to play Pokemon. The game sucks, from what I've heard. In terms of like, not as bad as Scarlet Violet did on launch, but it struggles. The textures are ridiculous. It is a downgrade. If Scarlet Violet was a PS2 game, ZA is a PS3 game. Really, ZA is great. I have not played it, so I'm not going to sit here and say I know how the gameplay is. From my understanding, it's closer to Legends Arceus. It's Legends ZA, so the gameplay is a bit different. If you liked Arceus, you will like ZA. Is my understanding. But my point, but just because it has Baker or Mercer in a game doesn't mean that Baker and Mercer are bad. That just means that you don't want to buy into the hype of them. They can still be good VAs without buying into the hype. I hate both of them for using it, but Microsoft and Activision are way more guilty. Yeah, but you do buy with your dollar. The issue is you're not the only one buying. You are up against 60% of people who, when they see the new Pokemon game, pre-order. COD, I'm gonna pre-order. Cool. I saw this streamer who got sponsored play the finals. I'm gonna buy finals because the streamer is who I trust for information. You have people who don't actually critically think about what they buy. They just buy to buy. And that's like, quote unquote, mainstream consumer that all businesses are so obsessed with. They don't care about the mainstream consumer because they're average. They care about the mainstream consumer because they don't critically examine what they're buying. They play games for leisure. They play games to relax. They buy a game because it seems fun, because people said it's good, because it's a name they recognize, and they want to play a game. So they spend their money. What you can do is that if you, in that other 40%, or it's a 30%, or it's a 50%, whatever the number is, if you all make a concerted effort to not buy the popular thing because it has AI, or because they were discriminatory in their casting, or because they broke like strike to cast people, that is something as a wider community you need to do. You and your individual dollar mean basically nothing. But you as a collective with your collective dollars mean everything. The only reason people at the higher ups will say, oh, add AI to the game. Sure. Of the 100 people that are going to buy this, 20 people won't buy it because they didn't want AI. Another 15 people aren't going to buy it because they just weren't going to buy the game anyway. Everyone else that's still above 50% will just increase the price of the game by $5, right? Yeah, no one liked horse armor. No. Yes, but Erdrick, who bought horse armor? So many people. People bought horse armor was the issue. People bought the DLCs, and horse armor was not the start. I think we're forgetting that prior to like the DLCification, it was expansions. We went from expansions to DLC to loot boxes. Now we're kind of like in battle passes, right? There's been a progression. And DLC, as it used to exist, does not really exist anymore. Most games monetize themselves off of loot boxes. And then there's a huge controversy about that. There was court cases. There was the idea of that's promoting gambling. So now it's battle passes. DLC, as like Oblivion Horse Armor, was a progression off of expansions, a delving into new means of monetization with DLC. That stuck around for like 5 to 8 years and then faded for loot boxes, which were more profitable and that had less of a reputation of negativity. DLC, the entire time DLC was popular, people were railing against it, and that 60% mainstream crowd didn't care. They were buying the COD DLC. They were buying the Pokemon DLC. They were buying the whatever DLC. DLC was hated throughout its entire tenure off of the tail of Horse Armor. People were not embargoing it though, which is why it kept coming around. And then once people started embargoing it, once it got more expensive for less, loot boxes, they shifted. Yeah, like people forget expansions were just DLC, but bigger. Generally, instead of a $10 DLC for like a 5 cosmetic pack of skins, you would have a $20 DLC where it adds a new area with 5 new enemies, 1 new boss, 10 new items. For like World of Warcraft or whatever. Expansions were if you want to go back further, like sequels, remasters, all that was before expansions. Expansions went into DLC. DLC went into loot boxes went into battle passes. Now we're at a point where with the mobile gamification, battle passes is where it's at. Like DLC was the late 2000s into early 2010s. Loot boxes was the 2010s. Battle passes is the early 2020s. And the reason this keeps working is because enough people are willing to spend money on games like this. Dispatch? I don't actually know about. I want to play Dispatch. Yeah, we're almost at 8 hours. Yeah, I go 8 hours sometimes. The reason companies keep monetizing this is because people keep paying it. And the reason they keep changing is because they eventually get pushback. Because DLCs are predatory and that they're not getting content. Do you really want a $15 DLC for one new mission kind of deal? Then you have loot boxes. Loot boxes, everyone was fine with them until they started railing against them, and then they got more predatory and aggressive, and then they got shut down. But the problem with that line of thinking is, well, it's the fault of the people that keep buying the stuff, as the people selling the stuff didn't already figure it out. That's the thing. It is the fault of the people that are selling it. Because they know they are being enabled by the people buying it. If I am standing next to you and I'm a cop, and Erdrick, you walk up and you stab Ormy, and you see that I don't stop you, so then I go over and I stab, and then you stab Marcy. You are responsible for stabbing those people. I am responsible for not stopping you. I have a responsibility to put my money where my mouth is and not support these financial practices. In this case, the consumers are enabling poor business practices by the market. The market will adapt to the consumer, and the consumer is in a point right now where they are willing to spend on loot boxes, to buy battle passes. Oh yeah, so the analogy is flawed. I'm not going to argue that. That was not a good analogy. I was just saying it off the top of my head. Egads, I've been stabbed. But my point is that it's not the fault of the enabler. It's not the fault of me in that situation. It's not the fault of the buyers. But they are supporting a system that perpetuates allowing the people who are selling. I don't know if gacha games and other mobile stuff is that separate from battle passes? I was kind of roping them in together, but I guess gacha game is the modern incarnation of the battle pass. It's like a cycle, yeah. And I think, and this is in a lot of regards, and I'm very opinionated on this, which is why I don't talk about it that often, because I get opinionated, it is a matter of, no, you can't just have a momentary lack of spending. You can't just say, well, I, as my one person, I'm going to not buy this. You have to have I don't remember the name. I feel like there was an instance where basically the entire gaming community, independent of genre, came together to boycott something. And they're like, we are not going to spend money on this. And then it ended up earning like 20% of its projected revenue. Remember when DLC for Fallout would basically give you like 25% of the new game? And that's the thing. I come from a generation, I'm fine with expansions. I grew up with expansions. Some DLC I can accept. Guild Wars 2. There's DLC. I believe it's mostly cosmetic, but Guild Wars 2 is a free MMO where you can buy DLC for it to support the devs. To support the devs. In Deep Rock Galactic, there is cosmetic DLC that many people buy not for the cosmetics, but so that they can throw money at Ghost Ship because they love DRG and they want to support the devs. That is ethical usages of DLC. I mean, yeah, it's easy. Yeah, buying with your dollar implies a level of control over the market, which that's the thing. In entertainment, it 100% does. You cannot tell me that entertainment, video games, is a market that the consumer is forced into other avenues and that they will have to choose between this or that. In something like choosing between Amazon, Walmart, or Target, yeah, you're kind of screwed. You really can't just decide to not buy groceries. You can't conscientiously object to household toiletries. You need to buy those things, and the current setup of the market is set up in a way that you are physically unable to not make a bad choice there. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about entertainment. If you really want to, you can like pen and paper TTRPG. You can read a book from the library. You can watch cable television if you still have it. You can sail the seven seas, which is something a lot of people do. You don't have to buy video games that you don't support the ethos behind. At that point, it became exactly. DLC as a donation jar, I think, is actually a fantastic example. Paradox games is one where I'm pretty critical, but I can appreciate it. In Paradox games, they will release like 4 years worth of DLC, and they'll give like a new DLC every 3 months, and usually it'll have a free aspect, like a minor free thing and some like tweaks to the game, as well as a major addition. And the reason they do this is because Paradox games are way more expensive to make than they are to maintain. So they produce the game at a loss. They sell it to their confirmed buyer base of like 50,000 players, and they're either at a loss, they're at net neutral, or they barely make a profit. And then over the next 4 years, every 3 months, they produce DLC. The DLC costs them $20,000 to make. Maybe it costs them $100,000 to make. But because they have 50,000 people, they know half of those people are going to buy it. They charge the DLC for $10. Then that's half of 50,000 is 25,000 times 10 is 250,000 minus 100,000 from ad cost. Now they make money off the DLC. Now they can support their staff. Now they can support the studio. And they hit a point where even though they're constantly spamming DLC, I would say 70 to 90% of the time, definitely above average, definitely more than not, it's not game-shattering DLC. If you want like the courts for CK3, that'll be cool, but it's not game-breaking, right? I don't have the courts. I don't have I think any DLC for CK3, but the fact that when they update the courts, they also added a special system that allows me to assign court positions, which feeds into the DLC, makes me want the DLC, but doesn't force the DLC. The game isn't broken without the DLC. I can suffer that, right? I think it's excessive, but I also recognize why they're doing it, and I can agree only the people that love Paradox games are going to buy those DLCs. I think it's intimidating. If I'm trying to get into EU5 and they release 4 DLCs for it, I think that's a bit intimidating. Do I need all the DLCs? Will I enjoy the game without them? Sure, you will. It has free updates. But I do think that is something that ultimately is not that bad. Civ 6, I think, was pretty bad about this. I think Civ 6, with hiding not just leaders, but also nations, and also game-changing mechanics behind DLC, like climate change, I think that is a very poor implementation of DLC. I get a strange feeling about DE games. I've never spent a dime on Platinum, yet I've bought 10 again, but I also did just buy a Founder Pack, yeah. And that's the thing. I'm a big proponent of don't buy like Gold Edition, don't pre-order, don't do all of that, because that encourages studios to be like, oh, we got 15,000 pre-orders for Cyberpunk 2077. I'm sure nothing will go bad on launch. Like, it just encourages the behavior of, oh, we'll fix it later. Don't worry. I don't know. I feel that base game EU4 is unplayable. I have never played the EU games. I have played Crusader Kings. I played Vicky. I played Victoria 3. I have not played EU. Based on what Rory has told me, Rorston VT, EU5 is really fun. I do like Paradox's current model of major content is free, paid content. Yeah, exactly. Like paid content is, I want to play the court of Genghis Khan, and I'm going to spend $9 on a DLC that allows me to have a little in-game like 3D court. So when I'm at court, I can see the Khan sitting on the throne and that I'm his poisoner and like blah, blah, blah. Like that's generally fun. That's generally fine. FromSoft's DLC is a pretty good benchmark. I mean, FromSoft's DLC, from what I'm aware, like with DS1 and I don't know the DLCs of the other games. Like Erdtree, Night Rain, those are expansions. I would not call those DLCs. I would call those expansions. These days, gacha games tend to have DLC and battle passes, which is so dumb. Like, EU4 is why they changed their current model. It was so messed up. Oh, wow. I'm very much thinking of it as a tip jar. I've put like 100 hours. Exactly. And if I play 500 hours of Deep Rock Galactic and I want to support the devs because I love what they do, I'm going to buy Survivor, the new game they made. Or I will buy the cosmetic DLC for a costume I don't care about, right? Yeah, never pre-order. The only exception is Helldivers 2 because Xbox users had a year to see how the game worked out before pre-order Xbox because they were able to see. I agree with that. If you can see the game being played, not by reviewers, but like actual people for a year, sure. I got almost all the EU4 DLC on a Humble Bundle one time and it made such a big difference. And I'm sure it made them so much money. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, even if, let me ask you this. Call it toxic DLC. That's what we've been talking about, really. You get a bundle for 5 packages, each of which are normally like $20, and you can get all of them for $30. What do we do here? Genuinely. Like this is not me telling you what to do. This is me like asking you, like, what would you do? Like, it's a game that you think is fun, but the DLC is super predatory, toxic. It like breaks the game without it. You can save $70 and you can basically get like 3 DLCs for free. But at the same time, you're still supporting them. You're still telling them, we want this DLC. We will buy this DLC. I am of the opinion, I feel like you kind of need to not buy it. Because otherwise they'll just say, oh, okay, we just need to make DLC cheaper, but we can still keep making it. That's spending with your dollar. That is activism with your dollars, deciding, I don't care this is on sale. We don't do it. Same thing with Disco Elysium. Doesn't matter if it's 90% off. If you want to support the original creators with the whole Zao Alm issue and like you're on the side of creators or whatever, you don't buy it. This is why the high seas exist. And this channel does not support piracy. I am not in a position where I'm going to look here and tell you to pirate, but I will say that is something that a lot of people do instead of this. So that's why when someone says like, oh, well, you can't really buy with your power because like corporations, they control the market. No, in entertainment, you control the market. I'm not talking about groceries. I'm not talking about essentials. I'm not talking about toiletries. I'm not talking about intimate goods. I'm talking about entertainment, where if you are so inclined, you can go outside and pick up grass and toss it around. Now, obviously, that's not entertaining and you're not going to do that all day. And that's a bit of like a pull yourself up by your bootstraps bit. But you have means of entertaining yourself outside of buying overpriced DLC or games that have AI generated content or pre-ordering something to get the bonus. You can just not. Be real, gamers ain't going to touch grass. Okay. How many of you have not touched grass like unironically in the last 48 hours? I go on walks daily. And to be fair, sometimes I don't touch grass on my walks, not because I'm not outside, but because I'm wearing shoes and I'm walking on the sidewalk and like the blacktop. So why would I touch grass? I'm not going to lean down and touch it. Yeah, Xbox came later, so they had the option to pre-order despite the game already being published. Also, the dev said that the stuff locked behind pre-order will eventually be able to be picked up. I mean, you're not in the position to support piracy, but I am. If buying isn't owning, the piracy isn't stealing. So the reason I say that, I'm a brand, and there are certainly YouTubers out there who like, they say like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. I do not feel comfortable associating that with my brand. Now, if you share pirated material on Discord, on my server, I will have to remove that. But I will let you off with a warning. You know? Way to call me out. I was touching grass while watching stream. Nice. I sure have. I will say, like, unironically, if you're a depresso, if you're struggling, and you have not been touching grass, and you have not been showering, do that. Not because it will fix you, but because you'll feel like you tried. If you're a depresso, and you've stayed bedridden all day, and you barely took care of yourself because everything is so much energy, take the mental energy and shower. You will feel less physically gross, which will help you feel more mentally clarified. If you touch grass, you have to get dressed. You have to walk outside. You have to lean down on the floor and touch the grass. And you'll have to be out in the sun. 30 seconds. Then you go back inside, you swap back to your pajamas, and you get back in bed. You don't have the shame. You don't have the mental energy, the restraints of, oh, I didn't do anything today. No, I went outside and touched grass. I literally touched grass for 30 seconds. It was not a lot, but it was something. I pay my taxes. Government property is my government property is my property. Steal traffic lights. J Schlatt would like you more if you do. Oh my gosh. The J Schlizzle. I'm getting there very slowly. Been sitting on my balcony to get my sun rays for now until I can get myself out the door. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. If at the end of the day, you can say, I went on my balcony to get sun, I feel like I did more than literally nothing. Fully for you. If you can say, I got up and I showered, even though I didn't want to, and even though I was feeling dysphoric, I now feel like I'm not gross, just that I'm sad and pathetic. Fully for you. That's good. That's better. That is progress. And if you make a habit of doing that, that is how you work on not curing, but living with depression. Because depression doesn't just go away. Oh, my model broke. My model's depressed. Depression doesn't just go away one day and you have to suffer through it until it just fixes itself. You have to make the effort to work through it. And it's not easy and it will not be quick. But the more you spend time worrying about how you didn't do anything will just make you feel worse and make it harder to do things. It's a downward spiral. I took a walk, but I'm still tired and sad. I guess winter's coming and it's cloudy outside and it's cold and I hate winter. See, it's the thing. You can take a walk and still feel tired and sad. But when you go to bed that night, think, did I do anything today? Ask yourself that every night. Did I do something today? If the answer is no, I just doom scrolled. At that very moment, stand up, walk outside, touch grass, come back inside. It can be 10 seconds. But the goal is that when you go to bed at night, you can say, today I touched grass, today I took a shower, today I made 3 meals for myself. It's not a matter of that's easy. It is explicitly you are overcoming the challenges you are facing. Just realize how that works. While the small stuff won't fix you, the downsides don't weigh you down anymore. Exactly. Showering doesn't cure your depression. Showering makes you feel less gross. And because you feel less gross, you feel less present about beating yourself up. Because you're not gross, you just showered. Sure, you're still ugly. Sure, you're still fat. Sure, you're still pathetic and lazy and whatever. But you're not gross. And that's one less bad thing to call yourself. Meaning, tomorrow, now you can worry about, well, I'm not lazy. I went up and I went and touched grass outside. So now you're not only not gross, you're also not lazy. And then that's the sort of mindset you have. But you have to do that every day. You have to do that constantly. That is an active struggle that you have to work through. You can't just phone it in one day and then think that you tried to solve it and then it didn't work, so guess I'm depressed forever now. It is an active process. And if you are on that process, I'm proud of you. I appreciate you. I want you to keep at it. And I'm sure that everyone in this community is just as proud of you as I am. Is there a question you wish people asked you more about your work or about you? So I always get uncomfortable asking things of my audience, though something I've absolutely loved is when people ask about my lore. It doesn't even have to be mine. I love ranting Persona 4 or Pyre or Kane. But in particular, there have been plenty of times where I've had the chance to talk at length about obscure plot lines from a game, either on stream, and I give a lore overview, I give a story perspective. I just talk about my world, the stories I've written, what I have put to pen, and it's just so much fun. Or I get to share some lore from my setting that gets interrogated by chat in real time, and I'm coming up with justifications and rationale in response to the situations I've never thought of before, like I am a GM at the table. I love that. So I appreciate that, and I would love if people did that more. I always get embarrassed asking for that. Just like I get embarrassed asking for fan art. I get embarrassed asking for community engagement, because I feel like if you're engaged, you're going to engage, right? I don't need to ask that of you. But it's great when that stuff happens. What? Did I just hear a noise? What the hecky heck? Gosh. Whew. Nearly there. For someone discovering you today, what's the thing you'd ask for fan art, demand it even? Oh, sorry, I bumped into the coffee table. Shut up. But what if the goalposts shift to not doing anything productive? I do that a lot, and I think it's not stuff that will help me long term. So that's where you have to look at yourself and say, is this proper debate etiquette? Literally, call yourself out. Say, oh, well, I didn't do anything today, but I went out and touched grass, but that's not productive. Okay, that's not what I asked, idiot. I asked, did I do anything? Shifting goalposts is not correct. Well, I mean, touching grass isn't really doing anything. No true Scotsman. Well, yeah, but I only did it because I was feeling bad. Ad hominem, attacked character. Do the meme where it's someone is trying to argue with you. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today in order to save my usefulness for tomorrow. Sure, that too. I'm talking about working through depression. So if you want to enable them, that's your fault, Rory. But yes, if I what's one thing that I would love for someone to do if they discover me today? This is something I wrote down the other day. This is unrelated to the current conversation. And yet, I'm consistent, because my response for someone discovering you today, what's one thing you'd love for them to do right after this? My response, take a shower, do your chores, do whatever responsibilities you have, please. I can't have my audience throwing away their lives pursuing escapism while neglecting their health or their responsibilities. You! Yes, you. Did you eat food today? Drink water, exercise, even if it's a 10-minute walk. If you're watching my content, you probably love TTRPGs, playing games, writing. That's well and good. I'm happy for you. But take care of yourself. Literally. The way, straight up, that was just unironically my answer to this question. And I will post it in case you don't believe. But like, this is what I had written down. Split yourself into two people and have them argue. You'll realize pretty quickly one sounds like an idiot jerk. Exactly. And that's why that's a very real psychology tool in therapy is externalization. Taking a part of yourself that you don't like, or that is problematic, or that you are trying to work on, and externalizing it. Talking about it as if it's someone else. For instance, if you're really struggling with the fact that like, oh, I think I might be gay. And then you're like, but that's bad. I shouldn't like that. And then your therapist will say, okay, well, imagine this gay person is sitting in front of you in a chair. Would you tell them that being gay is bad to them? And you're like, no, of course not. There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, well, then, so what would you tell them? And you say, well, I think that they should be themselves. I think that they should support themselves. Their friends will care about them. If they don't care about them, then they're not their friends. And then if their family doesn't support them, then that is not love. That is simply blood. And then the therapist would be like, okay, now do you see how that applies to you? And then the person would be like, no! And then that's how therapy works, right? That's one method you can use in therapy. I can take care of myself and play video games all day. See, that's the thing. Erdrick, I didn't say don't play video games. I said take care of yourself. If you're taking care of yourself and you're doing your responsibilities, play however much video games you want. I want to play Persona 5. I haven't played Persona 5 in like 2 weeks. I'm going to lose it. But Reddit, debate yourself exactly. I'm like in a hyper-capitalist dystopia. The greatest act of courage is to do nothing at all. Disagree. Someone just discovered you, take a shower. Exactly. What's a small encouragement you would offer to GMs, players, or baby creators who see a little spark of themselves in you? So this is the final question of this little like interview compilation that I got asked. So many people focus on what they would do instead of devoting time to actually doing it. You might be busy. You might be inexperienced. You will suck. That's fine. You're just starting. And if you've been doing it for a while, you've made progress. It's just hard to notice when you're so overcome with analysis paralysis. Look at how you were 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago, depending on how long you've been doing this. You are much better than you were when you were there, than you were when you were then. It is harder the longer you do it to see appreciable progress, but trust me, you will see it. And for those of you already on the path, stop worrying about being original. Remix stuff you like. Take inspiration from that media that got you started. Allow yourself to feel the passion that ignited this spark and do that. You might have to alter the passion to better fit with what your audiences want. That's okay. You can still pursue that passion. It just might not be the same exact vision you had in mind, but that doesn't mean you have to change the core of what got you excited about it. Content creation is made for an audience, but the only way it gets delivered is if you care enough about it to see it through. So you need to be at the point where you care and are excited by something to actively want to make it. I love making a mega dungeon. I love Lancer videos. I love VA work. That's why I'm so excited for it. The reason that I make a mega dungeon, the reason I talking about self-care, you doing okay? It's been 7 hours. It's actually been 8. The reason I make a mega dungeon, the reason I talk Lancer frames, the reason I do VA work is because audiences want that. I tried talking about writing advice, and that didn't perform well. I tried Arrow Answers, which was kind of like a mid-range way of me getting content out that was super low, like light edits, but then I ended up making them higher effort. And then there just wasn't the responsiveness there because the questions got more specific. So I still have the questions and I want to respond to them at the end of long form content. I think it'd be fun, but I'm no longer making Arrow Answers as its own series because I recognize I am doing this for an audience. I'm excited. And this is what I was talking about with, running Kane is I let my player set up the foundation. So any direction I ran off on, any scaffolding I built would be tied to that foundation. The foundation in this case is the audience expectation. The scaffolding is the content I want to make. I choose what I want to make insofar as it stays within the foundation. I can't make a makeup tutorial, ASMR, anything like that. Even if I want to make that, which I don't care about that stuff, I'm not gonna lie. But I can't do like sports betting content because the audience doesn't want that. Maybe you'd be interested if I could spin it, but broadly speaking, that's not the appeal of my audience, right? Dune Schmoon. Realizing basically every sci-fi story after the 1960s stole half their ideas from Dune is the key to not worrying about. All fantasy is, well, all Western fantasy is Lord of the Rings. All Western sci-fi is Dune. All Western hard sci-fi is Asimov. And Star Wars is all of them. What did I have for a snack today? I had oatmeal and blueberries 8.5 hours ago. Probably, or 8 and 15 minutes ago. Asimov, more like Blazimov, am I right? How do I deal with the perfect sin? I already did that. Unrelated to TTRPGs or editing or the stuff, but favorite drink? Coffee, soda, tea, something else? I drink water. Not exclusively, because every morning I will have juice. I talked earlier about how I will have orange juice mixed with pomegranate juice. At night, I will sometimes have tea. Sometimes in the middle of the day, like around dinner, I will have all Eastern Fantasy Journeys of the West, exactly, 100%. It is regional, it is cultural. I will have tea at night sometimes, just to be in a productive mindset, but I haven't really had much tea in the past couple weeks. Mostly I've been having more juice, like a different juice. So I'll have like lemonade or mango juice at like evening. Whereas in the morning, I'll have like a fruit juice or an apple cider. Hey, some Eastern Fantasy is also the Tale of Heike? I'm unfamiliar. It's all just flavored water, but it's all less healthy because it's all more sugary. It's all more messed up. I used to be a soda fiend. Back when I was a teenager, I stopped. I weaned myself off it over my teenage years, and then eventually I ended up I haven't had a soda in years. And I'll have a soda like once a year, once every other year. And almost every single time, it is not worth it. Like, I don't know about you. For me, abstinence from something is easier than doing it once in a while. And like Disco Elysium mentions how Kim smokes 1 cigarette a day. He could quit. He could smoke more, but it's a discipline thing. It is not a matter of he wants to quit smoking and can't. It is a thing of focus for him. Gosh, I gotta find a way to get myself off of soda. Honestly, I just reduced my, I saw how much sugar was in it and I started having fewer. And then eventually I just kind of stopped. And then now it's been years, right? Stopped drinking Dr. Pepper for a couple weeks and now it tastes like diluted literally. Soda tastes so bad to me now because I have such a lower sugar intake. Just don't buy any is how I did it. That's fair. Like, that's a skill issue. Straight up. There are people who will impulse buy. And I'm not going to shame you for impulse buying. That is a real, genuine, like, skill issue. Not to make you feel bad, but like that is an issue of discipline and skill that I'm not going to shame you over because you need to work on that. And I want to support you in that. I want to hype you up on your successes and console you on your losses, not kick you when you're down. Which is, I think, something that a lot of people do way too much. What TTRPG tropes have we learned to avoid? Tropes? Like, I don't think tropes. Like, I don't think there's any Watsonian tropes to avoid. Like, Watsonian being in the game. You can have an edgy loner that works fine. You can have a lawful good paladin who works fine. You can have a chaotic neutral rogue that works fine. Doylian, out of game, on the meta, tons. Oh my gosh. The trope of hiding stuff from the party. I have almost never seen it work. I've seen stuff work. So like hiding stuff from the party as in I have a secret I don't want to reveal to you. One of the comments, I talked about this. I talked about this in a recent video and I talked about secrets. And one of the comments brought up the fact that some players want a secret that they never reveal. and that is not important, so that they can giggle to themselves when no one knows about it. And that was a very fair point that someone brought up that I hadn't considered. A lot of people, a lot of players want to be in on the joke. A lot of players want to have some secret that like, oh, you don't know. You're never going to find out. But then those same players get frustrated when it is not treated as important, despite not wanting it to be revealed. And that's just so frustrating. Similarly, a TTRPG trope, like a Doylean trope on the meta level, is the idea of, I am of the opinion, if we have a group of 4 and one person can't make it, play the game anyway. Right? I'm of the opinion that if you constantly are trying to fit every single party member, that is how you're going to kill your campaign. Your group needs to be more comfortable allowing people to miss sessions, come back and figure out what's going on. Because if Andy needs to miss a session, but Erdrick is fine, Marcy is fine, like Ormy is fine, and I'm fine, we should not skip the session because Andy has a doctor's appointment. I'm sorry, Andy. I'm sorry that you missed the session, but we're gonna play without you. And obviously, if this next session, Andy's father is gonna make a reveal and is gonna give an ultimatum to the party, yeah, of course, we're not gonna skip Andy's session when Andy should be there. But if this next session is we're gonna go kill goblins in the woods, yeah, Andy might have fun playing it, but Andy's busy. So the rest of us can play that. And then suddenly, the goblins have a note from someone named Andy Sr. Bum, bum, bum. Like, yeah, Andy's not there for that reveal, but then you show the note to Andy, and Andy goes, "That's my father! Bum, bum, bum!" And then it's a reveal the next session. Like, that's the kind of thing you can do. And I think a lot of groups are scared because, oh no, we don't want anyone to miss out. Yes, I don't want anyone to miss out either, but this person is missing out, and all of us are going to miss out because next week, Erdrick is busy. And then the week after that, Ormy is busy because all of you said that you're free Saturday nights, and then you kept making plans Saturday night. It's really frustrating. And I think that is legitimately, like, scheduling is the final boss of TTRPGs. I feel as though that mentality of, like, if one person's missing it, that's fine. We can play without them so long as they are not critical to the story. That will save games. Yeah, we talk about this in every session 0 about how this is the expectation. Exactly. Similarly, if you, and this is just, I'm just ranting at this point. If you are a player and you have an arc in mind, that arc is not going to happen. I am telling you straight up right now. As a player, friendly reminder that tropes are not by default bad. Exactly. Tropes are fine, cliches are bad. Cliches are overdone tropes. If you're a player who wants your lawful good paladin to go on an arc where they do slightly evil stuff, where they do evil stuff, and then they fall into temptation, they become an oathbreaker. That's cool. Don't force that, and don't expect the GM to feed into that. That is a trajectory you can play your character where your character is struggling with sin and temptation. Yeah, what's the point of a secret in a story if not to reveal it for drama? Exactly. If you want an arc to happen, if you want a backstory I want to come up, talk to your GM and say, hey, I want to play a lawful good paladin that becomes an oathbreaker at some point. And your GM will say, I got you. And the GM will set up the arc. And you will play it through, and you will have a fantastic time. But don't say, okay, I want to play a lawful good paladin who becomes an oathbreaker after making a deal with the devil that reaches out to me in my dreams. And I want this to be a slow burn corruption arc where I'm slowly succumbing to sin, first by thought, then by word, then by deed. And I want this to be something where there's points where I could turn away from it every single time, but ultimately I fall at the end of the day. Wicked backstory, just play an Oathbreaker at that point. No, I want to play through that. Okay, then write a book. This game takes place in a setting where devils and angels and all other extraplaners are barred from the material plane. That is not conducive to the setting. Yeah, but like it needs to be a devil leading me to sin. It's like, bro, please. Yeah, it's a prompt for a writing commission. Or you can write it yourself and have a fun time. If you want to make it happen, tell your DM about it. And if your DM is working with you, they will work with you. Maybe you say, hey, I want my lawful good paladin to like be tempted to sin, preferably by like a fiend. Like I like in my head, I think a devil, but like any like evil entity could work. And I want it to follow the act of like first of thought, then of act, or then of word, then of act. And then the GM says, got you. So what happens is that the player ends up encountering this individual who's like, oh no, please save me, blah, blah, blah. And then they start seeing them in their dreams. And then the being in their dreams asks them if they would save them again. And the player's like, of course I would. Yeah. And then the person in their dreams is like, please, but you have to save me from the bandits that are outside my town. Like, yeah, of course I'll. And it's like, no, you can't just arrest them. They'll come back. They've come back before. Their leader is from the local prison. Can you kill them for me? And then the paladin's like, I mean, if it's in the name of justice, of course, but I shouldn't. And then, but no, please, you would save so many people. And then the GM is running off of the ideas that the player had, but the player isn't sitting here being like, hoo, I'm so evil. The player is being caught up in the fantasy of, I didn't even realize this was the arc. My character's falling to temptation. I wasn't even realizing that because I didn't tell the GM a 5-step plan that I want them to follow to the letter. And if they don't do it, then I get upset. Like that's something I've seen a lot in players. Or write an AU with it. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good Paragon story. Hell, exactly. And that's why it's just like, I made a whole video about this. When you're playing the game, you start the game here. You have a backstory, and I'm of the opinion your backstory really doesn't matter. Sure, you might name drop some people that you know, and you might say, like, here's how I grew up, here's how I got into adventuring, here's what I did immediately before the game. 3 notes. That's all you need. What did I do for the longest time? What got me into adventuring? What did I do right before the game? And then the game progresses, not in this arc that you had planned with its nice narrative curves. It goes like this, because this is how D&D works. This is how TTRPGs function. There's no rhyme or reason to it because it's a game. It's a collaborative improvisational storytelling experience, and you have to be comfortable with that. This is not your darling. This is not a story you are telling. This is a story that you are one voice collaborating within. It is a conversation that you are adding your thoughts and opinions to. And the GM has their own thoughts, and the other players have their own thoughts, and trying to force it along a narrative arc in accordance with your backstory that you wrote 5 pages on and expect the GM to read and incorporate all of is not playing the game. It's writing and throwing it in the face of the other players. You're in a wild, fabulous game myself. Exactly. The game will go wild directions. I can't say, I want my edgy rogue to have a slow burn romance with this cutie warlock, where the warlock sold their soul already and my rogue wants to get their soul back, but at the same time is looking for redemption and knows that messing with souls is going to ruin that chance for redemption. Like, okay, what happens when after session 2, Boblin the Goblin gets murked by the bandits, so you go on a vengeance quest to go kill the bandits, and the bandits turn out to be the son of a local noble, so now you're working against the nobles. Where's the soul business? It's completely unrelated to the game because it was an arc you had in your head before the game started. use whatever arcs, ideas you have in your brain based off of the game, not in a vacuum. You silly. They couldn't get me to write 5 pages for high school English. I ain't putting that much effort into something I do for fun. Yo, Arrow, I wanted to ask, what's the best chronicle to start with an introduction to World of Darkness? If you say chronicle, I'm assuming you mean like an adventure, in which case I can't help you. Because chronicles in World of Darkness are basically your campaigns, your adventures. I can't help you there. I don't know. If you're asking which splat, which vampires or werewolves or mages or whatever, vampires 100%. Yeah, so as in modules, I can't help you there. I can tell you that in the Werewolf the Apocalypse book, at the end of the book, there is a short, I want to say like 2 session story, where you could probably do it in 1 if you're really motivated. There's a short werewolf module at the back of the Werewolf the Apocalypse core book, where it goes over like, here's who the major players are, here's how you can do it. It is, I think it's like Muller and his cult that he forms, and you have to stop someone who turned into a Fomori because he got possessed by a Bane. That is a good introduction because it kind of gives you a flirt with the Umbra. It lets you get a taste of who the cult of Fenris is. They're nearby, but they're not present. It lets you interact with a Fomori. You're with your human lives. It lets you deal with a kin that got turned into a werewolf. So that's one that I would say is good if you're playing werewolf. But if you're playing vampire, I don't know. I am someone that doesn't really use modules much. So my advice would be take a city, make it a Camarilla game where all of the vampires, all the player characters are part of a coterie that is doing the business of one of the Primogen. So the coterie are all Camarilla like fledglings working in a coterie under the Ventru Primogen to go rob a bank that is owned by the Bruja Primogen, right? So probably the bank would be, so let's say you are hired by the NOS to go break into a bank that the Ventru own. And the goal is that you're like burning insured money, right? The goal is that you're basically screwing over like insured money, or whatever, like it's heat, right? So when I said module, I did actually mean vampires, werewolves, or mages, or I meant which, okay, so that is called a splat. Some would call it a supernatural creature. I call them like the different creatures. So which, like character class, so to speak, vampires 100%. If you want to get in the World of Darkness, pick up the Vampire the Masquerade V5 sourcebook. Yeah, so splats is just like cross-splat references vampires and werewolves or mages and wraiths. So I actually didn't know they were called splats for the longest time. I would recommend looking into Vampire the Masquerade V5. It is the system that all of the World of Darkness is built around. It is a system that is narrative oriented, politically oriented, and role-playing oriented. Whereas werewolf has like spirits and mages has ascension, and wraith has like the Stygian hierarchy. Vampire is like the simplest, I would say. And all of it is fairly intuitive. Vampires need blood to use their powers. So you have a hunger track that is between 1 and 5, where the lower your blood, the less, the more in control you are. Right? This is your hunger. So the lower your hunger, the more in control you are. Whereas the higher your hunger, the more likely it is that you might go crazy. You'd actually recommend Alpha Busa's video on how to get into WoD. I've heard as I'm on the edges of the community at the moment and the core rulebooks get complicated. Yeah, so I got into it by looking at the lore of Burger Creek And then from Burger Creek's lore video, I looked into the book and I just read it from cover to cover, and then I tanked it. A beast I am, lest a beast I become. I've been binging a lot of lore. Yeah, so what I will say is that the actual mechanics of the game, if you pick up Vampire the Masquerade, there is a quick start section that will help you make a character. And something very important to remember, Vampire the Masquerade runs off the storyteller system. The storyteller system is the same thing that vampire, werewolf, hunter, they all work off of this. So if you know how to make a vampire character, you know how to make 70% of a werewolf. You know how to make 80% of a hunter. The storyteller system is the same for all characters in the World of Darkness V5. So learning one will be the hardest. And I think vampire is pretty easy to get into. Yeah, I did Burger Creek, now watching Ash's 20-minute focus video. I also watched Bruva Alpha-Busa. Nice. I struggle to talk lore of like World of Darkness because I see Burger Creek and I see what amazing stuff he did. I'm like, I can't compete with that. I got most of my information from him. I see how to like start playing this game and I'm like, does anyone interested in that? I don't know if I'm an authority. So I could try that if that would help people. Holy heck. Oh my gosh, it's been 8.5 hours of nonstop yappage. I mean, I loved what you did with the false Hydra. Thank you, I appreciate it. I enjoyed the false Hydra. It's probably the most impressive thing I've done as a GM, bar none, right? And I think it sounds more impressive than it is, right? I think the actual way I did it, the way I handled it, anyone could do that if they have patience. I think in a vacuum, it sounds more impressive than it was. Burger got me want to play Mummy. Same. I just like talking about how insane Wraith is. Mummy is cooler than it has any right to be. Exactly. And the best part is that Mummy isn't like localized to the Middle East. Like Mummy, the Resurrected is. But mummies as a concept and similar styles are all over the world. Boy, I do love Hope Core. Yeah. That's probably why you like this channel. False Hydra Lancer frame. I saw someone on the Discord ran a False Hydra and Lancer, and a lot of people talked about like an Eidolon False Hydra. Gosh, I need to wrap up. I should not have gone as hard today as I should. I have Thanksgiving tomorrow, and if my voice is dead for tomorrow, which it's already kind of given out, that'll be unfortunate. You currently have some funny headcanons from modern 2020s Mage the Ascension on the technocratic side. Oh, technocrats are eating good right now, I assume. Yeah, I have not eaten anything in 8.5 hours. If you have Thanksgiving tomorrow, that means you can keep going for at least 2 to 3 more hours. Okay. We're actually not doing turkey. My roommate and I are going over to one of my roommate's sister's house, and they're vegetarian. So apparently we're not doing turkey. We're doing a non-traditional setup. You've been going through conspiracy theories and adapting them. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That's so silly. Like in Mage, all the conspiracy theories are wrong, but not because the ethos behind them is wrong. There is a shadowy world government. It's just not the Illuminati. Cryptids are real. It's just not Bigfoot. It's vampires. Tofurkey. Oh. Now I want tofu cooked like a spiral ham, because I've been liking tofu more over time. I've tried more tofu recently. And I like a spiral ham because of the glaze. Honestly, I just like ham too. Ham is good. Turkey, I'm not a huge fan of. If you're into Mage, you should look at Unknown Army sometimes. I mean, the stream thumbnail is trying new things. Fair. We don't do Thanksgiving here, but I'm really looking forward to Christmas goose. Okay, Christmas ham is something I didn't realize was like a stereotype for the longest time until like a couple years ago, or not a couple years ago, but like a couple years, like late 2010s, I'd say, mid to late 2010s, we started getting Christmas hams. Like we didn't get that for the longest time. And that's probably because it was related to what I wanted for my birthday. But like we started for Christmas Eve doing a Christmas ham because that's when we could get extended family over. Goose is so good. I don't think I've ever had goose. Goose strikes me as rubbery. Is that correct? I'm so grateful that I learned about Agartha through Call of Duty Zombies instead of actual conspiracy theories. What is Agartha? Remember the Maui fires that were thought to be started by orbital lasers? It was another Ravnos antediluvian in India plot, but with the Sabbat getting too antsy and converting an entire island. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to wrap up. Look out for Friday. Will be a members only reading stream. My hope is we can finish The King in Yellow. We have 2 more stories, but both stories is like 50 pages. So we might only get 1, but we might finish The King in Yellow. As always, after the stream is over, I will make the stream public so you can listen in if you want. And then we're going to have a new book soon to read. I don't know what it's going to be. I'll make a new poll. On Saturday, I am going to be catching the very last bit of the... I need to make sure I get the name right. I'm going to be catching the very last bit of the Endix Entertainment Showcase, which is a gaming expo that is all digital, all virtual. And I'll be online where I will post the download link that you can download it on Friday and hop on early because I'm a partner creator with them. And we will be able to look over games and stuff. And I will stream my side. I will chat with people. I assume there's going to be like voice chat so you can come say hello. And then I'll be doing that for probably like an hour or 2. And then we're finishing Hollow Knight. We're finishing Hollow Knight. I need to finish Hollow Knight. Agartha is a Hollow Earth thing? Oh no. It's kind of like more gamey duck. Yeah, it's not super rubbery. Okay, so I've really only had roast duck. And I was talking to Rory. He put duck in an air fryer. And apparently that was really good. Agartha is so much more. It's heaven for white people, but ruled by a black god that made us out of... On that note, thank you so much for swinging by. Member stream Friday, which will then be made public afterwards. Saturday, 11 a.m. PST is going to be... Or 11 a.m. PST for... I've been doing my reading streams at noon. Given that I want to kind of tank through it, I might do it at 11 still. So 11 a.m. PST... Friday member stream, which will then be made public after 11 a.m. PST Twitch Hollow Knight, as well as gaming showcase. Yeah, heads up. My schedule is posted both on YouTube and on social media and on Discord. If you're not on the Discord, feel free to swing by. Thank you so much for coming by. Good night. Goodbye. Take care. I appreciate you.